The boring history for sleep's tale. Why medieval peasants' sleep was deeper than ours today in the deep hours of a winter night, when the world lies suspended between yesterday and tomorrow, I find myself once again unable to sleep. The clock on my desk shows 2:47 a.m., and outside my window, the modern city hums with its restless energy. Streetlights banishing darkness. Late-night traffic carrying insomniacs to destinations that cannot wait for dawn. The blue glow of screens flickering behind curtained windows where others, like me, struggle against the tyranny of sleeplessness. But tonight, as I sit surrounded by my books and papers, I am not fighting my wakefulness. Instead, I am embracing it, allowing it to carry me back through the centuries to a time when people understood that sleep was not a single block of unconsciousness, but a gentle rhythm that included natural periods of quiet wakefulness. Tonight, I am remembering the story of the Midnight Watchers, those forgotten guardians of an ancient wisdom that our modern world desperately needs to rediscover. The tale I am about to tell you is not entirely fiction, though I have taken the liberty of imagining the lives and conversations of people whose names have been lost to history. The sleep patterns I will describe, the practices of first sleep and second sleep, separated by hours of peaceful wakefulness, are documented historical realities that sustained human communities for thousands of years before the advent of artificial lighting changed forever our relationship with darkness and rest. As a historian specializing in medieval daily life, I have spent decades studying the fragments of evidence that reveal how our ancestors actually lived, worked, and slept. Court records, personal letters, monastery schedules, and countless other documents paint a picture of a world where people naturally woke in the middle of the night, spent an hour or two in quiet activities, and then returned to sleep until dawn. They called these the watching hours, and they understood them not as a disruption of rest, but as an essential part of the rhythm that sustained both individual well-being and community life. The story I am about to share with you takes place in 14th century England, in a small village where a group of remarkable individuals rediscovered and preserved these ancient practices at a time when the world was beginning to move toward the intensive schedules that would eventually lead to our modern epidemic of sleep disorders and anxiety. These midnight watchers, as they came to be known, created a gentle revolution that touched lives throughout medieval Europe and left a legacy that speaks directly to our contemporary struggles with rest, work, and the search for sustainable ways of living. So settle back, dear reader, and allow yourself to be carried into a world where sleep was not a battle to be won, but a dance to be danced, where the darkness held gifts that daylight could never provide, and where the gentle rhythm of rest and wakefulness created space for the kind of deep peace that our hurried age has almost forgotten how to find. This is the story of the boring history for sleep, and the tale of those who learned that sometimes the most revolutionary act is simply to remember what it means to rest. The autumn rain drummed against the shutters of Edmund's modest chamber as he lay on his straw mattress, wrapped in rough woolen blankets that smelled of sheep and wood smoke. The scent carried memories of his childhood, when his grandmother would tell him stories during the long winter evenings, her voice weaving tales of ancient times when the world moved to different rhythms than the hurried pace that seemed to consume everyone around him. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you back to a time when sleep wasn't broken. It was beautifully divided, like a gentle river that splits around an island before flowing together again. Close your eyes, and let me take you to the year 1347, to a small village called Thornwick in the English countryside. where a young scribe named Edmund Blackthorne is about to discover that his restless nights aren't a curse, but a gift from centuries past. The autumn rain drummed against the shutters of Edmund's modest chamber as he lay on his straw mattress, wrapped in rough woolen blankets that smelled of sheep and wood smoke. The scent carried memories of his childhood, when his grandmother would tell him stories during the long winter evenings, her voice weaving tales of ancient times when the world moved to different rhythms than the hurried pace that seemed to consume everyone around him. It was well past midnight, what the villagers called the first dark, and Edmund had awakened as he always did, his mind clear and alert despite having slept for only 4 hours. The transition from sleep to wakefulness had been gentle, natural, like a flower opening to the morning sun. There was no jarring alarm, no violent wrench from dreams to consciousness, just the peaceful emergence into awareness that his body had learned to expect at this hour. In our modern world, we might have called Edmund an insomniac, prescribed him sleeping pills, or suggested he count sheep. We might have worried about his sleep efficiency, measured his REM cycles, or recommended blackout curtains and white noise machines. But in medieval Thornwick, Edmund's midnight wakefulness was as natural as the rooster's dawn chorus, as expected as the evening prayers that marked the end of each day's labor. He was experiencing what his ancestors had known for generations, the sacred time between sleeps, when the soul was said to be closest to the divine and the mind most receptive to wisdom. This wasn't a disorder to be cured or a problem to be solved. It was a gift to be treasured, a doorway to a different kind of consciousness that daylight hours could never provide. Edmund stretched his lean frame, feeling the familiar stirring of purpose that came with these midnight hours. His muscles, which had been tense from the day's work of copying manuscripts at the monastery, relaxed into the gentle alertness that characterized this special time. The wooden floor was cold beneath his bare feet as he padded to the small table where his writing materials waited, arranged with the careful precision of someone who had performed this ritual countless times before. The table itself was a simple affair, crafted by the village carpenter from oak that had grown in the forests surrounding Thornwick for more than a century. Its surface bore the marks of Edmund's nightly vigils, small ink stains from hurried writing, gentle indentations from the pressure of his quill, the subtle patina that came from years of candlelight and contemplation. This was more than furniture. It was an altar to the ancient practice of midnight reflection, a single tallow candle, precious as gold in those days, flickered to life under his careful touch, casting dancing shadows across the rough stone walls. The flame was small but steady, fed by the rendered fat of animals that had grazed in the same fields where Edmund had played as a child. The light it provided was warm and golden, nothing like the harsh brilliance of modern electric illumination, but perfect for the gentle work of the watching hours. As the candle caught and held, Edmund felt the familiar sense of gratitude that always accompanied this moment. The light represented more than mere illumination. It was a beacon of consciousness in the darkness, a symbol of the human spirit's refusal to surrender entirely to the realm of sleep and dreams. In lighting this candle, he was joining a tradition that stretched back through countless generations of midnight watchers, each one keeping their own vigil in their own time. This was Edmund's time, not the hurried daylight hours filled with copying manuscripts for the monastery, where Brother Francis would hover over his shoulder and critique his penmanship, where the scratching of multiple quills created a constant background of urgent activity, not the evening hours spent helping his elderly mother with household tasks, mending clothes by the fire while she told him the same stories he had heard since childhood. Her voice growing weaker each year, but her memory of the old tales remaining sharp and clear. These midnight hours belonged to him alone, a sanctuary of solitude in a world where privacy was rare and personal time even rarer. In these hours he was not Edmund the scribe, Edmund the dutiful son, or Edmund the faithful parishioner. He was simply Edmund, free to explore the depths of his own consciousness, to wrestle with questions that had no easy answers, to commune with the deeper mysteries of existence that daylight thinking could never fully grasp. As he settled into his wooden chair, Edmund pulled his woolen cloak tighter around his shoulders and opened his leather-bound journal. The book was his most precious possession, more valuable to him than the few coins he managed to save from his modest wages, more treasured than the silver cross that had belonged to his father. Its pages contained the record of 3 years of midnight vigils, a chronicle of dreams and visions, insights and revelations that had emerged from the sacred darkness of the watching hours. The journal's leather cover was worn smooth by his hands, its binding carefully maintained with the techniques he had learned from the monastery's bookbinders. Inside, page after page of his careful script recorded not just his dreams, but his interpretations of them, his observations of how the insights gained during the watching hours affected his daily life, his growing understanding of the profound wisdom embedded in the ancient practice of biphasic sleep. Tonight, like every night for the past 3 years, he would spend these precious hours writing, not the religious texts that filled his days, copying the same psalms and prayers over and over until his hand cramped and his eyes burned, but something far more personal and meaningful. He was documenting the dreams and visions that came to him during his first sleep, and the insights that bloomed in his mind during these watching hours like flowers opening in a hidden garden. The candlelight revealed pages covered in Edmund's careful script, each letter formed with the precision of someone who understood that words were sacred vessels for human thought and experience. The ink he used was made from oak galls and iron, mixed according to a recipe that had been passed down through generations of scribes, creating a deep black that would last for centuries. These were not casual jottings or temporary notes, but permanent records of experiences that Edmund sensed were part of something much larger than his individual life. His writing filled the pages with observations that would have amazed modern sleep researchers, though Edmund had no way of knowing how revolutionary his insights truly were. He wrote of how his dreams in the first sleep were always more vivid, more meaningful than those that came in the second sleep before dawn. The first sleep dreams seemed to emerge from a deeper place in his consciousness, carrying messages and symbols that required careful interpretation, but often proved remarkably prophetic. He noted how his body felt different during these midnight hours, not tired despite having been awake for nearly 20 hours, but peacefully alert, as if he existed in a state between waking and sleeping that was somehow more real than either pure consciousness or complete unconsciousness. His mind worked differently during these hours, making connections that eluded him during the busy daylight, seeing patterns and relationships that remained invisible under the harsh light of practical necessity. Through his small window, Edmund could see other flickering lights in the village, tiny beacons of consciousness scattered throughout the darkness like stars fallen to earth. He wasn't alone in his midnight vigil, and this knowledge filled him with a sense of connection that transcended the physical boundaries of his small chamber. Each light represented another soul keeping watch, another member of the ancient community of midnight watchers who understood that the darkness held gifts that daylight could never provide. In the cottage next door, Old Martha was likely spinning wool by candlelight, her gnarled fingers working the familiar patterns while her mind wandered through memories of her youth, when she had danced at harvest festivals and courted the young man who would become her husband. The rhythm of her spinning wheel created a gentle background sound that seemed to synchronize with Edmund's breathing, connecting them in the shared meditation of midnight work. Martha's spinning wasn't just about producing thread for weaving, it was a form of moving meditation, a way of keeping her hands busy while her mind explored the deeper territories of memory and reflection. During the day, surrounded by the noise and activity of village life, such profound introspection was impossible. But in the sacred silence of the watching hours, her simple craft became a pathway to wisdom, a means of processing the experiences of a lifetime and distilling them into understanding. Across the village square, the baker Thomas would be checking his ovens, timing the slow fermentation of tomorrow's bread to coincide with these quiet hours. The art of bread-making, Edmund knew, was intimately connected to the rhythm of medieval sleep. The dough needed time to rise slowly, developing the complex flavors that came only from patient fermentation. The watching hours provided the perfect opportunity to tend this slow process, to check the temperature of the ovens, and adjust the timing so that fresh bread would be ready when the village awakened from its second sleep. Thomas had often spoken of how the midnight hours were essential to his craft, how the quiet concentration of the watching time allowed him to sense subtle changes in the dough that he might miss during the busy daylight hours. His bread was renowned throughout the region, and Edmund suspected that its superior quality came not just from Thomas's skill, but from the meditative attention he brought to his work during the sacred hours of darkness. This was the rhythm of medieval life, not the relentless push toward continuous sleep that our modern world demands, but a gentle ebb and flow that honored both rest and wakefulness, both the need for unconscious restoration and the equally important need for conscious reflection. It was a rhythm that recognized that human beings were not machines that could be optimized for maximum efficiency, but complex creatures whose deepest needs could only be met through practices that honored the full spectrum of consciousness. Edmund dipped his quill in the small pot of ink he'd mixed from oak galls and iron, the familiar ritual marking the beginning of his nightly writing practice. The quill had been carefully prepared from a goose feather, its tip cut and shaped according to techniques passed down through generations of scribes. The feel of it in his hand was as familiar as his own heartbeat, an extension of his thoughts and intentions that allowed him to transfer the insights of the watching hours onto the permanent record of parchment. Tonight, he began to write about the dream that had awakened him from his first sleep, a vision so vivid and meaningful that it seemed to pulse with its own inner light even in the waking world. In his dream, he had been walking through a vast library filled with books that glowed with their own inner radiance, each volume pulsing with the accumulated wisdom of generations. The library seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, its shelves reaching toward a ceiling that disappeared into starlit darkness. As he had wandered through this impossible space, Edmund had become aware that he was not alone. Other figures moved between the shelves, some familiar and some strange, all united by a common purpose that he could sense but not quite articulate. There was old Martha, but younger, her hair still dark and her hands smooth, carefully selecting volumes that seemed to call to her. There was Thomas the baker, reading from a book whose pages were made of bread, its words written in grains of wheat that rearranged themselves as he watched. At the center of this dream library, seated at a desk that seemed to be carved from a single massive tree trunk, was an ancient monk whose face was kind but serious. His robes were simple brown wool, but they seemed to shimmer with an inner light that reminded Edmund of the way candle flames danced in the darkness. When the monk looked up from his writing, his eyes held depths that seemed to contain centuries of accumulated wisdom. "The night is not for sleeping alone, young scribe," the monk had said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "It is for listening to the whispers that daylight drowns. The watching hours are not empty time to be filled with activity, but sacred space to be honored with attention. In these hours, the boundary between the conscious and unconscious mind becomes thin, allowing wisdom to flow like water from a hidden spring." The monk had gestured to the glowing books that surrounded them. Each of these volumes represents the accumulated insight of a soul who learned to listen during the watching hours. Your own book is here, though you cannot yet see it. Every night that you spend in faithful vigil, every insight you record, every connection you make between the world of dreams and the world of waking, all of this adds pages to your volume in the great library of midnight wisdom. As Edmund wrote about this dream, he felt the familiar sense of connection that came during these hours, not just to his own thoughts and experiences, but to something larger and more enduring. The dream library seemed to represent the collective wisdom of all who had ever kept midnight vigil, a repository of insights that transcended individual lifetimes and connected the watchers across centuries of human experience. He could sense the presence of his neighbors in their own midnight activities, could almost feel the collective consciousness of the village during these sacred hours. It was as if the darkness itself was a living thing that connected all who were awake within it, creating a web of shared awareness that strengthened and supported each individual watcher while contributing to something greater than the sum of its parts. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the shutters, and Edmund found himself remembering his grandmother's stories about the midnight hours. She had told him that in the old days, before the coming of the Christian monks, the Celtic people had called this time the thin hour, when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was at its most transparent. During these hours, she had said, the ancestors could speak to the living, offering guidance and wisdom to those who knew how to listen. Whether or not one believed in such things, there was something undeniably special about these hours. Edmund had noticed that his most creative thoughts came to him now, that problems that seemed insurmountable during the day often revealed their solutions in the gentle clarity of midnight contemplation. His fellow scribes at the monastery had begun to seek him out for advice, marveling at his ability to find elegant solutions to complex theological questions that had puzzled scholars for generations. What they didn't know was that Edmund's wisdom came not from his daylight studies, though he was certainly diligent in his copying work, but from these quiet hours of reflection, when his mind was free to wander and make connections that the busy day obscured. The watching hours provided a different quality of consciousness, one that was less focused on immediate practical concerns and more open to the deeper patterns and relationships that governed human experience. As he wrote, Edmund became aware of a soft sound from the room below, his mother's voice barely audible, reciting her evening prayers. She too was awake during these hours, though she spent them in devotion rather than writing. This was another gift of the medieval sleep pattern. It provided natural time for spiritual practice, for the kind of deep prayer and meditation that required solitude and silence. His mother's prayers were not the hurried recitations of someone trying to fulfill a religious obligation before rushing off to other tasks. They were the slow, meditative communions of someone who had found the perfect time for spiritual connection, when the mind was quiet and the heart was open to divine influence. Edmund had often listened to her midnight prayers, finding in their gentle rhythm a counterpoint to his own writing practice. Ave Maria, gratia plena. Her voice drifted up through the thin wooden floor, each word given weight and consideration. Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. The familiar Latin phrases seemed to take on new meaning in the sacred darkness, becoming not just words but vessels for genuine spiritual experience. Edmund paused in his writing and listened to the familiar cadence of his mother's voice. She was reciting the Ave Maria, but slowly, meditatively, each word given weight and consideration. This wasn't the hurried prayer of someone trying to fulfill an obligation, but the deep communion of someone who had found the perfect time for spiritual connection, when the mind was quiet and the heart was open to divine influence. The candle flame wavered slightly in a draught, and Edmund cupped his hand around it protectively. These candles were expensive, made from animal fat and precious as any luxury item in their simple household. But the cost was worth it for these hours of illumination, both literal and metaphorical. The soft, warm light seemed to create a cocoon of peace around him, separating him from the vast darkness outside while still keeping him connected to it. The light of his candle was nothing like the harsh brilliance of modern electric illumination. It was gentle, warm, alive in a way that artificial light could never be. The flame danced and flickered, responding to the subtle currents of air in the room, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to mirror the movements of his own thoughts. This living light was perfect for the gentle work of the watching hours, providing enough illumination for writing while maintaining the sacred quality of the darkness. Edmund returned to his writing, documenting not just his dreams, but his observations of village life during these midnight hours. He wrote about how the blacksmith's wife used this time to mend clothes by candlelight, her needle moving in practiced patterns while her mind worked through the day's concerns. The repetitive motion of sewing, like Martha's spinning, created a meditative rhythm that allowed for deep reflection while keeping the hands productively occupied. He noted how the village children, when they occasionally woke during these hours, seemed calmer and more thoughtful than during the day, as if the darkness itself had a soothing effect on their usually restless spirits. The few times he had encountered children during his midnight walks, they had spoken in whispers, their voices filled with the kind of wonder and reverence that adults often lost in the harsh light of practical concerns. These observations were more than mere curiosity. Edmund was unknowingly documenting one of history's most successful sleep patterns, a natural rhythm that modern science would later discover was perfectly aligned with human biology. But for Edmund, it was simply life as he had always known it, a gentle cycle of rest and wakefulness that felt as natural as breathing, as essential as the beating of his heart. The practice of biphasic sleep wasn't something that had been imposed on the village by religious or secular authorities. It wasn't a rule to be followed or a discipline to be maintained through willpower. It was simply the natural rhythm that emerged when people lived in harmony with the cycles of light and darkness, when they allowed their bodies to follow the ancient patterns that had sustained human communities for millennia. As the first hour of his midnight vigil passed, Edmund felt the familiar sense of gratitude that came with this time. In a world where privacy was rare and solitude even rarer, these hours offered something precious. Time alone with one's thoughts, time to process the day's experiences, time to connect with something deeper than the surface concerns of daily life. During the day, Edmund was rarely alone. At the monastery, he worked alongside other scribes in the scriptorium, their quills scratching in unison as they copied the same religious texts over and over. At home, he shared the small space with his mother, helping her with household tasks and listening to her stories. Even walking through the village, he was constantly encountering neighbors and acquaintances, each interaction requiring attention and social energy. But the watching hours belonged to him alone. In these sacred hours, he could explore the depths of his own consciousness without interruption, could follow his thoughts wherever they led without concern for social expectations or practical obligations. This solitude wasn't loneliness. It was a profound form of communion with the deepest aspects of his own nature. The rain was beginning to soften, and Edmund could hear the distant sound of the night watchman making his rounds, his footsteps echoing softly on the wet cobblestones. Even the watchman's schedule honored the medieval sleep pattern. He made his first round during the midnight hours when many villagers were naturally awake, then again just before dawn as people prepared for their second sleep. The watchman, old Henrik, was himself a midnight watcher, though his vigil took the form of protecting the village rather than personal reflection. Edmund had often encountered him during his occasional walks through the village during the watching hours, and they had developed a friendship based on their shared understanding of the sacred nature of these midnight hours. Henrik would often stop by Edmund's cottage during his rounds, not to check on anything in particular, but simply to share a few words with another soul who understood the special quality of the watching time. Their conversations were always brief and quiet, conducted in the whispered tones that seemed appropriate to the sacred darkness, but they carried a depth of understanding that daylight conversations rarely achieved. The village sleeps peacefully tonight, Henrik would say, and Edmund would nod, understanding that this was more than a simple report on security. It was an acknowledgement of the collective well-being of their community, a recognition that the watching hours created a kind of protective consciousness that extended beyond individual experience to encompass the entire village. Edmund closed his journal and stretched, feeling the pleasant tiredness that would soon call him back to his straw mattress for the second sleep. But first, he would spend a few more minutes in quiet contemplation, watching the candle flame dance and listening to the gentle sounds of the night. This was the gift that medieval people understood, and that our modern world has largely forgotten. That sleep need not be a single, unbroken block of unconsciousness, but could be a gentle rhythm that included time for reflection, creativity, and spiritual connection. In trying to optimize our sleep for maximum efficiency, we may have lost something essential: the peaceful hours of midnight wakefulness that our ancestors treasured as much as sleep itself. The watching hours weren't about productivity in the modern sense of the word. They weren't about accomplishing tasks or meeting deadlines or maximizing output. They were about something deeper and more fundamental: the maintenance of the human spirit, the cultivation of wisdom, the preservation of the connections that bind communities together across time. As Edmund prepared to extinguish his candle and return to bed, he offered a silent prayer of gratitude for these midnight hours, for the dreams that guided him, and for the peaceful darkness that held him and his village in its gentle embrace. Soon he would sleep again, and when dawn came, he would wake refreshed and ready for the day's work, carrying with him the insights and peace that came from honoring the natural rhythm of rest and wakefulness. But the insights gained during the watching hours didn't disappear with the dawn. They carried over into his daylight activities, informing his work at the monastery, enriching his relationships with his neighbors, deepening his understanding of the world around him. The watching hours weren't separate from the rest of life. They were the foundation that made all other activities more meaningful and effective. Tomorrow, he would return to the monastery scriptorium, where he would copy the same religious texts he had been working on for months. But his copying would be informed by the insights gained during his midnight vigil. His understanding of the sacred words deepened by the contemplative practice of the watching hours. The other scribes would notice the quality of his work, the careful attention he brought to each letter, the sense of reverence that infused even the most routine copying tasks. His mother would see the peace in his eyes when he woke from his second sleep, the gentle alertness that came from honoring the natural rhythm of rest and reflection. His neighbors would benefit from the wisdom he had gained during his midnight contemplation, the solutions to problems that had emerged from the quiet depths of the watching consciousness. This was how the watching hours enriched not just individual lives, but entire communities. Each midnight watcher contributed their own insights and understanding to the collective wisdom of the village, creating a web of knowledge and support that strengthened everyone. The practice of biphasic sleep wasn't just about personal rest and reflection. It was about maintaining the spiritual and intellectual health of the community as a whole. As Edmund extinguished his candle and settled back onto his straw mattress, he felt the familiar sense of completion that came with the end of a successful vigil. The watching hours had provided what they always provided: time for reflection, space for insight, connection to something larger than individual concerns. Now it was time for the second sleep, the deep, restorative rest that would prepare him for another day of meaningful work and community life. The second sleep that came to him was different from the first, deeper, more complete, free from the vivid dreams that characterized the earlier rest. This was the sleep of restoration, when the body repaired itself from the day's activities, and the mind processed and integrated the insights gained during the watching hours. It was sleep that came naturally and easily, without the anxiety and restlessness that plagued those who tried to force consciousness into patterns that worked against human nature. But our story of Edmund and the Midnight Watchers of Thornwick is just beginning. For in the weeks to come, something would happen that would test their ancient wisdom about sleep and reveal just how deeply this natural rhythm was woven into the fabric of medieval life. The peaceful world of the watching hours was about to be challenged by forces that would either strengthen the ancient practice or threaten its very existence. The gentle rain continued to fall on the thatched roofs of Thornwick, washing the village clean for another day of honest work and peaceful rest. In cottages throughout the village, other midnight watchers were completing their own vigils, each one contributing their unique gifts to the collective wisdom of the community. The ancient rhythm of first sleep, watching hours, and second sleep continued as it had for countless generations, a testament to the enduring wisdom of practices that honored both human nature and the deeper mysteries of existence. The village of Thornwick. The village of Thornwick lay nestled in a valley between gentle hills, where the River Wye curved through meadows that had been farmed for countless generations. It was the kind of place that seemed to exist outside of time, where the rhythm of seasons and the cycle of crops created a natural calendar that had little need for the mechanical precision that was beginning to characterize life in larger towns and cities. In the year 1347, Thornwick was home to perhaps 300 souls, most of whom had been born within sight of the village church and expected to die within the same familiar boundaries. There were farmers and craftsmen, a miller and a blacksmith, a priest, and a handful of merchants who traveled the roads that connected their small community to the wider world. It was, in most respects, an entirely ordinary English village of the sort that dotted the countryside like seeds scattered by a generous hand. But Thornwick possessed something that set it apart from its neighbors, though few outsiders would have recognized it at first glance. The people of Thornwick slept differently than people in other places, and this difference in their rest created ripples that touched every aspect of their community life. The change had begun 3 years earlier, when Brother Marcus of St. Aldrich arrived in the village to serve as assistant to the aging Father William. Brother Marcus was a learned man who had spent years in the great monastery libraries, studying not just theology, but also the practical wisdom that had sustained Christian communities since the earliest days of the faith. He brought with him knowledge that had been preserved in monastic traditions, but had been gradually forgotten by the world outside monastery walls. It was Brother Marcus who first spoke to the villagers about the ancient practice of divine sleep, the natural rhythm of rest that divided the night into 2 periods of slumber separated by an hour or 2 of quiet wakefulness. He explained that this pattern had been followed by monks for centuries, that it was mentioned in the rule of Saint Benedict, and that it represented not a disruption of rest, but its perfection. At first, the villagers were skeptical. They had grown accustomed to the idea that sleep should be a single, uninterrupted block of unconsciousness, and the notion of deliberately waking in the middle of the night seemed contrary to common sense. But Brother Marcus was patient and persuasive, and he had the advantage of being able to demonstrate the benefits of the practice through his own example. Those who observed the monk closely noticed that he seemed to possess a kind of serene energy that set him apart from others. He was never hurried or anxious, never seemed to suffer from the fatigue that plagued so many of his contemporaries, and appeared to approach even the most challenging tasks with a calm confidence that suggested deep reserves of inner strength. Gradually, a few of the more curious villagers began to experiment with the practice that Brother Marcus described. They would go to bed at their usual time, but instead of trying to sleep through the night, they would allow themselves to wake naturally in the dark hours and spend time in quiet activities, prayer, meditation, simple crafts, or gentle conversation with family members who were also awake. The results were remarkable. Those who adopted the practice of divine sleep reported that they felt more rested and alert during the day, that their work seemed less burdensome, and that they experienced a kind of peace and clarity that had been missing from their lives. The watching hours, as they came to be called, provided time for reflection and creativity that the busy daylight hours made impossible. Word of these benefits spread through the village, and within a few months, perhaps half the population had begun to experiment with the ancient rhythm of rest. The change was subtle but profound. Thornwick began to feel different, more peaceful, more harmonious, more connected to the deeper rhythms that governed human life. The transformation was most noticeable during the watching hours themselves. In the deep of night, when other villages lay in complete darkness and silence, Thornwick glowed with the gentle light of candles and oil lamps as families gathered for quiet activities that strengthened their bonds and enriched their inner lives. Children would sit with their parents, learning songs and stories that had been passed down through generations. Craftsmen would work on projects that required the kind of careful attention that was difficult to maintain during the distractions of day. Women would gather to share the subtle arts of healing and household management that formed the foundation of community well-being. But it was not just individual lives that were transformed by the practice of divine sleep. The entire social fabric of Thornwick began to change in ways that reflected the deeper harmony that the watching hours brought to people's lives. conflicts that had simmered for years were resolved through the patient conversations that took place during the quiet hours. Problems that had seemed intractable during the busy daylight were solved through the creative insights that emerged during periods of restful wakefulness. The village's economic life also began to reflect the benefits of the new sleep patterns. Craftsmen who worked during the watching hours produced goods of exceptional quality, their careful attention to detail creating products that commanded premium prices in regional markets. Farmers who used the quiet hours for planning and reflection found that their crops flourished in ways that seemed to defy the limitations of soil and weather. Most remarkably, the people of Thornwick began to experience a kind of collective creativity that manifested in innovations and improvements that touched every aspect of village life. New techniques for preserving food, better methods for managing livestock, improved designs for tools and household items. All of these emerged from the quiet contemplation and gentle experimentation that the watching hours made possible. By the winter of 1347, Thornwick had become something unique in medieval England, a community that had rediscovered the ancient art of rest and had used that rediscovery to create a way of life that was both more productive and more fulfilling than anything their neighbors had achieved through conventional approaches to work and sleep. But the village's transformation had not gone unnoticed by the outside world. Merchants who traded with Thornwick reported the exceptional quality of goods produced there. Travelers who spent nights in the village inn spoke of the unusual peacefulness that seemed to pervade the community. Religious authorities began to hear rumors of practices that might represent dangerous innovations in Christian tradition. It was in this context that 4 individuals emerged as the leaders and chroniclers of what would come to be known as the Guild of Midnight Watchers. Each brought unique gifts and perspectives to the preservation and promotion of the ancient practices that were transforming their community. And together, they would create a legacy that would influence the development of human consciousness for generations to come. Part 2. The Monastery's Secret. 3 weeks had passed since we first met Edmund in his midnight vigil, and the autumn had deepened into the kind of cold that made even the bravest souls grateful for warm beds and woolen blankets. The leaves had turned from green to gold to brown, carpeting the paths between Thornwick and the monastery with a rustling tapestry that spoke of the eternal cycle of seasons. But tonight, as Edmund settled into his familiar routine of midnight wakefulness, he had no idea that his peaceful world was about to be disrupted by a discovery that would change everything he thought he knew about sleep and dreams. The monastery of St. Aldrich sat on a hill overlooking Thornwick like a stone guardian, its walls built from the same gray limestone that formed the backbone of the surrounding hills. The building had stood for more than 2 centuries, its foundations laid by monks who understood that their work would outlast their individual lives, that they were creating something meant to endure through generations of human seeking and spiritual growth. Within those ancient walls, Brother Marcus, a monk whose own midnight practices had become legendary among his brothers, was making a discovery that would soon draw Edmund into a mystery spanning centuries. Brother Marcus was 43 years old, a man who had entered the monastery as a young novice and had spent the past 25 years in devoted service to God and learning. But it was his fascination with the natural rhythms of prayer and contemplation that had led him to become what we might call today a medieval sleep researcher. The monk's cell was simple, furnished only with a narrow bed, a wooden desk, and shelves lined with carefully maintained manuscripts. But it was the collection of journals and records that filled those shelves that made his quarters unique within the monastery. For the past 5 years, Brother Marcus had been keeping detailed records of the midnight activities of his fellow monks, documenting patterns that seemed to connect their spiritual lives with their sleep and waking cycles in ways that the official rules of monastic life had never formally recognized. What he had discovered was remarkable, though he had been careful to keep his findings private until he could understand their full implications. The monks, who embraced the natural rhythm of biphasic sleep, who woke naturally in the middle of the night for prayer and contemplation, reported far more profound spiritual experiences than those who tried to sleep through the night in one continuous block, rising only for the official prayers of matins and lauds. Brother Marcus had begun his investigation almost by accident. As the monastery's librarian, he was responsible for maintaining the collection of manuscripts and books that represented centuries of accumulated religious knowledge. Part of this responsibility involved tracking which texts were being used by which monks, and he had noticed that certain brothers seemed to do much of their studying during the hours between midnight and dawn. At first, he had assumed this was simply a matter of personal preference, or perhaps an attempt to find quiet time for study away from the busier daylight hours. But, as he observed more carefully, he began to see patterns that suggested something deeper was at work. The monks who studied during the midnight hours weren't just more productive. They seemed to understand the texts more deeply, to make connections and insights that eluded their brothers who confined their studies to conventional hours. Brother Marcus had begun keeping careful records, noting which monks followed, which sleep patterns, and correlating this information with their reported spiritual experiences, their contributions to theological discussions, and their overall sense of well-being and spiritual fulfillment. The results had been so consistent and striking that he had eventually felt compelled to examine his own practices and those of the monastic community more systematically. Tonight, as Brother Marcus sat in the monastery's scriptorium surrounded by his carefully maintained records, he was examining something that had arrived that afternoon. A collection of manuscripts from a monastery in France that had been destroyed during a recent conflict. The loss of the French monastery was tragic. Centuries of accumulated wisdom had been scattered to the winds, and only a small portion of their library had been saved by monks who had fled with whatever texts they could carry. Among these rescued texts was something extraordinary, a detailed account of medieval sleep practices written by a monk named Brother Augustine nearly 200 years earlier. The manuscript was bound in leather that had darkened with age, its vellum pages yellowed but still perfectly legible. The text was written in Latin, as was customary for scholarly works of the period, but Brother Augustine's prose had a poetic quality that made even the most technical observations seem like hymns of praise. The manuscript bore the title De Somno Divino et Horis Vigiliae, on divine sleep and the hours of watching. As Brother Marcus read, his excitement grew with each page. Augustine's account described practices that perfectly matched what he had been observing in his own community, but with a level of detail and theoretical understanding that far exceeded his own investigations. According to Augustine's account, the practice of biphasic sleep wasn't just natural or even beneficial. It was sacred, a gift from God that allowed mortals to experience a state of consciousness that bridged the gap between earthly awareness and divine revelation. Augustine wrote of sleep as a form of prayer, of the watching hours as a time when the soul was most receptive to divine inspiration, and of the entire cycle of rest and wakefulness as a reflection of the eternal rhythm of creation itself. In the beginning, Augustine had written, God created the heavens and the earth, and divided the light from the darkness. so too must the faithful divide their rest, honoring both the darkness that brings dreams and visions, and the gentle light of consciousness that allows for contemplation and prayer. The soul that learns to wake and watch in the deep hours of night participates in the very rhythm of creation, joining the eternal vigil of the angels who neither sleep nor slumber. Brother Marcus read with growing excitement as Augustine described what he called somnus divinus, divine sleep. This wasn't simply a matter of sleeping in two phases, but a complete spiritual practice that integrated rest, dreams, contemplation, and prayer into a unified approach to spiritual development. According to Augustine, those who mastered this practice could achieve levels of spiritual insight and divine communion that were impossible through conventional means. The manuscript described the hora vigilia, the hour of watching, in terms that perfectly matched Brother Marcus's own observations. Augustine wrote of monks who received visions during their first sleep, then woke to contemplate and interpret these divine messages during the midnight hours, before returning to a second sleep that was deeper and more restorative than any continuous slumber could be. The first sleep, Augustine had written, is the time of receiving, when the soul, freed from the distractions of earthly concerns, opens itself to divine communication. The dreams that come during this blessed rest are not mere phantoms of the mind, but messages from the realm of spirit, encoded in symbols that require the gentle wisdom of the watching hours to decode. But what truly captured Brother Marcus's attention was Augustine's description of certain individuals who seemed particularly gifted in this practice. People he called custodes noctis, or night guardians. These were individuals whose midnight consciousness seemed especially clear, who could remember their dreams with perfect clarity, and whose insights during the watching hours proved remarkably prophetic and wise. According to Augustine's manuscript, these night guardians weren't just spiritually gifted. They served a practical purpose in medieval communities. They were the ones who could sense approaching weather changes during their midnight vigils, who could detect the early signs of illness in their communities, who could solve complex problems that had puzzled others during daylight hours. Their gifts weren't supernatural, Augustine insisted, but natural abilities that emerged when human consciousness was allowed to function according to its deepest rhythms. The night guardians, Augustine had written, are not chosen by divine favor alone, but by their willingness to honor the ancient rhythm of rest and wakefulness. Any soul that learns to wake and watch with proper reverence may discover within themselves the gifts of the custodes noctis. For these abilities are not foreign to human nature, but are the natural flowering of consciousness when it is allowed to follow the patterns established by the Creator. As Brother Marcus read deeper into the manuscript, he began to realize that Augustine's descriptions of the night guardians matched perfectly with what he had observed in certain members of his own community. Brother Thomas, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to predict changes in weather that affected the monastery's agricultural work. Sister Catherine from the nearby convent, who often provided guidance to villagers facing difficult decisions, her advice proving remarkably wise and prescient. And, most remarkably, what he had heard about a young scribe in the village below, named Edmund Blackthorn. The villagers spoke of Edmund with a mixture of respect and wonder, though they seemed unaware of the true significance of his gifts. They told stories of how he had predicted the early frost that had saved the harvest, warning the farmers to bring in their crops just days before an unexpected cold snap would have destroyed them. They spoke of how he had sensed the approach of the plague that had threatened a neighboring village. his warnings allowing Thornwick to take precautions that had kept the disease from spreading to their community. More remarkably, they told of how Edmund's advice during midnight conversations had solved disputes that had festered for months, how his insights had helped families resolve conflicts that had seemed intractable, how his gentle wisdom had brought peace to situations that had threatened to tear the community apart. What they didn't realize was that Edmund's gifts weren't supernatural. They were the natural result of a sleep pattern that had been practiced and perfected over centuries. Brother Marcus set down the manuscript and walked to the window of the scriptorium. Below him, the village of Thornwick lay in darkness, broken only by the occasional flicker of candlelight from windows where the midnight watchers pursued their quiet activities. Somewhere down there, Edmund was likely awake, writing in his journal or contemplating the dreams that had come to him during his first sleep. The monk made a decision that would change both their lives. Tomorrow he would invite Edmund to the monastery, not as a scribe seeking work, but as someone who might help him understand the deeper mysteries of medieval sleep. For Brother Marcus had discovered something else in Augustine's manuscript, a warning about what happened when communities lost touch with the natural rhythm of biphasic sleep. According to Augustine, there had been periods in history when various pressures, war, social upheaval, changes in religious practice, had caused people to abandon the traditional sleep pattern in favor of continuous nighttime slumber. During these periods, Augustine noted, communities became more anxious, less creative, more prone to conflict and spiritual emptiness. The loss of the midnight watching hours, he argued, was not just a change in sleep habits, it was a loss of an essential human capacity for reflection and connection. When the watching hours are abandoned, Augustine had written, the soul loses its connection to the deeper rhythms of creation. The dreams of the first sleep become mere phantoms, their divine messages unheard and unheeded. The community loses its night guardians, those blessed souls who serve as bridges between the realm of spirit and the world of flesh. Without their guidance, the people wander in darkness, driven by earthly concerns alone, cut off from the wisdom that flows like a hidden river through the hours of sacred night. Brother Marcus shivered, though whether from the cold night air or from the implications of Augustine's warning, he couldn't say. He had noticed troubling signs in recent months. Reports from other monasteries of monks struggling with sleeplessness, of communities where the old practices were being abandoned in favor of what some called more efficient sleep schedules. The changes were subtle but disturbing. Younger monks, influenced by new ideas coming from the universities, were beginning to question the value of the traditional midnight prayers. Some argued that it would be more efficient to sleep through the night and use the saved time for additional daytime work or study. They spoke of maximizing productivity, of using time more rationally, of bringing monastic life into alignment with what they called modern understanding. There were whispers of new ideas coming from the universities in Paris and Oxford, suggestions that continuous sleep was more natural, more productive than the traditional pattern of first sleep and second sleep. Some of the younger monks had begun to experiment with these ideas, forcing themselves to sleep through the night and using their former midnight hours for additional daytime work. But Brother Marcus had observed the results of these experiments, and they troubled him deeply. The monks who abandoned the midnight watching hours seemed to lose something essential. Their dreams became less vivid, their spiritual insights less profound, their ability to solve complex problems diminished. They worked longer hours, but their work lacked the depth and creativity that came from minds refreshed by the natural rhythm of rest and contemplation. Brother Francis, a young monk who had been among the first to adopt the new sleep schedule, had initially seemed more productive. He spent his former midnight hours copying additional manuscripts, and his output of completed texts had increased significantly. But the quality of his work had suffered in ways that were difficult to quantify, but impossible to ignore. His copying, while technically accurate, lacked the careful attention and reverent spirit that had characterized his earlier work. More troubling, he had begun to complain of persistent fatigue and difficulty concentrating during his daytime studies. "I sleep 8 full hours," Brother Francis had told Brother Marcus during a recent conversation. "Yet, I wake feeling as if I have not rested at all. My dreams are confused and meaningless, and my mind feels clouded throughout the day. Perhaps I need even more sleep, or perhaps there is some illness affecting me." Brother Marcus had suspected that the problem wasn't too little sleep, but the wrong kind of sleep. The young monk was forcing his body into a pattern that worked against its natural rhythms, and the results were exactly what Augustine's manuscript had predicted. But he had been reluctant to share his theories without more evidence, knowing that his observations might be dismissed as mere superstition by those influenced by the new ideas from the universities. As he stood at the window, Brother Marcus could see a light flickering in what he knew to be Edmund's cottage. The young scribe was awake, as he was every night at this hour, participating in a practice that connected him to centuries of human wisdom. Tomorrow, Brother Marcus would begin to share that wisdom more formally, to help Edmund understand that his midnight wakefulness wasn't just a personal quirk. It was part of a sacred tradition that stretched back to the very beginnings of civilized society. But tonight, as the monk returned to his reading of Augustine's manuscript, he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running short. The old ways were being challenged by forces that valued efficiency over wisdom, productivity over spiritual depth. If the ancient practices were lost, something irreplaceable would disappear from human experience. The midnight watchers of Thornwick might be among the last to practice the ancient art of divine sleep, and their knowledge might be the key to preserving something essential for future generations. Brother Marcus lit another candle and settled back into his reading. Augustine's manuscript contained much more than just descriptions of sleep practices. It was a comprehensive guide to what the ancient monk had called the sacred science of consciousness. Augustine had spent decades studying the relationship between sleep, dreams, and spiritual development, and his findings were both profound and practical. The art of divine sleep, Augustine had written, requires more than simply dividing one's rest into 2 periods. It demands a complete understanding of how consciousness moves through different states, how the soul prepares itself for divine communication, and how the insights received during the watching hours can be integrated into daily life for the benefit of the entire community. The manuscript described specific techniques for preparing for the first sleep, methods for remembering and interpreting dreams, practices for maintaining awareness during the watching hours, and ways to ensure that the second sleep provided complete restoration. Augustine had developed what amounted to a complete curriculum for training night guardians, a systematic approach to cultivating the gifts that emerged naturally from proper sleep practices. One section of the manuscript particularly caught Brother Marcus's attention. Augustine had written about the importance of community in maintaining the practice of divine sleep. The night guardians, he explained, didn't work in isolation. They formed networks of mutual support and shared wisdom that strengthened the entire community. The watching hours, Augustine had written, create invisible bonds between those who honor them. During these sacred times, the boundaries between individual consciousness become thin, allowing for a form of communion that transcends ordinary human connection. The night guardians of a community are linked by threads of shared awareness, each one's insights enriching and supporting the others. This explained something that Brother Marcus had observed but hadn't fully understood. The monks in his community, who maintained the traditional sleep patterns, seemed to work together more effectively, to understand each other's thoughts and needs with unusual clarity. Their collaborative efforts produced results that exceeded what any of them could have achieved individually, as if their midnight vigils had created a form of collective consciousness that enhanced their daytime activities. Augustine's manuscript also contained detailed observations about the relationship between the watching hours and physical health. The ancient monk had noticed that those who practiced divine sleep showed remarkable resistance to illness, maintained their mental clarity well into old age, and seemed to possess a vitality that those following conventional sleep patterns lacked. The body, Augustine had written, is not merely a vessel for the soul, but a sacred instrument that must be tuned according to divine principles. The rhythm of first sleep and watching hours allows the body to repair itself according to its deepest nature, while the mind processes the experiences of the day and prepares for the challenges of tomorrow. Those who honor this rhythm find that their bodies serve them faithfully throughout long and productive lives. As Brother Marcus read these observations, he thought of the elderly monks in his community who had maintained the traditional practices throughout their lives. Brother Thomas was nearly 80 years old, yet he moved with the grace and energy of a man half his age. His mind remained sharp and clear, his spiritual insights as profound as ever. Other monks who had abandoned the midnight vigils in favor of continuous sleep often seemed to age more rapidly, their bodies and minds showing signs of wear that seemed premature. The candle burned lower as Brother Marcus continued to read, learning about practices and insights that would soon transform not just his understanding of sleep, but his entire approach to spiritual life. Augustine's manuscript was more than just a historical document. It was a practical guide to a way of life that honored both human nature and divine purpose. As the night deepened, Brother Marcus found himself planning how he would share this knowledge with Edmund and others who might be ready to understand its significance. The manuscript would need to be copied carefully, its wisdom preserved and transmitted to those who could benefit from its teachings. But more than that, the practices it described would need to be tested and refined for contemporary circumstances. Augustine had written his manuscript 2 centuries earlier, in a world that was different in many ways from the one Brother Marcus inhabited. The challenges facing medieval communities had evolved, the pressures and distractions had changed, but the fundamental human need for the watching hours remained constant. The task would be to adapt Augustine's wisdom to current circumstances while preserving its essential insights. Brother Marcus made notes in the margins of his own journal as he read, recording observations and questions that he would explore with Edmund and others. How could the practices of divine sleep be maintained in communities where the old rhythms were being challenged? What modifications might be necessary to accommodate the changing demands of medieval life? How could the wisdom of the night guardians be preserved and transmitted to future generations? These questions would require more than theoretical study. They would need practical experimentation and careful observation. Edmund, with his natural gifts and his detailed records of midnight experiences, would be an invaluable partner in this work. Together, they might be able to develop a comprehensive understanding of how the ancient practices could be preserved and strengthened for the challenges ahead. As dawn approached, and the time for his own second sleep beckoned, Brother Marcus carefully closed Augustine's manuscript and secured it in the wooden chest where he kept his most precious texts. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities and new challenges, but tonight had provided something invaluable. A deeper understanding of the sacred tradition he had been unconsciously serving throughout his monastic life. The watching hours weren't just a quaint medieval custom or a relic of a simpler time. They were a profound spiritual practice that addressed fundamental human needs, that transcended historical periods and cultural changes. The wisdom contained in Augustine's manuscript was as relevant to Brother Marcus's world as it had been to the ancient monks, and it would likely remain relevant for generations to come. Brother Marcus extinguished his candle and prepared for his second sleep, his mind filled with plans and possibilities. In a few hours, he would wake refreshed and ready to begin the important work of sharing Augustine's wisdom with those who could benefit from it. The ancient tradition of the Night Guardians was about to be renewed and strengthened, and Edmund Blackthorne would play a crucial role in that renewal. But first, there would be the deep, restorative sleep that came to those who honored the natural rhythms of rest and wakefulness. In his dreams, Brother Marcus would process the insights he had gained from Augustine's manuscript, and when he woke, he would be ready to begin the great work of preserving and transmitting the sacred science of consciousness to a new generation of midnight watchers. The monastery settled into the profound silence that came in the hours before dawn, its ancient stones holding the wisdom of centuries within their walls. In the village below, other midnight watchers were completing their own vigils, each one contributing their unique gifts to the collective wisdom of the community. The eternal rhythm of first sleep, watching hours, and second sleep continued as it had for countless generations, a testament to the enduring power of practices that honored both human nature and divine purpose. And in the village below, Edmund continued his own midnight vigil, unaware that his simple practice of waking, writing, and contemplating was about to become part of something much larger. A quest to preserve the wisdom of the ages before it was lost forever. The peaceful world of the watching hours was about to be challenged and transformed, but it was also about to be strengthened by the rediscovery of ancient wisdom that would guide it through the trials ahead. Brother Marcus and the monastic tradition. Brother Marcus of St. Aldrich was 35 years old when he arrived in Thornwick, though his serene demeanor and prematurely gray hair made him appear both older and younger than his actual age. He possessed the kind of timeless quality that comes to those who have spent years in contemplation, whose lives have been shaped more by inner development than by external events. The monastery of St. Aldrich, where Brother Marcus had spent the previous 15 years of his life, was renowned throughout England for its scholarly traditions and its preservation of ancient Christian practices. Founded in the 8th century by Irish monks who had brought with them the wisdom of the Celtic Church, St. Aldrich had maintained an unbroken tradition of learning and spiritual development that had survived Viking raids, Norman conquest, and the countless political upheavals that had shaped medieval England. It was at St. Aldrich that Brother Marcus had first learned about the practice of divine sleep, though the monks there simply called it the night office, and considered it as natural and necessary as breathing. The monastic schedule divided the night into periods of rest and prayer, with the community gathering for matins in the deep hours of darkness before returning to their cells for additional sleep until dawn. Brother Marcus had been drawn to monastic life not by a dramatic conversion experience, but by a gradual recognition that the world outside the monastery walls had lost touch with something essential to human well-being. As a young man growing up in York, He had observed the increasing pace of commercial life, the growing emphasis on productivity and efficiency, and the corresponding decline in the kind of reflective practices that had sustained human communities for centuries. The monastery offered an alternative, a way of life that honored both the need for productive work and the requirement for contemplative rest. The monks of St. Aldrich were not idle dreamers, but practical men who managed extensive agricultural operations, maintained one of the finest libraries in northern England, and provided education and medical care to the surrounding communities. But they accomplished all of this within a framework that recognized the fundamental importance of balance between activity and rest, between engagement with the world and withdrawal into the depths of the soul. During his years at St. Aldrich, Brother Marcus had become particularly interested in the historical development of Christian sleep practices. He studied the writings of the Desert Fathers, who had developed many of the contemplative techniques that later became standard in monastic communities. He researched the rule of Saint Benedict, which provided detailed instructions for the organization of monastic life, including specific guidelines for the timing and structure of rest periods. He examined the practices of Celtic monasticism, which had maintained particularly close connections to the natural rhythms that governed human consciousness. What Brother Marcus discovered in his research was that the practice of divided sleep was not a monastic innovation, but a preservation of patterns that had been natural to human beings throughout history. Before the advent of artificial lighting, people in all cultures had naturally awakened during the night hours, and had used this time for activities that required quiet concentration and reflection. The monks had simply formalized and sanctified these natural rhythms, creating structured opportunities for prayer and contemplation during the hours when the human mind was most receptive to spiritual insight. The night office was not an interruption of rest, but its completion, a way of honoring the full cycle of consciousness that included both the restoration that came through sleep and the illumination that emerged during periods of wakeful contemplation. Brother Marcus's assignment to Thornwick had come about through a combination of circumstances that he had learned to recognize as divine providence. Father William, the village priest, was aging and needed assistance with his pastoral duties. The monastery needed to establish stronger connections with the rural communities that surrounded it. And Brother Marcus himself had begun to feel called to share the wisdom he had acquired during his years of study and contemplation. The transition from monastic life to village ministry might have been difficult for someone less prepared. But Brother Marcus had spent years developing the kind of inner stability that allowed him to maintain his contemplative practices regardless of external circumstances. He brought to Thornwick not just theological knowledge but practical wisdom about how to create sustainable patterns of work and rest that honored both individual needs and community requirements. His first months in the village were spent in careful observation and gentle inquiry. Brother Marcus understood that lasting change could not be imposed from outside, but had to emerge from the genuine needs and interests of the people themselves. He listened to their concerns about sleeplessness and anxiety, their frustrations with work that seemed increasingly demanding but less fulfilling, their sense that something essential was missing from their lives despite material prosperity that exceeded anything their ancestors had known. It was during the long winter evenings of his first year in Thornwick that Brother Marcus began to share the wisdom he had acquired about the ancient practices of rest and contemplation. He spoke not as a teacher delivering doctrine, but as a fellow traveler sharing discoveries that had transformed his own life. He described the peace that came from working with, rather than against, the natural rhythms of consciousness, the creativity that emerged during the quiet hours of night, and the sense of connection to something larger than oneself that developed through regular periods of contemplative wakefulness. The villagers were initially skeptical, but Brother Marcus's own example was compelling. They could see that he possessed a kind of serene energy that set him apart from others, that he approached even the most challenging situations with a calm confidence that suggested deep reserves of inner strength. When he spoke about the benefits of divine sleep, he was not promoting an untested theory, but sharing the fruits of years of personal experience. Gradually, a few of the more adventurous villagers began to experiment with the practices that Brother Marcus described. They would go to bed at their usual time, but allow themselves to wake naturally during the night hours, spending time in prayer, meditation, or quiet conversation before returning to sleep. The results were remarkable. Improved rest, greater clarity during the day, and a sense of peace that had been missing from their lives. As word of these benefits spread through the village, Brother Marcus found himself at the center of a gentle revolution that was transforming not just individual lives, but the entire character of the community. The watching hours became a time when families strengthened their bonds, when craftsmen perfected their skills, when the wisdom of older generations was passed on to younger ones, and when the entire village seemed to breathe with a deeper, more natural rhythm. But Brother Marcus understood that the practices he was sharing were not just techniques for better sleep. They were pathways to a more complete understanding of human nature and its relationship to the divine. The watching hours provided access to states of consciousness that were normally hidden beneath the busy activities of daylight life. During these quiet periods, people often experienced insights and inspirations that seemed to come from beyond their ordinary thinking minds. The monk began to document these experiences, collecting accounts of the dreams, visions, and creative inspirations that emerged during the practice of divine sleep. What he discovered was a consistent pattern of enhanced intuition, improved problem-solving abilities, and deeper spiritual awareness among those who regularly honored the ancient rhythm of rest and wakefulness. Brother Marcus's scholarly training enabled him to place these observations within the broader context of Christian mystical tradition. The experiences that villagers described during their watching hours were remarkably similar to those reported by contemplatives throughout the history of the Church. The quiet hours of night seemed to provide natural access to the kinds of spiritual states that mystics had traditionally achieved through years of disciplined practice. This discovery had profound implications for Brother Marcus's understanding of his ministry. He began to realize that he was not simply helping people sleep better. He was facilitating their access to dimensions of consciousness that had been largely forgotten by the modern world. The watching hours were not just a practical technique for improving rest, but a spiritual practice that could transform people's relationship to themselves, their communities, and their understanding of the divine. As the practice of divine sleep spread throughout Thornwick and began to attract attention from neighboring communities, Brother Marcus found himself in the position of preserving and transmitting wisdom that was both ancient and urgently relevant to contemporary needs. The gentle revolution that had begun in his small village was touching lives throughout the region, and he understood that he had been called to serve as a guardian of practices that could help heal the growing disconnection between human beings and the natural rhythms that sustained healthy life. The monk's role in what would become known as the Guild of Midnight Watchers was that of spiritual guide and historical anchor. His deep knowledge of contemplative tradition provided the theological foundation for practices that might otherwise have been dismissed as mere innovation or superstition. His years of monastic training had given him the skills needed to create sustainable structures for community spiritual development. and his gentle, patient approach to teaching ensured that the ancient wisdom could be transmitted in ways that honored both its sacred origins and its practical applications to everyday life. Brother Marcus understood that he was participating in something much larger than a local experiment in better sleep habits. The practices he was sharing represented a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future, a way of honoring ancient knowledge while adapting it to contemporary circumstances. The watching hours were not just a return to old ways, but a step forward into a more complete understanding of what it meant to be fully human in a world that had forgotten how to rest. Part 3. The Dream, Weaver's Daughter. The morning mist clung to the cobblestones of Thornwick like a gentle shroud as Edmund made his way up the winding path to St. Aldrich's Monastery. The path was worn smooth by centuries of pilgrims and visitors, its stones polished by countless footsteps of those who had sought wisdom and solace within the monastery's ancient walls. Brother Marcus's invitation had arrived the previous evening, written in the monk's careful script on a piece of precious parchment that still smelled faintly of the monastery's scriptorium. "Come at the hour of prime," the message had read, "for I have something to share that may illuminate the darkness you write about so eloquently." Edmund had been puzzled by the invitation. How did Brother Marcus know about his midnight writings? He had shared them with no one except for Isabel. Isabel Weaver was the daughter of Master Thomas, the village's most skilled weaver, and she possessed a gift that made her both revered and slightly feared among the villagers. Isabel could interpret dreams with an accuracy that seemed almost supernatural, her insights proving so consistently accurate that people came to her from villages miles away, seeking understanding of the visions that visited them during their first sleep. What made Isabel's gift even more remarkable was that she herself experienced the most vivid and prophetic dreams of anyone in the region. During her midnight waking hours, she would sit by her loom and weave patterns that seemed to emerge from her subconscious mind. Intricate designs that often proved to be symbolic representations of future events. Her tapestries were sought after not just for their beauty, but for the wisdom they contained, the way they seemed to capture truths that ordinary consciousness could never grasp. Isabel was 22 years old, with the kind of serene beauty that came from a life lived in harmony with natural rhythms. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, her eyes the deep green of forest shadows, and her hands moved with the graceful precision of someone who had spent years perfecting her craft. But it was the quality of her attention that made her truly remarkable. The way she seemed to listen not just to words, but to the deeper meanings that lay beneath the surface of ordinary conversation. She had inherited her gifts from her grandmother, a woman known throughout the region as the Wise Woman of Thornwick. The old woman had been dead for 5 years now, but her influence lived on in the techniques and wisdom she had passed to her granddaughter. Isabel's loom was the same one her grandmother had used, its wooden frame worn smooth by generations of skilled hands, its mechanisms adjusted and refined over decades of use. The loom itself was a work of art, crafted from oak that had grown in the ancient forests surrounding Thornwick. Its frame was decorated with carvings that depicted the cycle of seasons, the phases of the moon, and symbols that represented the eternal rhythm of sleep and wakefulness. When Isabel worked at her loom during the midnight hours, the patterns she created seemed to emerge from some deep well of ancestral wisdom, as if the loom itself was guiding her hands. Edmund had first met Isabel 3 months earlier, when his mother had fallen ill with a fever that the village healer couldn't break. The illness had come suddenly, striking the elderly woman with a force that left her delirious and barely conscious. The village healer, old Margaret, had tried all her traditional remedies: willow bark tea for the fever, honey and herbs for the cough, poultices and prayers for the general weakness, but nothing seemed to help. Desperate for guidance, Edmund had sought out the Dreamweaver's daughter, carrying with him the journal where he recorded his midnight visions. He had heard stories of Isabel's gift for interpretation, but he had never sought her help before, preferring to puzzle out the meanings of his dreams through his own contemplation. But his mother's illness had filled him with a fear that clouded his usual clarity, making it impossible for him to understand the confusing and frightening dreams that had been coming to him since she had fallen sick. Isabel's cottage stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden where she grew the plants she used to dye her threads. The garden was a marvel of careful planning and natural beauty, with herbs and flowers arranged in patterns that seemed to mirror the designs she wove into her tapestries. Lavender grew beside roses, mint beside marigolds, creating combinations of color and fragrance that changed with the seasons and the time of day. The cottage itself was larger than most village homes, built to accommodate the great loom that dominated the main room. The walls were lined with skeins of thread in every color imaginable. Some dyed with traditional plant materials, others created through techniques that Isabel had developed through years of experimentation. The threads seemed to glow in the candlelight, creating an atmosphere that was both practical and magical. Isabel had been awake when Edmund arrived at her cottage, as he had somehow known she would be. She sat at her loom in the candlelit room, her fingers moving through the warp and weft with practiced ease while her mind worked through the meaning of a dream that had come to her that very night. The tapestry, taking shape under her hands, depicted a scene that Edmund couldn't quite decipher. Figures moving through a landscape that seemed to shift and change as he watched. "You're the scribe who writes in the watching hours," she had said without looking up from her work. It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact delivered with the quiet confidence of someone who knew many things that weren't immediately apparent to others. "How did you know?" Edmund had asked, though he wasn't entirely surprised. There was something about Isabel that suggested she knew many things that ordinary observation couldn't explain, as if her gift for interpreting dreams extended to understanding the waking world as well. "Your dreams have been calling to mine," she had replied simply, her hands never pausing in their work. "For weeks now, I've been seeing images of a young man writing by candlelight, recording visions that dance like flames across parchment. The dreams told me you would come, though they didn't tell me why." That night, Isabel had interpreted Edmund's recorded dreams with a precision that left him speechless. She had seen in his visions not just personal guidance, but messages that concerned the entire village. His dream of the glowing library had been a warning about the coming winter. The books represented stored knowledge, and their inner light suggested that wisdom would be needed to survive the harsh months ahead. More remarkably, she had woven these interpretations into a tapestry that seemed to capture the very essence of Edmund's midnight experiences. The fabric showed a figure writing by candlelight, surrounded by swirling patterns that represented dreams and visions, all connected by threads of silver that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The tapestry was beautiful, but it was also functional, a permanent record of insights that might otherwise have been lost to memory. "Your mother's illness," Isabel had said as she worked, "is reflected in your dreams as a great storm threatening a small house. But the storm passes, and the house stands firm. She will recover, but slowly, and she will need the kind of care that can only be given by someone who understands the deeper rhythms of healing. Isabel had been right. Edmund's mother had indeed recovered, but it had taken weeks of careful nursing, and her recovery had followed exactly the pattern that Isabel had seen in the dream interpretation. The fever had broken gradually. The weakness had faded slowly, and throughout the process, Edmund had found that his midnight vigils provided the clarity and patience needed to care for her properly. From that night forward, Edmund and Isabel had shared their midnight vigils. While he wrote in his journal, she worked at her loom, and together they had discovered that their combined practices created something greater than the sum of their individual gifts. Edmund's written records of dreams and visions, combined with Isabel's intuitive interpretations and symbolic weavings, had begun to reveal patterns that neither could have seen alone. They had discovered that the dreams experienced during the first sleep often contained information about future events, but this information was encoded in symbols and metaphors that required careful interpretation. The midnight waking hours provided the perfect state of consciousness for this interpretive work. Alert enough to think clearly, but still connected to the dream state where symbolic thinking flourished. Their collaboration had developed naturally, without formal arrangement or conscious planning. Edmund would arrive at Isabel's cottage as the midnight hours began, carrying his journal and writing materials. Isabel would be waiting at her loom, her threads and patterns ready for the night's work. They would settle into their respective activities, working in companionable silence that was broken only by occasional quiet conversations about the insights emerging from their practices. The cottage during the midnight hours became a sanctuary of focused attention and creative work. The only sounds were the gentle scratching of Edmund's quill, the soft whisper of Isabel's shuttle moving through the warp threads, and the occasional crackle of the fire that provided warmth and additional light. The atmosphere was one of profound concentration, but also of peace and mutual support. Edmund had never experienced anything like the quality of work that emerged during these shared vigils. His writing became more fluid and insightful, his understanding of his dreams deeper and more nuanced. Isabel's weaving reached new levels of complexity and beauty, her patterns incorporating symbols and meanings that seemed to emerge from some collective unconscious that they both accessed during the watching hours. More remarkably, they had begun to experience what could only be called shared insights. Edmund would be writing about a particular dream or vision, and Isabel would simultaneously begin weaving a pattern that perfectly illustrated the meaning he was trying to capture in words. Or Isabel would be working through the interpretation of one of her own dreams, and Edmund would find himself writing observations that provided exactly the clarity she needed. These synchronicities happened too frequently to be mere coincidence. It was as if their midnight vigils had created a form of shared consciousness, a connection that allowed them to access insights and understanding that neither could have achieved alone. They had become, without realizing it, what Augustine's manuscript would later identify as a working partnership of night guardians. Their combined work had begun to attract attention from other villagers, though most people didn't understand the true nature of what Edmund and Isabel were accomplishing. They saw only that the young scribe and the weaver's daughter had developed an unusual friendship, that they spent their midnight hours together in some form of scholarly or artistic collaboration. But the results of their work, the insights that helped solve village problems, the predictions that proved remarkably accurate, the wisdom that seemed to emerge from their quiet hours, these results spoke for themselves. Now, as Edmund climbed toward the monastery, he wondered if Brother Marcus had somehow learned about his collaboration with Isabel. The monk's invitation had mentioned illuminating the darkness, a phrase that seemed to reference the very work they had been doing together. Perhaps their midnight activities had attracted more attention than they had realized. Or perhaps Brother Marcus had insights of his own that connected to their discoveries. The monastery gates stood open, and Brother Marcus was waiting in the courtyard, his brown robes rustling softly in the morning breeze. The monk's face bore an expression of excitement barely contained by monastic discipline, and his eyes held the bright intensity of someone who had made an important discovery. Edmund had seen that expression before, on the faces of scholars who had found the missing piece to a puzzle they had been working on for years. "Edmund," Brother Marcus said, clasping the young scribe's hands in greeting. "I have been waiting for this day with great anticipation. Come, there is much to show you, and I believe you will find it as fascinating as I have." The monk led Edmund through corridors lined with stone arches, their footsteps echoing softly in the ancient spaces. The monastery was built in the Romanesque style, with thick walls and small windows that created an atmosphere of solidity and permanence. The corridors were lit by oil lamps that cast a warm, steady light, very different from the flickering candles that Edmund was accustomed to during his midnight vigils. They passed through the cloister, where monks were engaged in their morning activities, some tending the gardens, others copying manuscripts in the outdoor scriptorium. Still others engaged in quiet conversation or private prayer. The atmosphere was one of purposeful activity, but also of peace and contemplation. Edmund could sense that this was a community that understood the value of both work and reflection, activity and rest. The monastery's famous library was their destination, and when Brother Marcus opened its heavy wooden doors, Edmund gasped in amazement. The room was vast, filled with manuscripts and books that represented centuries of accumulated knowledge. The walls were lined with shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, each one packed with volumes bound in leather and vellum. The air smelled of parchment and ink, of beeswax, and the subtle fragrance of dried herbs that were used to protect the books from insects and decay. But it was what Brother Marcus showed him next that took Edmund's breath away. Spread across a large wooden table were dozens of manuscripts, some so old that their vellum pages seemed almost translucent. These were the rescued texts from the French monastery, and among them was Brother Augustine's account of divine sleep and the night guardians. "Read this," Brother Marcus said, pointing to a particular passage in Augustine's manuscript. "And tell me if it sounds familiar." Edmund leaned over the ancient text, his eyes adjusting to the faded Latin script. The manuscript was written in a hand that was both elegant and precise, each letter formed with the care of someone who understood that words were sacred vessels for important ideas. As he read Augustine's description of the night guardians, individuals whose midnight consciousness seemed especially clear, who could remember their dreams with perfect clarity, and whose insights during the watching hours proved remarkably prophetic. His eyes widened with recognition. The description was so accurate, so detailed, that it seemed as if Augustine had been observing Edmund's own experiences across the centuries. The ancient monk wrote of night guardians who kept detailed records of their dreams and insights, who worked during the midnight hours to interpret and understand the messages that came to them during their first sleep, who served their communities as sources of wisdom and guidance. This describes what Isabel and I have been experiencing, Edmund said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Isabel?" Brother Marcus asked, his eyebrows raising with interest. Edmund told the monk about his collaboration with the dream weaver's daughter, about their shared midnight vigils, and the patterns they had discovered in the relationship between first sleep dreams and waking insights. As he spoke, Brother Marcus's excitement grew visibly, his eyes brightening with each detail of Edmund's account. The monk listened with the intense attention of someone who understood the significance of what he was hearing. He asked questions about their methods, their discoveries, the ways their individual gifts complemented each other. He was particularly interested in Isabel's ability to weave symbolic representations of dream interpretations, seeing in this practice a form of permanent record-keeping that could preserve insights for future study. "You must bring her here," Brother Marcus said urgently when Edmund had finished his account. "What you have discovered together, it's not just interesting, it's essential." According to Augustine's manuscript, the night guardians served a crucial role in medieval communities. They were the ones who could sense approaching changes, who could interpret the collective unconscious of their people, who could provide guidance during times of uncertainty. Brother Marcus showed Edmund more passages from the manuscript, describing how night guardians had helped communities prepare for harsh winters, avoid plagues, resolve conflicts, and make important decisions. Their gifts weren't supernatural. They were the natural result of a sleep pattern that allowed for optimal access to both conscious reasoning and unconscious wisdom. "But there's something else," Brother Marcus said, his voice taking on a note of urgency. Augustine wrote about what happened when communities lost their night guardians, when the practice of biphasic sleep was abandoned. He called it somnus mortis, the death of sleep. The monk showed Edmund passages describing communities that had abandoned the traditional sleep pattern. According to Augustine, these communities became increasingly anxious and conflict-ridden. They lost their ability to sense approaching problems. Their creativity declined, and their spiritual life became shallow and ritualistic rather than deeply meaningful. "I fear we may be approaching such a time," Brother Marcus said. "There are pressures building, new ideas about efficiency and productivity that see the midnight watching hours as wasted time. Some monasteries have already begun experimenting with continuous sleep schedules, and the results are troubling." Edmund felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool morning air. The idea of losing the midnight hours, of abandoning the gentle rhythm that had shaped his entire life, seemed almost unthinkable. But he could see the appeal of the new ideas. In a world where survival often depended on hard work and productivity, the quiet hours of contemplation might seem like luxuries that couldn't be afforded. "What can we do?" he asked. Brother Marcus smiled, and for the first time that morning, his expression held hope rather than worry. "We can document everything. We can record not just the practices, but their effects. We can create a record so complete and compelling that future generations will understand what they would lose if they abandoned the ancient wisdom." The monk gestured to the manuscripts spread across the table. "Augustine began this work 200 years ago. I have continued it here at St. Aldrich's, but what you and Isabel have discovered, the practical application of night guardian abilities in a village setting, this could be the missing piece that makes the record complete." Edmund felt a sense of purpose settling over him like a warm cloak. This was why his midnight vigils had felt so important, why his collaboration with Isabel had seemed so natural and necessary. They weren't just pursuing personal interests, they were participating in something much larger, something that connected them to centuries of human wisdom and might help preserve that wisdom for the future. "I'll speak with Isabel today," he said. "I know she'll want to be part of this." Brother Marcus nodded, then paused as if considering something. there's one more thing," he said. Augustine's manuscript mentions that night guardians often worked in pairs or small groups, the combination of different gifts, your ability to record and analyze, Isabel's talent for interpretation and symbolic representation. This may be exactly what the tradition requires. As Edmund prepared to leave the monastery, his mind was already racing with possibilities. The collaboration with Isabel that had begun as a personal quest for understanding had revealed itself to be part of something much more significant. They were not just practicing an ancient art, they were preserving it, documenting it, and, perhaps most importantly, proving its continued relevance in a changing world. The walk back to Thornwick seemed shorter than the journey up, as if the knowledge he now carried had somehow lightened his steps. By the time he reached the village, the morning mist had lifted, and the day was bright with autumn sunshine. But Edmund's thoughts were already turning toward evening, toward the candlelit hours when he and Isabel would begin their new role as guardians of an ancient tradition. He found Isabel in her garden, tending to the plants she used for dyeing her threads. She was kneeling beside a patch of madder root, carefully harvesting the red-tinged roots that would produce the deep crimson threads she used in her most important tapestries. Her hands were stained with earth and plant juices, but she worked with the same careful attention she brought to her weaving, understanding that every aspect of her craft was connected to every other aspect. "Edmund," she said, looking up as he approached, "I've been expecting you. I had a dream last night about ancient books and hidden wisdom. I think you have something important to tell me." As Edmund described his morning at the monastery, Isabel listened with the same intense attention that Brother Marcus had shown. She asked questions about Augustine's manuscript, about the descriptions of night guardians, about the monks' plans for documenting and preserving the ancient practices. Her questions showed that she understood not just the practical implications of what Edmund was telling her, but the deeper significance of their role in preserving ancient wisdom. "This explains so much," she said when Edmund had finished. "I've always felt that our midnight work was part of something larger, but I never understood what that something might be. Now I see that we're not just pursuing our individual gifts, we're serving as guardians of a tradition that has sustained human communities for centuries." She stood and brushed the earth from her hands, her eyes bright with the same excitement that had filled Brother Marcus's expression. "When do we begin?" That evening, as the sun set over Thornwick and the familiar rhythm of first sleep beckoned, Edmund and Isabel prepared for their first night as conscious guardians of the ancient tradition. They had always been night guardians, but now they understood the significance of their role, the responsibility they carried to preserve and transmit wisdom that might otherwise be lost. Their cottage vigil that night had a different quality than their previous collaborations. They worked with the same focused attention, but now their individual activities were informed by a deeper understanding of their purpose. Edmund's writing became more systematic, more conscious of the need to create records that could be understood and used by future generations. Isabel's weaving incorporated symbols and patterns that she now recognized as part of an ancient visual language that had been used by night guardians for centuries. As they worked, they felt the presence of all those who had come before them. Augustine and his fellow monks, the Celtic wise women who had first understood the sacred nature of the watching hours, the countless unnamed individuals who had kept vigil through the centuries, preserving and transmitting the wisdom of the midnight watchers. They were part of an unbroken chain of consciousness that stretched back through time and would, they hoped, continue far into the future, but they also sensed the challenges that lay ahead. The ancient wisdom was under threat from new ideas that valued efficiency over depth, productivity over wisdom. Their work as night guardians would involve not just preserving the old practices, but finding ways to adapt them to changing circumstances, to demonstrate their continued relevance in a world that was increasingly skeptical of traditional ways. The night passed in focused work and quiet contemplation, and when dawn came, Edmund and Isabel felt that they had crossed a threshold. They were no longer just individuals pursuing their own spiritual and creative development. They were guardians of a sacred tradition, keepers of wisdom that had the power to transform communities and preserve essential aspects of human nature that might otherwise be lost. Their partnership had deepened into something that transcended ordinary friendship or collaboration. They had become what Augustine's manuscript described as a working unit of night guardians, their individual gifts complementing each other in ways that created something greater than either could achieve alone. Together, they would face the challenges ahead, working to preserve and strengthen the ancient tradition of the Midnight Watchers for the generations to come. But as they settled into their second sleep as the dawn light grew stronger, neither of them could have anticipated how quickly those challenges would arrive, or how profoundly their work would be tested by forces that saw the watching hours not as sacred time, but as obstacles to progress and efficiency. The peaceful world of the Midnight Watchers was about to face its greatest trial, and Edmund and Isabel would find themselves at the center of a conflict that would determine the future of the ancient wisdom they had sworn to protect. Isabel the Weaver. Isabel Fairfax possessed hands that seemed to hold magic, though she would have laughed at such a description and insisted that her abilities came from nothing more mysterious than years of patient practice and careful attention to the subtle languages that fibers spoke to those who knew how to listen. At 32, she was the finest weaver in Thornwick, and perhaps in all the surrounding counties, but her true gift lay not just in the technical mastery of her craft, but in her ability to capture in cloth the dreams and visions that emerged during the watching hours. Isabel had been born into a family of textile workers whose skills had been passed down through generations of women who understood that weaving was both practical craft and sacred art. Her grandmother had taught her that every thread carried within it the story of the plant or animal that had produced it, and that the weaver's task was not just to create useful cloth, but to honor these stories by combining them into patterns that reflected the deeper harmonies that governed all life. The young woman had shown exceptional talent from her earliest childhood, mastering techniques that normally took years to learn, and developing innovations that improved both the efficiency and the beauty of the weaving process. By the time she reached adulthood, Isabel's textiles were sought after by merchants who traveled from distant cities to acquire cloth that combined superior quality with artistic beauty that set it apart from anything else available in regional markets. But it was not until Isabel began to practice divine sleep that her weaving truly transcended the boundaries between craft and art. The watching hours provided her with access to states of consciousness, where she could perceive patterns and relationships that were invisible during the busy activities of daylight. During these quiet periods, she would often experience visions of textile designs that seemed to emerge from some deeper source of creativity than her ordinary thinking mind. Isabel's first experience with divine sleep had come about through her friendship with Brother Marcus, who had recognized in the young weaver a kindred spirit whose artistic sensibilities made her particularly receptive to the spiritual dimensions of the ancient sleep practices. The monk had spent many evenings discussing with Isabel the relationship between contemplative states and creative inspiration, sharing insights from the monastic tradition about how periods of quiet wakefulness could open the mind to sources of wisdom that were normally hidden beneath the surface of everyday consciousness. When Isabel began to experiment with the practice of divided sleep, she discovered that the watching hours provided exactly the kind of peaceful, focused attention that her most ambitious weaving projects required. The quiet hours of night were free from the interruptions and distractions that made complex creative work difficult during the day, and the state of relaxed alertness that characterized the period between first and second sleep seemed to enhance her ability to perceive the subtle relationships between colors, textures, and patterns that determined the success or failure of her designs. But Isabel's most remarkable discovery was that the dreams and visions she experienced during divine sleep could be translated directly into textile patterns that captured something essential about the states of consciousness from which they emerged. Working during the watching hours, guided by the images and insights that arose during her periods of rest, she began to create tapestries and cloth that seemed to carry within their patterns a kind of visual music that affected everyone who saw them. The process was unlike anything Isabel had experienced during her years of conventional weaving. Instead of beginning with predetermined designs and working to execute them as precisely as possible, she would enter the watching hours with only the most general sense of what she wanted to create, allowing the specific patterns and color combinations to emerge organically from the interplay between her conscious intentions and the deeper currents of inspiration that flowed during the quiet hours of night. The results were extraordinary. Isabel's divine sleep textiles, as they came to be known, possessed a quality that customers found difficult to describe but impossible to ignore. The patterns seemed to shift and change depending on the light and the angle from which they were viewed, creating an impression of depth and movement that made the cloth appear almost alive. The color combinations were both harmonious and surprising, following rules that seemed to transcend the conventional principles of design while creating effects that were undeniably beautiful. But perhaps most remarkably, people who spent time in rooms decorated with Isabel's divine sleep textiles reported that they experienced improved rest and enhanced creativity. The patterns seemed to have a calming effect that made it easier to achieve the kind of relaxed alertness that characterized the watching hours, while the subtle visual rhythms embedded in the cloth appeared to support the natural cycles of consciousness that divine sleep required. Isabel began to understand that her weaving was becoming something more than decorative art. It was evolving into a form of visual meditation that could help others access the states of consciousness that she experienced during her own practice of divine sleep. The patterns she created during the watching hours seemed to carry within them a kind of encoded wisdom that could be transmitted to anyone who spent time contemplating them with the proper attention. This discovery led Isabel to begin collaborating with Brother Marcus and Edmund in developing what would become one of the Guild of Midnight Watchers' most innovative contributions to the preservation and transmission of ancient wisdom. Working together, they created a system of symbolic weaving that could capture and preserve the insights and experiences that emerged during the practice of divine sleep. The system was based on Isabel's recognition that different states of consciousness were associated with distinct visual patterns and color relationships. The deep peace that characterized first sleep could be represented through certain combinations of blues and purples woven in flowing, organic patterns. The alert tranquility of the watching hours corresponded to geometric designs in earth tones that suggested both stability and movement. The creative inspiration that often emerged during second sleep was captured in complex patterns that combined multiple colors and textures in ways that seemed to pulse with life and energy. By learning to read these visual codes, Members of the guild could share their experiences and insights in ways that transcended the limitations of verbal description. A tapestry woven during the watching hours could communicate the essence of a particular meditation or vision more accurately than any written account, while the process of creating such textiles provided a form of contemplative practice that deepened and refined the weaver's understanding of the states of consciousness being represented. Isabel's symbolic weaving system also proved invaluable for teaching divine sleep practices to newcomers. Instead of relying solely on verbal instructions, which often failed to convey the subtle aspects of the practice that determined its success or failure, teachers could use specially designed textiles to help students understand the qualities of attention and awareness that characterized different phases of the sleep cycle. The young weaver's innovations attracted attention from far beyond the boundaries of Thornwick. Merchants who acquired her textiles found that they were eagerly sought after by customers throughout England and the continent, not just for their obvious beauty, but for the subtle effects they seemed to have on the environments where they were displayed. Religious communities began to commission special pieces for their chapels and meditation spaces, recognizing that Isabel's work could enhance the contemplative practices that were central to monastic life. But perhaps most significantly, Isabel's symbolic weaving became a crucial element in the guild's efforts to preserve and transmit the wisdom they were developing. Unlike written records, which could be lost or destroyed, textiles were durable, portable, and inherently valuable, making them ideal vehicles for preserving important knowledge across generations and geographic boundaries. The patterns that Isabel developed during her watching hours became a visual library that documented the guild's discoveries about consciousness, creativity, and the relationship between rest and human potential. Each tapestry was both a work of art and a repository of wisdom, a beautiful object that could be appreciated for its aesthetic qualities, while also serving as a guide for those seeking to understand and practice the ancient arts of divine sleep. As Isabel's reputation grew, she found herself in the unique position of being both artist and teacher, craftsperson and spiritual guide. The watching hours that had initially provided her with time for uninterrupted creative work had evolved into periods of profound communion with sources of inspiration that seemed to transcend her individual consciousness. During these quiet hours, she often felt as though she was serving as a conduit for patterns and designs that existed in some realm beyond ordinary perception, translating visions of beauty and harmony into forms that could be shared with others. The process of creating her most ambitious pieces required months of work during successive watching hours, with each night's session building upon the insights and progress of previous sessions. Isabel would begin each period of nighttime weaving by entering a state of receptive meditation, opening herself to whatever images or impulses might arise from the deeper levels of consciousness that divine sleep made accessible. She would then allow these inspirations to guide her hands as she selected threads, chose colors, and developed patterns that seemed to emerge organically from the interplay between conscious intention and unconscious wisdom. The resulting textiles were unlike anything that had been produced through conventional weaving methods. They possessed a coherence and complexity that reflected the extended periods of focused attention that their creation required, while their patterns seemed to capture something essential about the states of consciousness from which they had emerged. People who viewed Isabel's divine sleep tapestries often reported that they experienced a sense of recognition, as though the patterns were somehow familiar despite being unlike anything they had seen before. Isabel's role in what would become the Guild of Midnight Watchers was that of the artist mystic, the creative practitioner whose work demonstrated the practical applications of the spiritual insights that Brother Marcus preserved and Edmund documented. Her textiles provided tangible evidence that the practice of divine sleep could enhance human creativity in ways that produced results of lasting value, while her teaching methods showed how artistic practices could be used to transmit wisdom that was difficult to communicate through purely intellectual means. The young weaver understood that her work was contributing to something much larger than the development of new artistic techniques. The patterns she created during the watching hours were part of a broader effort to preserve and transmit knowledge that could help human beings reconnect with natural rhythms and capacities that were being lost in the increasingly artificial environment of medieval urban life. Isabel's textiles became ambassadors for the Guild's work, carrying the influence of divine sleep practices far beyond the boundaries of Thornwick and into communities throughout Europe, where they served as both inspiration and instruction for those seeking to rediscover the ancient arts of rest and contemplation. Her visual language provided a means of communication that transcended cultural and linguistic barriers, making the wisdom of the Midnight Watchers accessible to anyone who possessed the sensitivity to read the messages encoded in pattern and color. Part 4. The Merchant's Proposition. The first snow of winter had begun to fall on Thornwick when Master Geoffrey Aldrich arrived in the village, his fine woolen cloak dusted with white flakes and his leather boots clicking authoritatively on the cobblestones. Master Geoffrey was a merchant from London, a man of considerable wealth and influence whose business dealings extended throughout England and into the continental markets. He had come to Thornwick with a proposition that would challenge everything the villagers believed about work, rest, and the proper ordering of human life. Master Geoffrey was 42 years old, tall and lean with the kind of sharp-eyed intensity that came from years of successful business dealings. His clothes were of the finest quality, wool dyed with expensive indigo, leather worked by master craftsmen, silver buckles that gleamed even in the gray winter light. Everything about him spoke of success, efficiency, and the kind of modern thinking that was beginning to transform medieval society. He had not come to Thornwick by accident. The village's wool was renowned throughout the region for its exceptional quality, and Master Geoffrey had heard reports that the local weavers produced textiles that commanded premium prices in the London markets. What he hadn't expected was to discover that the village's productivity was intimately connected to what he considered an antiquated and inefficient approach to work and rest. Master Geoffrey had spent his first day in Thornwick meeting with the village's leading craftsmen and merchants, discussing production capabilities, quality standards, and delivery schedules. The conversations had gone well. The villagers were clearly skilled, and their products were indeed exceptional. But as evening approached and he prepared to retire to his room at the village inn, he had noticed something that puzzled and then increasingly irritated him. The village was going to sleep. Not just winding down from the day's activities, but actually going to sleep, at what Master Geoffrey considered far too early an hour. By the time the church bells chimed 8 o'clock, most of the cottages were dark, their occupants apparently settled into bed for the night. This seemed to the London merchant like a tremendous waste of productive time. Hours that could be used for additional work, for planning the next day's activities, for the kind of intensive effort that separated successful enterprises from mediocre ones. But what truly astonished him was what happened 4 hours later. As midnight approached, lights began to appear in windows throughout the village, not the flickering illumination of people awakened by emergencies or disturbances, but the steady, purposeful glow of candles lit by people who had awakened naturally and were settling into some form of organized activity. Master Geoffrey had watched from his window at the inn as the village transformed during the midnight hours. He could see figures moving about in the cottages, shadows cast by candlelight, suggesting people engaged in various forms of work or study. The baker's shop showed signs of activity as Thomas checked his ovens and tended to his slowly rising dough. Other cottages revealed glimpses of people engaged in activities that the merchant couldn't quite identify. Some appeared to be reading or writing. Others seemed to be working at various crafts. What disturbed Master Geoffrey most was that this midnight activity seemed completely organized and purposeful. This wasn't a few individuals suffering from sleeplessness or dealing with unusual circumstances. This was clearly a community-wide practice, a systematic approach to dividing the night that seemed to be accepted and even celebrated by everyone in the village. As a successful businessman, Master Geoffrey prided himself on understanding efficiency and productivity. He had built his fortune by identifying ways to maximize output, minimize waste, and optimize the use of time and resources. From his perspective, the Thornwick sleep pattern represented a fundamental misunderstanding of how to organize human activity for maximum effectiveness. The merchant had spent years perfecting what he considered the ideal work schedule. His own household in London operated on a system of continuous nighttime sleep, followed by 14-hour workdays. His servants rose before dawn and worked until well after sunset, with only brief breaks for meals. His craftsmen and apprentices followed similar schedules, maximizing the productive hours and minimizing the time lost to rest and recreation. This system had proven highly successful in London's competitive business environment. Master Geoffrey's workshops produced more goods than his competitors. His delivery schedules were more reliable, and his profit margins were consistently higher than industry standards. He attributed this success to his rigorous approach to time management and his refusal to accept traditional practices that seemed to waste precious productive hours. But the quality of Thornwick's wool and textiles suggested that their seemingly inefficient practices were somehow producing superior results. This contradiction puzzled and challenged Master Geoffrey's fundamental assumptions about productivity and success. How could a village that wasted 4 hours every night in what appeared to be unnecessary wakefulness produce goods that commanded premium prices in the most demanding markets? Determined to understand and ultimately correct what he saw as a fundamental flaw in the village's approach to work, Master Geoffrey had spent his second day in Thornwick, conducting what he thought of as efficiency studies. He timed various work processes, calculated output per hour, and analyzed the relationship between time invested and results achieved. What he discovered only deepened his confusion. The villagers of Thornwick worked fewer hours per day than their counterparts in London or other commercial centers. Yet their productivity per hour was significantly higher. Their error rates were lower. Their creativity and problem-solving abilities seemed more developed, and their overall quality of work exceeded anything Master Geoffrey had encountered in his years of business dealings. Master Thomas Weaver, Isabel's father, had been particularly impressive in this regard. The man worked only 10 hours per day at his loom, yet he produced textiles that were not only beautiful, but technically superior to anything created by London weavers who worked 14-hour days. When Master Geoffrey had questioned him about his methods, Master Thomas had attributed his success to what he called the clarity that comes from proper rest. A mind that is truly rested, Master Thomas had explained, can accomplish in 1 hour what a tired mind struggles to achieve in 3. The watching hours provide time for reflection and planning that makes all other work more effective. Master Geoffrey had dismissed this explanation as romantic nonsense, the kind of traditional thinking that prevented people from achieving their full potential. But the evidence was undeniable. Somehow, the Thornwick approach to work and rest was producing results that exceeded what his more intensive methods achieved. This contradiction had led him to develop what he considered a brilliant solution. If he could convince the villagers to abandon their inefficient sleep pattern and adopt the continuous work schedule that had proven so successful in London, they could maintain their high quality while dramatically increasing their output. The combination of Thornwick's superior skills with London's superior efficiency would create a competitive advantage that could dominate the regional wool market. Master Geoffrey had spent his third day in the village developing a comprehensive proposal that would modernize Thornwick's approach to work and rest. He had calculated potential increases in productivity, projected revenue improvements, and designed incentive systems that would encourage the villagers to embrace the new schedule. The proposal was thorough, professional, and backed by what he considered irrefutable economic logic. Now, on his fourth day in the village, Master Geoffrey was preparing to present his proposal to the village leadership. He had arranged to meet with Master Thomas Weaver, old Henrik, the village elder, and several other influential residents in the common room of the inn. The meeting was scheduled for the evening, after the day's work was completed, but before the villagers began their peculiar practice of early sleep. As Master Geoffrey prepared his presentation materials, he felt confident that he could convince the villagers to see the wisdom of his approach. The economic benefits were clear, the competitive advantages were substantial, and the potential for increased prosperity was undeniable. Surely, rational people would recognize the superiority of a system that maximized productive time and minimized the hours lost to what he considered unnecessary rest. The common room of the inn was warm and welcoming, lit by oil lamps and heated by a large fireplace where logs crackled and sparked. The villagers had gathered as requested, their faces showing the polite attention of people willing to listen to a visitor's ideas, even if they weren't entirely convinced of their merit. Master Geoffrey stood before them with his charts and calculations, confident in his ability to persuade them through the power of logical argument and economic incentive. "Good people of Thornwick," he began, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding attention in business meetings. "I have spent several days studying your village's practices and capabilities, and I believe I can offer you an opportunity for unprecedented prosperity." He gestured to his carefully prepared charts, which showed projected increases in production, revenue, and individual income. "Your skills are exceptional. Your products are of the highest quality, but your methods are, shall we say, traditional in ways that limit your potential for growth and success." Master Geoffrey proceeded to explain his observations about the village's sleep patterns, describing them as inefficient uses of time that prevented the villagers from achieving their full economic potential. He presented his calculations showing how continuous nighttime sleep followed by extended workdays could increase productivity by 30% or more, while maintaining the quality standards that made Thornwick's products so valuable. "The hours you currently spend in midnight wakefulness," he explained, "represent lost opportunities for rest that could support longer and more productive working periods. By consolidating your sleep into a single, uninterrupted period, you would wake more refreshed and capable of sustained effort throughout extended workdays." The villagers listened politely, but Master Geoffrey could see skepticism growing in their expressions. Master Thomas Weaver was the first to speak, his voice carrying the quiet authority of someone who had spent decades perfecting his craft. "Master Geoffrey," he said, "I appreciate your interest in our welfare, and I don't doubt that your methods have proven successful in London. But I wonder if you truly understand what you're asking us to give up." The weaver gestured toward the window, where the first lights of the midnight watchers were beginning to appear in cottage windows throughout the village. Those lights represent more than just wakefulness. They represent time for reflection, for creativity, for the kind of deep thinking that produces not just more work, but better work. Old Henrik nodded in agreement. The watching hours have been part of our way of life for generations. They're not just about sleep, they're about wisdom, about understanding, about the connections that hold our community together. Master Geoffrey felt his confidence wavering slightly. He had expected some resistance to change. That was natural when proposing improvements to traditional practices. But the villagers seemed to be suggesting that their inefficient sleep pattern provided benefits that went beyond mere rest. Benefits that his calculations hadn't accounted for. "I understand your attachment to tradition," he said, trying to maintain his persuasive tone. "But surely you can see that the economic advantages of the new system would more than compensate for any intangible benefits you might lose." It was then that Edmund spoke up from where he had been sitting quietly in the back of the room. "Master Geoffrey, may I ask about your own sleep in London? Do you follow the continuous pattern you're recommending to us?" The question caught the merchant off guard. "Of course," he replied. "I sleep 7 hours each night, from 11 until 6, then work from early morning until late evening. It's a highly efficient system that maximizes productive time." "And how do you feel?" Isabel asked quietly. "Are you well rested? Do you wake refreshed and clear-minded?" Master Geoffrey hesitated. The truth was that he had been struggling with sleep problems for years. Despite his 7 hours of continuous rest, he often woke feeling tired and anxious. His mind raced with business concerns, making it difficult to fall asleep and causing him to wake frequently during the night. He had attributed these problems to the natural stresses of successful business life. But Isabel's question made him wonder if there might be other factors involved. "Sleep can be challenging in London," he admitted reluctantly. "The pace of business life creates certain pressures that can affect rest. But that's simply the price of success in a competitive environment." Brother Marcus, who had been invited to the meeting as someone familiar with both traditional practices and scholarly approaches to understanding them, leaned forward with interest. "Master Geoffrey, have you ever experienced the kind of sleep pattern that our villagers practice? The gentle rhythm of first sleep, midnight wakefulness, and second sleep?" "Certainly not," Master Geoffrey replied with some indignation. "I'm a practical man with serious responsibilities. I don't have time for such romantic notions about sleep and dreams." "Then, perhaps," Brother Marcus suggested gently, "you're not qualified to judge the value of practices you've never experienced. Would you be willing to try our way for just one night, to understand what you're asking these good people to give up?" The challenge hung in the air like incense, and Master Geoffrey found himself in a difficult position. As a businessman, he prided himself on making informed decisions based on complete information. But, as someone committed to efficiency and productivity, the idea of deliberately disrupting his sleep schedule seemed foolish and potentially harmful to his business effectiveness. The villagers waited quietly for his response, their faces showing neither hostility nor eagerness, but rather the patient attention of people who understood that important decisions required careful consideration. Master Geoffrey realized that his credibility with these people depended on his willingness to understand their perspective, even if he ultimately disagreed with it. "Very well," he said finally. "One night. But I want it understood that this is purely for the sake of complete evaluation, not because I expect to change my fundamental assessment of the situation." Brother Marcus smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had achieved an important objective. "Excellent. I suggest you spend the night at the monastery, where we can provide proper guidance for your first experience with the ancient practice of divine sleep." As the meeting broke up and the villagers prepared to return to their homes for their first sleep, Master Geoffrey felt a mixture of apprehension and curiosity about the night ahead. He had built his success on rational analysis and systematic approaches to problem solving, but he was about to enter a realm where logic and efficiency might not be the most reliable guides. The walk to the monastery through the snow-covered village gave him time to reflect on the evening's conversation. The villagers' resistance to his proposal hadn't been based on fear of change or attachment to tradition for its own sake. Instead, they seemed to believe that their sleep pattern provided genuine benefits that his system couldn't replicate. This suggested that his analysis might be missing important factors, variables that he hadn't considered in his calculations of productivity and efficiency. As a successful businessman, Master Geoffrey had learned to pay attention when his assumptions were challenged by evidence that didn't fit his models. The quality of Thornwick's products, the evident health and satisfaction of its people, the sense of community and mutual support that seemed to pervade the village. These were all positive outcomes that his efficiency-focused approach hadn't predicted or explained. Perhaps, he thought as he approached the monastery gates, there was more to learn about the relationship between rest and productivity than he had previously understood. The night ahead would provide an opportunity to gather data from direct experience, to test his assumptions against the reality of practices that had sustained this community for generations. Brother Marcus was waiting for him at the monastery entrance, carrying a small oil lamp that cast a warm circle of light in the snowy darkness. The monk's face showed the peaceful alertness that Master Geoffrey was beginning to associate with the villagers of Thornwick, a quality of attention that seemed both relaxed and intensely focused. "Welcome, Master Geoffrey," the monk said warmly. "Tonight you will experience something that may change your understanding, not just of sleep, but of consciousness itself. Are you ready to begin?" As Master Geoffrey followed Brother Marcus into the ancient stone corridors of St. Aldrich's Monastery, he felt as if he were crossing a threshold into a world governed by different rules than the ones that had shaped his successful but increasingly stressful life in London. The night ahead would test more than just his theories about productivity and efficiency. It would challenge his fundamental assumptions about human nature and the proper balance between work and rest. The monastery's guest quarters were simple but comfortable, furnished with a narrow bed, a wooden table, and a single chair. Brother Marcus provided Master Geoffrey with a simple woolen robe to replace his fine London clothes, explaining that the practice of divine sleep was best experienced without the distractions of worldly status and material comfort. The first step, Brother Marcus explained as Master Geoffrey settled onto the unfamiliar bedding, is to release your attachment to controlling the experience. Divine sleep cannot be forced or manipulated. It must be allowed to unfold according to its own natural rhythm. As the monastery bells chimed the hour of compline, and the ancient building settled into the profound silence that came with the deep hours of night, Master Geoffrey found himself entering a realm of experience that was entirely foreign to his London life. The bed was harder than what he was accustomed to. The room was colder, and the silence was so complete that he could hear his own heartbeat. But gradually, as his body relaxed and his mind released its grip on the day's concerns. Master Geoffrey began to experience something he hadn't felt in years: genuine peace. The anxiety that had become his constant companion in London, the racing thoughts that usually kept him awake for hours after going to bed, the physical tension that he had learned to accept as normal, all of these gradually dissolved in the gentle darkness of the monastery cell. Sleep came to him more easily than it had in months, a natural descent into unconsciousness that felt like sinking into warm water. But what truly astonished him was the quality of his dreams. Instead of the confused and anxiety-ridden visions that usually plagued his London nights, Master Geoffrey experienced dreams that were vivid, meaningful, and strangely prophetic. He dreamed of a great marketplace where merchants were selling not goods, but different approaches to life. One stall offered efficiency and productivity, promising maximum output and competitive advantage. Another offered wisdom and peace, promising sustainable satisfaction and genuine prosperity. In his dream, Master Geoffrey found himself examining the wares at each stall, trying to understand the true value of what was being offered. The merchant selling efficiency was young and energetic, his goods gleaming with the promise of immediate success. But when Master Geoffrey looked more closely, he could see that the products were somehow hollow, lacking the substance and durability that would make them truly valuable. The merchant himself seemed anxious and driven, constantly looking over his shoulder as if afraid that competitors might steal his advantages. The merchant selling wisdom was older, his face lined with years of experience, but his eyes bright with genuine contentment. His goods were simpler in appearance, but when Master Geoffrey examined them, he could sense their depth and permanence. This merchant worked at a steady pace, neither hurried nor lazy, and he seemed to take genuine pleasure in helping his customers understand the true value of what he offered. When Master Geoffrey woke from this first sleep, it was with the natural, gentle awakening that Brother Marcus had described. For the first time in years, he felt truly rested after only 4 hours of sleep, his mind clear and alert, but also peaceful. The dream remained vivid in his memory, its symbolism so obvious that even his practically minded consciousness couldn't dismiss its meaning. Brother Marcus appeared at his door carrying a single candle, his face showing the serene expression of someone who had also just awakened from restorative sleep. "How do you feel?" the monk asked quietly. "Different," Master Geoffrey admitted, surprised by his own honesty. "Rested, but also aware in a way that I haven't experienced in years." "Come," Brother Marcus said. "The watching hours begin now. This is when you will understand what the villagers were trying to tell you." As Master Geoffrey followed the monk through the quiet corridors of the monastery, he felt as if he were entering a sacred space, a realm of consciousness that existed between sleep and full wakefulness. The monastery during the midnight hours had a quality of peace and purposefulness that was unlike anything he had experienced in his busy London life. In the scriptorium, other monks were engaged in their own midnight activities, some copying manuscripts by candlelight, others in quiet prayer or meditation, still others engaged in scholarly study or contemplation. The atmosphere was one of focused attention, but also of profound peace. These men weren't working because they had to, but because the midnight hours provided the perfect conditions for their most meaningful activities. Brother Marcus led Master Geoffrey to a small table where writing materials had been prepared. "Tonight," the monk said, "I want you to record your experiences, not as a businessman analyzing a potential investment, but as a human being exploring a different way of consciousness. As Master Geoffrey settled into the unfamiliar practice of midnight writing, something remarkable began to happen. His mind, freed from the constant pressure of business concerns and competitive anxiety, began to work in ways that felt both foreign and natural. Ideas came to him with unusual clarity. Connections became apparent that had been invisible during his busy daylight hours, and solutions to problems that had puzzled him for months suddenly seemed obvious. He found himself writing not just about his immediate experience, but about deeper questions that he had been avoiding for years. What was the true purpose of his business success? What kind of life was he creating for himself and those around him? What would it mean to build prosperity that was sustainable, not just economically, but humanly? The watching hours passed in a state of consciousness that Master Geoffrey had never experienced before. Alert and focused, but also peaceful and reflective. He began to understand that this wasn't just a different way of sleeping, but a different way of being human. A rhythm of consciousness that honored both the need for productive activity and the equally important need for reflection and inner development. As dawn approached and the time for second sleep beckoned, Master Geoffrey felt a profound shift in his understanding of work, rest, and human nature itself. The merchant who had arrived at the monastery, confident in his modern methods, was preparing to return to bed with a fundamentally changed perspective on what it meant to live and work sustainably. But the night's revelations were not yet complete. As Master Geoffrey settled back onto his simple monastery bed for the final hours of sleep before dawn, he carried with him not just new understanding, but a decision that would change the course of his business dealings, and, perhaps more importantly, his entire approach to life. The second sleep that came to him was deeper and more restorative than any rest he had experienced in years, and in that sleep he dreamed again. Dreams that would guide him toward a new way of conducting business, one that honored both efficiency and wisdom, productivity and peace. When morning came to St. Aldrich's Monastery, it would bring with it not just the dawn of a new day, but the beginning of a new understanding of what it truly meant to live and work in harmony with the ancient rhythms that had sustained human communities for countless generations. Edmund the Chronicler. Edmund Brightwater was perhaps the most unlikely member of what would become the Guild of Midnight Watchers. At 28, he was a man of methodical habits and scholarly inclinations who had come to Thornwick not in search of spiritual transformation, but in pursuit of practical solutions to the chronic insomnia that had plagued him since childhood. As the youngest son of a prosperous merchant family from Oxford, Edmund had received the kind of education that was becoming increasingly common among the emerging middle class of 14th century England. He could read and write in both Latin and English, had studied basic mathematics and accounting, and possessed the kind of analytical mind that was well suited to the commercial activities that were beginning to dominate urban life. But Edmund's scholarly gifts had been overshadowed by a problem that had affected every aspect of his existence. He could not sleep properly. From his earliest childhood, he had struggled with what his family's physicians called an excess of melancholic humors that prevented him from achieving the kind of restful sleep that seemed to come naturally to others. The condition had worsened as Edmund entered adulthood and began to take on responsibilities in his father's trading business. The pressure to maintain complex financial records, to negotiate with suppliers and customers, and to make decisions that affected the livelihood of dozens of employees, had created a level of mental activity that made peaceful rest almost impossible. Edmund would lie awake for hours each night, his mind racing through the events of the day, and the challenges that awaited him tomorrow. When he finally did fall asleep, his rest was fitful and interrupted, filled with anxious dreams about business failures and social embarrassments. He would wake each morning feeling more tired than when he had gone to bed, and the accumulated exhaustion gradually began to affect his ability to function effectively in his professional and personal life. The young man had tried every remedy that contemporary medicine could offer. Physicians had prescribed various combinations of herbs and minerals designed to balance his humors and promote restful sleep. He had consulted with astrologers who created detailed charts showing the most auspicious times for rest based on the positions of celestial bodies. He had even sought help from folk healers who recommended everything from sleeping with particular stones under his pillow to consuming elaborate concoctions of exotic ingredients. Nothing had provided lasting relief. If anything, the constant focus on his sleep problems had made them worse, creating a cycle of anxiety and insomnia that seemed to feed on itself. Edmund had begun to resign himself to a life of chronic exhaustion and the limitations it imposed on his ability to achieve his personal and professional goals. It was in this state of frustrated desperation that Edmund had first heard about the unusual practices being developed in the village of Thornwick. A traveling merchant who had spent several nights at the village inn had returned to Oxford with stories about a community where people deliberately woke up in the middle of the night and claimed to sleep better as a result. The idea seemed counterintuitive to Edmund, whose entire approach to his sleep problems had been based on trying to achieve longer periods of uninterrupted rest. But his analytical mind was intrigued by the merchant's descriptions of the practical benefits that villagers reported from their unusual sleep patterns. If people in Thornwick were actually sleeping better by sleeping differently, then perhaps the conventional wisdom about rest was incomplete or incorrect. Edmund's decision to visit Thornwick had been motivated by scholarly curiosity as much as personal desperation. He wanted to observe and document the practices that were being developed there, to understand the mechanisms by which they produced their reported benefits, and to determine whether they might offer solutions to his own sleep difficulties. The young man had arrived in Thornwick in the early spring of 1347, intending to stay for perhaps a week or two while he gathered information about the village's unusual sleep practices. He had arranged to lodge with Thomas Miller, whose family had been among the first to adopt the techniques that Brother Marcus had introduced. Edmund's first night in the Miller household had been a revelation. Instead of the anxious tossing and turning that characterized his usual bedtime experience, he had found himself naturally falling asleep shortly after dark, sleeping deeply for several hours, and then waking spontaneously around midnight, feeling refreshed rather than groggy. Thomas Miller had been awake as well, quietly working on repairs to some household items by the light of a small oil lamp. The miller had welcomed Edmund's company and had spent the next hour explaining the principles and practices of divine sleep as he understood them. The conversation had been relaxed and unhurried, creating exactly the kind of peaceful atmosphere that Edmund had been seeking for years, but had never been able to achieve. When Edmund had returned to sleep after this midnight conversation, his rest had been deeper and more refreshing than anything he had experienced since childhood. He had awakened at dawn feeling genuinely rested for the first time in years. His mind clear and his body energized in ways that seemed almost miraculous after so many years of chronic fatigue. The experience had been so remarkable that Edmund had immediately extended his stay in Thornwick, eager to understand the mechanisms that had produced such dramatic improvements in his sleep quality. His merchant family's training in systematic observation and record-keeping proved invaluable as he began to document not just his own experiences, but those of other villagers who were practicing divine sleep. Edmund approached the study of Thornwick's sleep practices with the same methodical attention to detail that he had applied to his family's commercial activities. He created detailed charts showing the sleep patterns of different villagers, noting variations based on age, occupation, health status, and other factors. He recorded the timing and duration of both sleep periods and watching hours, documenting how these patterns changed with the seasons and in response to various life circumstances. Most importantly, Edmund began to track the practical effects of divine sleep on various aspects of daily life. He measured productivity levels among craftsmen who worked during the watching hours, compared the quality of goods produced during different periods of the day and night, and documented changes in health, mood, and social relationships among those who adopted the practice. The results of Edmund's research were compelling. People who practiced divine sleep consistently reported better physical health, improved emotional stability, enhanced creativity, and stronger relationships with family and community members. The watching hours provided time for activities that strengthened both individual well-being and social cohesion, creating a positive cycle that benefited everyone involved. But Edmund's most significant contribution to the development of what would become the Guild of Midnight Watchers was his recognition that the practices being developed in Thornwick represented something much more important than just a local solution to sleep problems. The young scholar began to understand that divine sleep was a key to unlocking human potentials that had been largely forgotten by contemporary society. During his own watching hours, Edmund experienced states of consciousness that were unlike anything he had known during his years of conventional sleep patterns. His mind seemed to operate with a clarity and creativity that made possible insights and innovations that had been beyond his reach during the busy activities of daylight hours. Problems that had seemed intractable during the day often resolved themselves during the quiet contemplation of midnight hours. Edmund began to document these experiences systematically, creating what would become the first comprehensive study of the relationship between sleep patterns and consciousness. His records showed that the watching hours provided access to mental states that were characterized by enhanced intuition, improved problem-solving abilities, and deeper understanding of complex issues. The young scholar's analytical approach to the study of divine sleep provided the Guild of Midnight Watchers with the kind of empirical foundation that would prove essential when their practices came under scrutiny from religious and secular authorities. Edmund's careful documentation demonstrated that the benefits claimed for divine sleep were not based on superstition or wishful thinking, but on observable, measurable improvements in human performance and well-being. As Edmund's stay in Thornwick extended from weeks to months, he found himself becoming not just an observer, but an active participant in the community's gentle revolution. His scholarly skills were invaluable in helping other villagers understand and refine their sleep practices, and his systematic approach to documentation created a body of knowledge that could be shared with other communities interested in adopting similar methods. But perhaps most importantly, Edmund's personal transformation from chronic insomniac to peaceful sleeper provided compelling evidence that the practices being developed in Thornwick could address even the most stubborn sleep disorders. His case became a model for how systematic application of divine sleep principles could restore natural rest patterns even in individuals whose problems had resisted all conventional treatments. By the winter of 1347, Edmund had become so integral to the life of Thornwick that he had effectively abandoned his plans to return to Oxford and his family's merchant business. The village had become his laboratory, his home, and his calling. The young man who had arrived as a desperate insomniac seeking relief had been transformed into a scholar practitioner whose work was laying the foundation for a new understanding of human consciousness and its relationship to rest. Edmund's role in the Guild of Midnight Watchers would be that of chronicler and researcher, the systematic observer whose careful documentation would preserve the wisdom being developed in Thornwick and make it available to future generations. His analytical mind and methodical approach provided the scientific foundation for practices that might otherwise have been dismissed as mere folk wisdom, while his personal experience of transformation gave him the credibility needed to advocate for approaches that challenged conventional assumptions about sleep and consciousness. The young scholar understood that he was participating in discoveries that could revolutionize not just individual lives, but entire societies. The practices being developed in Thornwick offered solutions to problems that were becoming increasingly common in the rapidly changing world of the 14th century. Anxiety, insomnia, social fragmentation, and the loss of connection to natural rhythms that had sustained human communities for millennia. Edmund's careful records would become the foundation for understanding how ancient wisdom could be adapted to contemporary needs, how traditional practices could be refined and improved through systematic observation, and how individual transformation could contribute to broader social change. His work represented the marriage of scholarly rigor and practical wisdom that would make the Guild of Midnight Watchers a force for positive change throughout medieval Europe. Part 5. The Vigil of Understanding. 3 days later, as the winter wind howled around the stone walls of St. Aldrich's Monastery, an unlikely gathering took place in Brother Marcus's private chamber. The room had been carefully prepared for what might be the most important midnight vigil in Thornwick's history, its ancient stones bearing witness to a conversation that would determine whether the wisdom of the watching hours would survive the challenges of a changing world. Master Geoffrey Aldrich sat uncomfortably on a simple wooden stool, his fine London clothes looking out of place among the rough furnishings of monastic life. The transformation he had experienced during his night at the monastery was evident in his posture and expression. The sharp-edged anxiety that had characterized his earlier visits had been replaced by a thoughtful uncertainty, as if he were a man reconsidering fundamental assumptions about life and work. Across from him, Edmund and Isabel waited quietly, their hands folded in their laps, but their eyes bright with the intensity of people who understood that something crucial was at stake. They had spent the previous 2 days preparing for this meeting, reviewing their records of midnight vigils, discussing the insights they had gained from their collaboration, and working with Brother Marcus to develop a comprehensive presentation of the ancient wisdom they had inherited and refined. Brother Marcus moved between them like a gentle shepherd, his weathered hands arranging manuscripts and documents that represented decades of careful observation and study. The monk had spent years documenting the practices and benefits of biphasic sleep, but tonight would be the first time he had shared his complete findings with outsiders who had the power to either support or undermine the ancient traditions. The chamber itself seemed to pulse with the accumulated wisdom of centuries. The walls were lined with shelves containing manuscripts that stretched back through generations of monastic life, each volume representing the careful preservation of knowledge that might otherwise have been lost to the ravages of time and change. Candles placed throughout the room created pools of warm light that seemed to invite contemplation and deep conversation. Master Geoffrey had agreed to this extended vigil with the reluctant curiosity of a man who had experienced something that challenged his most basic assumptions about productivity and efficiency. His single night of biphasic sleep had shaken his confidence in the continuous work schedules that had made him successful in London. but he was still struggling to understand how the gentle rhythm of first sleep and watching hours could be reconciled with the competitive demands of medieval commerce. "Master Geoffrey," Brother Marcus began as the monastery bells chimed the hour of compline. "3 nights ago, you experienced something that our community has practiced for generations. Tonight, we want to help you understand not just what you experienced, but why it matters for the future of human communities like Thornwick." The monk gestured to the manuscripts spread across the wooden table between them. These documents represent more than 2 centuries of careful observation and study. They describe not just the practice of divine sleep, but its effects on individuals and communities over extended periods of time. Brother Marcus opened the first manuscript, revealing Augustine's careful Latin script describing the night guardians and their role in medieval society. This account was written nearly 200 years ago by a monk who understood that the watching hours weren't just about personal rest and reflection. They were about maintaining the spiritual and intellectual health of entire communities. As Brother Marcus read selected passages from Augustine's work, Master Geoffrey found himself drawn into a comprehensive vision of human community that was far more sophisticated than anything he had encountered in his business dealings. Augustine had described the night guardians not as isolated individuals pursuing personal spiritual development, but as essential members of a complex social organism that required their unique gifts to function properly. According to Augustine's account, the night guardians served multiple functions within their communities. They were the early warning system that could sense approaching problems, weather changes, social tensions, economic difficulties, before they became critical. They were the problem solvers who could find creative solutions to challenges that had stumped conventional thinking. They were the wisdom keepers who preserved and transmitted essential knowledge across generations. But most importantly, they were the connectors who maintained the invisible bonds that held communities together. During the watching hours, Augustine had observed, the night guardians seemed to participate in a form of collective consciousness that allowed them to understand and respond to the deeper needs of their people. Their midnight vigils created a web of awareness and mutual support that strengthened the entire community. "This is what you're asking the people of Thornwick to give up," Brother Marcus said, looking directly at Master Geoffrey. "Not just a sleep schedule, but an entire system of community support and wisdom preservation that has sustained them for generations." Master Geoffrey shifted uncomfortably on his stool. The economic arguments that had seemed so compelling when he first arrived in Thornwick were beginning to seem shallow and incomplete when measured against the comprehensive vision that Augustine's manuscript described. But his practical nature rebelled against accepting claims that seemed to border on the mystical. "Brother Marcus," he said, "I don't doubt that these practices have historical significance, and I can even accept that they might provide certain intangible benefits. But surely you must acknowledge that in our current world, communities need more than spiritual wellness. They need economic prosperity, competitive advantages, the ability to survive and thrive in increasingly challenging circumstances." It was Edmund who responded, his voice carrying the quiet authority of someone who had spent years documenting the practical effects of the ancient practices. "Master Geoffrey, may I share with you some observations from our village records? I think you'll find that the watching hours provide exactly the kind of practical benefits you're concerned about." Edmund opened his leather-bound journal and began to read from carefully maintained records that documented the relationship between Thornwick's midnight practices and its economic success. The data he presented was comprehensive and compelling, showing correlations between the village's commitment to the watching hours and measurable improvements in productivity, quality, innovation, and economic stability. Over the past 3 years, Edmund explained, I've tracked the performance of our village's craftsmen and merchants, comparing their results with reports from other communities that have abandoned the traditional sleep patterns. The differences are remarkable and consistent. He showed Master Geoffrey detailed records indicating that Thornwick's weavers produced textiles of superior quality in less time than their counterparts in other villages. Their error rates were lower, their innovations more frequent, and their ability to adapt to changing market conditions more effective. Similar patterns appeared in every craft and trade that Edmund had studied. But the most significant finding, Edmund continued, is that these advantages have been sustained over years, not just months. Communities that adopt intensive work schedules often show initial improvements in output, but these gains typically decline over time as workers become exhausted and creativity diminishes. Thornwick's approach has proven sustainable over generations. Isabel added her own observations, describing how the midnight hours provided essential time for the kind of creative problem-solving that kept the village's crafts and trades at the forefront of regional markets. During the watching hours, she explained, our minds work differently than during the busy daylight. We see patterns and connections that escape us when we're focused on immediate tasks. This different kind of thinking is what allows us to innovate and improve continuously. She showed Master Geoffrey examples of her own work, tapestries that incorporated design innovations that had emerged during her midnight vigils, patterns that had been copied by weavers throughout the region and had become signature elements of Thornwick's textile production. These designs didn't come from conscious planning or systematic analysis, she said. They emerged from the deeper consciousness that becomes available during the watching hours. Master Geoffrey examined the tapestries with the practiced eye of someone who understood quality and market value. The work was indeed exceptional, incorporating technical innovations and aesthetic elements that he had never seen elsewhere. If Isabel was correct that these innovations had emerged from her midnight contemplations, then the watching hours were producing tangible economic value that his calculations had failed to account for. Brother Marcus opened another manuscript, this one containing his own observations of monastic communities that had experimented with different sleep patterns. I've been corresponding with monasteries throughout England and the continent, he explained, documenting the effects of various approaches to rest and work. The results consistently support what Augustine observed 2 centuries ago. The monks' records showed that monastic communities that maintained traditional biphasic sleep patterns demonstrated superior performance across multiple measures: scholarly productivity, spiritual development, community harmony, physical health, and even economic sustainability. Monasteries that had adopted continuous sleep schedules showed initial gains in certain areas, but these were typically offset by declines in creativity, wisdom, and long-term effectiveness. The pattern is clear and consistent, Brother Marcus said. Communities that honor the natural rhythm of first sleep and watching hours maintain their vitality and effectiveness over extended periods. Those that abandon these practices may achieve short-term gains, but they inevitably experience long-term decline in the very qualities that make human communities successful. As the night deepened and the conversation continued, Master Geoffrey found himself confronting evidence that challenged not just his specific proposals for Thornwick, but his entire understanding of how human communities could best organize themselves for sustainable prosperity. The data presented by Edmund, Isabel, and Brother Marcus was comprehensive, carefully documented, and impossible to dismiss as mere romantic attachment to tradition. But what troubled him most was the growing realization that his own life in London exemplified the problems that the ancient practices were designed to prevent. His persistent anxiety, his difficulty sleeping, his sense of isolation despite his business success, his growing feeling that his achievements were somehow hollow. All of these could be understood as symptoms of a lifestyle that worked against, rather than with fundamental human nature. "I need to ask you something," Master Geoffrey said as the midnight hours deepened around them. "If these practices are so beneficial, why are they being abandoned? Why are communities throughout England moving toward continuous work schedules if the traditional patterns are superior?" Brother Marcus's expression grew somber. "Because the benefits of the watching hours are subtle and long-term, while the costs of abandoning them are initially hidden. A community can abandon the midnight vigils and see immediate increases in certain types of productivity. The negative effects, loss of creativity, decline in wisdom, weakening of community bonds, take months or years to become apparent." The monk gestured toward the window, where snow continued to fall in the darkness beyond. "It's like cutting down a forest to plant crops. The immediate result is more farmland and increased food production. But over time, the loss of the forest leads to soil erosion, climate changes, and ultimate decline in agricultural productivity. The short-term gains are real, but they come at the cost of long-term sustainability." Edmund added his own observations about the pressures that were encouraging communities to abandon traditional practices. "There's increasing competition between villages and regions," he said. "Communities that can produce more goods in less time gain temporary advantages in trade and commerce. This creates pressure for everyone to adopt more intensive work schedules, even if these schedules ultimately prove unsustainable." "It's a race to the bottom," Isabel observed. "Communities abandon practices that support long-term health and wisdom in order to compete with neighbors who have made the same mistake. Eventually, everyone is worse off, but no individual community feels it can afford to maintain the traditional practices unilaterally." Master Geoffrey recognized this pattern from his own business experience. He had seen industries where competitive pressures led to practices that benefited no one in the long term, but which individual companies felt compelled to adopt in order to survive in the short term. The logic of competition could create situations where everyone knew that certain practices were ultimately destructive, but no one felt able to choose a different path. "So, what's the solution?" he asked. "How can communities maintain practices that support long-term sustainability when they're competing with others who prioritize short-term gains?" Brother Marcus smiled for the first time that evening. "That, Master Geoffrey, is exactly the right question, and I believe the answer lies in demonstrating that the ancient practices don't just support long-term sustainability. They actually provide competitive advantages that intensive work schedules cannot match." The monk opened the final manuscript of the evening, revealing pages covered with detailed economic analyses and projections. "I've been working with Edmund and Isabel to document not just the spiritual and social benefits of the watching hours, but their economic value as well. What we've discovered is that communities practicing divine sleep consistently outperform their competitors across multiple measures of success." The data they presented was remarkable. Villages and regions that maintained traditional sleep patterns showed higher rates of innovation, better quality control, more effective adaptation to changing market conditions, and greater long-term economic stability. Their products commanded premium prices. Their craftsmen were sought after by discerning customers, and their communities attracted skilled workers and successful merchants. The watching hours, Brother Marcus explained, provide something that intensive work schedules cannot. Time for the kind of deep thinking and creative problem-solving that produces genuine competitive advantages. Communities that maintain these practices don't just work harder than their competitors, they work smarter. Isabel added her own perspective on the economic value of the midnight vigils. During the watching hours, we solve problems that would otherwise require days or weeks of trial and error. We develop innovations that keep our products ahead of market trends. We maintain the kind of attention to quality that creates lasting customer relationships. These benefits more than compensate for any reduction in raw productive hours. As dawn approached and the time for second sleep beckoned, Master Geoffrey felt a profound shift in his understanding of work, rest, and human nature itself. The merchant who had arrived in Thornwick, confident in his modern methods, was preparing to return to bed with a fundamentally changed perspective on what it meant to build sustainable prosperity. But the night's revelations were not yet complete. As the 4 participants prepared for their final hours of sleep before dawn, Master Geoffrey made a decision that would surprise everyone in the room, including himself. "I want to propose something," he said, his voice carrying a determination that hadn't been there at the beginning of the evening. "Instead of asking Thornwick to abandon its traditional practices, I want to explore how we might use those practices to create a new model of commerce, one that proves the economic value of the ancient wisdom." Brother Marcus, Edmund, and Isabel exchanged glances of surprise and cautious hope. This was not the direction any of them had expected the conversation to take when the evening began. "What exactly are you proposing?" Edmund asked. Master Geoffrey stood and began pacing the small chamber, his mind working through possibilities that would have seemed impossible to him just days earlier. "I'm proposing that we create a formal partnership, a trading company that operates according to the principles of divine sleep and the watching hours. We'll use Thornwick as our base of operations, but we'll expand to work with other communities that maintain the traditional practices." He gestured toward the manuscripts spread across the table. "You've shown me evidence that these practices provide genuine competitive advantages. Let's test that evidence in the marketplace. Let's create a business model that proves the ancient wisdom can thrive in the modern world." The idea was audacious, and Master Geoffrey could see the mixture of excitement and apprehension in his companions' faces. They were being offered an opportunity to demonstrate the value of their traditions on a scale that could influence the entire region. But they were also being asked to risk those traditions in the competitive arena of medieval commerce. How would such a partnership work? Brother Marcus asked, his scholarly mind immediately focusing on the practical details of the proposal. Master Geoffrey's years of business experience took over as he began outlining a comprehensive plan. "I would provide the capital, the market connections, and the commercial expertise. Thornwick would provide the production capabilities, the traditional practices, and the quality standards. Together, we would create a trading network that specifically seeks out communities practicing the ancient sleep patterns." He explained his vision of a company that would become known throughout England for the exceptional quality of its products and the innovative approaches of its craftsmen. "We'll market not just goods, but a way of life. We'll demonstrate that sustainable practices produce superior results, and will help other communities adopt these practices for their own benefit." Isabel leaned forward with interest. you're talking about more than just a business arrangement. You're talking about preserving and spreading the ancient wisdom through commercial success. Exactly, Master Geoffrey replied. If we can prove that the watching hours provide genuine economic advantages, other communities will adopt them for practical reasons, not just out of respect for tradition. We'll create a market incentive for preserving practices that might otherwise be lost. Edmund was already seeing the broader implications of the proposal. This could be the solution to the problem we discussed earlier, the competitive pressures that force communities to abandon sustainable practices. If we can demonstrate that those practices actually provide competitive advantages, we reverse the incentive structure. Brother Marcus nodded thoughtfully. Augustine wrote about the need to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary circumstances. This might be exactly the kind of adaptation that's needed to preserve the essential practices while allowing them to thrive in a changing world. As the four conspirators, for that's what they had become, continued to develop their plan, the scope of their vision expanded beyond anything any of them had originally imagined. They were talking about creating not just a successful business, but a new model for how human communities could organize themselves for sustainable prosperity. The partnership would begin with Thornwick as its center, but it would gradually expand to include other villages and regions that maintained traditional practices. Master Geoffrey's connections in London and other commercial centers would provide access to markets that valued quality and innovation above mere quantity. The profits from these ventures would be reinvested in supporting communities that chose to maintain or restore the ancient sleep patterns. We'll need to be careful, Brother Marcus warned. There will be resistance from those who profit from the current system of intensive work schedules. Some will see our success as a threat to their own methods. Master Geoffrey's expression grew serious. You're right. We'll need to be prepared for competition and criticism. But we'll also have something our opponents lack: the genuine competitive advantages that come from working with human nature rather than against it. Isabel added her own concerns about the challenges they would face. We'll need to train people in the proper practices of divine sleep. It's not enough to simply tell communities to wake up at midnight. They need to understand how to use the watching hours effectively. This led to a discussion of what would become one of the partnership's most important innovations: a formal program for teaching the arts of the midnight vigil. Brother Marcus would develop a curriculum based on Augustine's manuscript and his own observations, while Edmund and Isabel would create practical guides for implementing the practices in village and workshop settings. We'll be creating the first school for night guardians, Edmund observed with wonder. A place where people can learn not just to practice divine sleep, but to understand its deeper purposes and applications. As dawn approached and the natural rhythm of second sleep beckoned, the four partners felt that they had crossed a threshold into something unprecedented in medieval commerce. They were creating a business model that honored both profit and wisdom, efficiency and sustainability, individual success and community well-being. But they also understood that they were embarking on something that would test their assumptions, challenge their abilities, and require them to prove that ancient wisdom could indeed thrive in a competitive modern world. The peaceful world of the Midnight Watchers was about to engage with the broader forces of medieval society, and the outcome would determine whether the watching hours would survive and flourish or be swept away by the tide of change. Master Geoffrey settled onto his simple monastery bed for what might be his last night of divine sleep before returning to London to begin the complex work of establishing their partnership. But as he drifted toward his second sleep, he carried with him not anxiety about the challenges ahead, but excitement about the possibilities they had discovered together. The merchant who had come to Thornwick to modernize its practices was returning to London as an advocate for ancient wisdom, armed with evidence that the watching hours provided exactly the kind of competitive advantages that successful businesses needed. The transformation was complete, but the real work was just beginning. In the weeks that followed, as winter deepened and the partnership began to take shape, the four collaborators would discover that their midnight vigil had set in motion forces that would transform not just their own lives, but the entire relationship between work and rest in medieval society. The ancient wisdom of the Night Guardians was about to be tested in the crucible of commerce, and its survival would depend on their ability to prove that the gentlest practices could produce the strongest results. But that night, as the monastery settled into the profound silence that came with the deep hours before dawn, four unlikely partners slept the sleep of those who had found their true calling. Their dreams filled with visions of a world where wisdom and prosperity could flourish together, where the midnight watchers could keep their vigil while building the foundations of sustainable success. The watching hours had found new guardians, and the ancient tradition was about to begin its most important transformation since Augustine first recorded the practices of divine sleep. The gentle rhythm of first sleep, midnight vigil, and second sleep would soon prove its worth in the competitive arena of medieval commerce, carrying the wisdom of centuries into a future that desperately needed its gifts of peace, insight, and sustainable prosperity. Alice, the baker's dreams. In the narrow lane behind the village church, where the morning mist clung longest to the cobblestones, stood a small bakery that had served Thornwick for 3 generations. The building was ancient even by village standards, its timber frame blackened with age and its thatched roof patched with straw from a dozen different harvests. But it was the warmth that drew people to Alice Whitbread's shop. Not just the physical heat that radiated from her great stone ovens, but the deeper warmth of a place where the most essential human needs were understood and honored. Alice was 24 years old, with flour-dusted hands and eyes the color of honey, and she possessed a gift that set her apart from every other baker in the region. She could dream bread into existence, not in the mystical sense that Brother Marcus might have understood, but in the practical way that only someone who had spent years learning to listen to the subtle voices of yeast and grain could comprehend. The young woman had inherited the bakery from her grandmother, along with recipes that had been passed down through generations of women who understood that bread making was both practical craft and sacred art. But it was not until Alice began to practice divine sleep that she discovered the true depths of her inheritance and learned to access the wisdom that had been preserved in the ancient rhythms of her trade. Alice's introduction to divine sleep had come through her friendship with Isabel, whose textile workshop was located just a few doors down from the bakery. The 2 young women had often worked late into the evening, Isabel at her loom and Alice preparing dough for the next day's baking, and they had naturally fallen into conversations about their respective crafts and the challenges of maintaining traditional skills in a rapidly changing world. When Isabel began to experiment with the sleep practices that Brother Marcus had introduced, she shared her experiences with Alice, describing the enhanced creativity and deeper sense of connection to her work that emerged during the watching hours. The baker was intrigued by these accounts, particularly Isabel's descriptions of the vivid dreams and visions that often accompanied the practice of divine sleep. Alice had always been a vivid dreamer, but her dreams had typically been chaotic and fragmentary, filled with anxious images related to the daily pressures of running a business and maintaining the complex schedules that bread-making required. The idea that dreams could be sources of practical wisdom rather than simply expressions of worry and fatigue was both appealing and difficult to believe. But when Alice began to experiment with divine sleep, she discovered that the watching hours provided exactly the kind of peaceful, focused attention that the most delicate aspects of her craft required. Bread making was a process that demanded precise timing and careful attention to subtle changes in temperature, humidity, and the behavior of living organisms like yeast. The quiet hours of night, free from interruptions and distractions, proved to be ideal for the kind of patient observation that superior baking required. During her first weeks of practicing divine sleep, Alice began to notice improvements in the quality of her bread that seemed to have no obvious explanation. Loaves that she prepared during the watching hours had better texture, more complex flavors, and longer shelf life than bread made during the conventional daytime hours. Customers began to comment on the exceptional quality of her products, and demand for her bread increased to the point where she had to expand her production schedule. But it was the dreams that came during her periods of divine sleep that truly transformed Alice's understanding of her craft. Instead of the anxious, fragmentary images that had characterized her previous dream life, she began to experience vivid, coherent visions that seemed to offer direct instruction in advanced baking techniques. In these dreams, Alice found herself in a vast bakery that existed somewhere between memory and imagination, where her grandmother and great-grandmother worked alongside her, sharing secrets that had never been written down, but had been passed from hand to hand through generations of women who understood the sacred nature of their craft. The dream bakery was always warm, always filled with the sound of gentle conversation and quiet laughter, and always redolent with the aromas of bread that seemed to capture the very essence of nourishment and comfort. During these nocturnal visits to the dream bakery, Alice learned techniques that she had never encountered in her waking life. Her grandmother showed her how to read the subtle signs that indicated when dough had reached the perfect stage of fermentation, when ovens had achieved the ideal temperature for different types of bread, and when the mysterious transformation from raw ingredients to finished product was ready to begin. Her great-grandmother shared stories about the symbolic meaning of different bread shapes, explaining how the simple act of baking could carry messages of love, hope, and community support. She learned about the healing properties of various grains and herbs, and how these could be combined to create breads that nourished not just the body, but the spirit as well. Most remarkably, the women in Alice's dreams taught her to understand bread making as a form of meditation, a way of connecting with the fundamental processes that sustained all life. They showed her how the transformation of grain into bread mirrored the spiritual transformation that human beings could undergo through patient attention to the sacred in the ordinary. How the rising of dough reflected the expansion of consciousness that came through contemplative practice. When Alice woke from these dreams during the watching hours, she found that she could remember every detail of the instruction she had received, and that she could apply these lessons immediately to her work. The bread she produced during these midnight sessions had a quality that customers found difficult to describe but impossible to forget. It was more than just superior taste or texture. It was bread that seemed to carry within it the accumulated wisdom and love of generations of bakers who had understood their craft as a form of service to their communities. The transformation in Alice's baking attracted attention from far beyond the boundaries of Thornwick. Merchants who traveled the regional trade routes began to time their journeys to coincide with opportunities to purchase her bread, and word of her exceptional products spread throughout the countryside. Religious communities sent representatives to study her methods, recognizing that the bread she produced during the watching hours possessed qualities that made it particularly suitable for sacred meals and contemplative practices. But Alis's most significant contribution to the Guild of Midnight Watchers was her development of what came to be known as dream recipes, formulations for bread and other baked goods that were received during divine sleep, and that seemed to capture something essential about the states of consciousness from which they emerged. Working in collaboration with Brother Marcus, who provided theological context for her experiences, and with Edmund, who documented the practical effects of her innovations, Alis began to develop a systematic approach to dream-inspired baking that could be taught to others, and that could serve as a model for how traditional crafts could be enhanced through the practice of divine sleep. The process began with the establishment of proper conditions for receptive dreaming. Alis learned to prepare for her watching hours by creating an atmosphere of peaceful expectancy, clearing her mind of the day's concerns and opening herself to whatever instruction might emerge from the deeper levels of consciousness that divine sleep made accessible. During the watching hours themselves, she would often spend time in meditation before beginning her baking work, allowing any dream images or inspirations to surface and clarify before attempting to translate them into practical action. This period of quiet reflection proved crucial for distinguishing between genuine insights and the random mental activity that could sometimes masquerade as inspiration. The actual baking work that followed was conducted in a spirit of contemplative attention, with Aeolus treating each step of the process as an opportunity for deeper understanding, rather than simply a means to a practical end. She learned to work with a quality of presence that allowed her to notice subtle changes and relationships that were normally hidden beneath the surface of routine activity. The results of this approach were consistently remarkable. Breads created according to dream recipes possessed qualities that set them apart from products made through conventional methods. They had more complex flavors, better nutritional properties, and longer shelf life, while also seeming to have beneficial effects on the health and well-being of those who consumed them regularly. But perhaps most importantly, the process of creating dream recipes provided Alis with a practical method for accessing and applying the kind of traditional wisdom that was being lost as communities moved away from the natural rhythms that had sustained human culture for millennia. The dreams that guided her baking seemed to connect her with a lineage of knowledge that extended far beyond her individual experience, linking her to generations of women who had understood their craft as a sacred trust. Alis's role in the Guild of Midnight Watchers was that of the practical mystic, the skilled craftsperson whose work demonstrated how divine sleep could enhance traditional trades and professions in ways that produced tangible benefits for entire communities. Her dream recipes became models for how ancient wisdom could be preserved and transmitted through the medium of everyday activities, while her teaching methods showed how contemplative practices could be integrated into the most ordinary aspects of daily life. The young baker understood that her work was contributing to a broader effort to heal the growing separation between spiritual practice and practical life that was beginning to characterize medieval society. The bread she created during the watching hours served as a reminder that the sacred could be found in the most humble activities, and that the practice of divine sleep could transform any craft or profession into a pathway for deeper understanding and service to community. As word of Alis's innovations spread throughout the region, her bakery became a pilgrimage destination for those seeking to understand how traditional crafts could be enhanced through contemplative practice. The bread she shared with visitors carried with it not just physical nourishment, but also a taste of the peace and wisdom that emerged from the proper practice of divine sleep. making her shop a center for the transmission of the Guild's most essential teachings. Gerald the Healer's Wisdom. In the hills above Thornwick, where ancient oaks cast shadows that had sheltered generations of village children, and where springs bubbled up from depths that seemed to connect with the very heart of the earth, lived Gerald Herbright, the village's master healer and keeper of botanical wisdom. At 67, Gerald was old enough to remember when most people still followed the natural sleep patterns that Brother Marcus was now teaching to the younger generation, and wise enough to understand that the Guild of Midnight Watchers was not creating something new, but rather rediscovering something essential that had been temporarily forgotten. Gerald's cottage stood at the edge of the village proper, surrounded by gardens that contained the most comprehensive collection of medicinal plants in the region. Visitors often remarked that the healer's property seemed to exist in a different season than the surrounding countryside. Even in the depths of winter, something was always growing, always flowering, always offering its gifts to those who knew how to ask properly. The old man had inherited his knowledge from a long line of healers who had served the communities of the Wye Valley for centuries. But his understanding of the relationship between sleep and health had been deepened through years of careful observation and patient experimentation. Gerald had noticed long before Brother Marcus arrived in Thornwick that people who maintained natural sleep patterns were healthier, more resilient, and more capable of the kind of deep healing that addressed not just physical symptoms, but their underlying causes. When the practice of divine sleep began to spread through the village, Gerald found himself in the unique position of being able to observe and document its effects on the health and well-being of the entire community. What he discovered confirmed his long-held suspicions about the relationship between rest and healing, while also revealing new possibilities for therapeutic intervention that had been hidden beneath the surface of conventional medical practice. Gerald's introduction to the Guild of Midnight Watchers had come through his professional relationship with Brother Marcus, who sought the healer's advice about the physical effects of the sleep practices he was teaching. The monk was careful to ensure that the techniques he shared were not only spiritually beneficial, but also medically sound, and he valued Gerald's expertise in matters related to human physiology and the subtle energies that governed health and disease. The two men had quickly discovered that they shared a common understanding of healing as a process that involved the whole person rather than just the treatment of isolated symptoms. Both recognized that true health required a harmony between physical, emotional, and spiritual aspects of human nature. And both had observed that this harmony was most easily achieved when people lived in accordance with natural rhythms, rather than fighting against them. Gerald's own practice of divine sleep had begun as a form of professional research, an attempt to understand from the inside the processes that he was observing in his patients. But the healer quickly discovered that the watching hours provided him with access to diagnostic insights and therapeutic inspirations that were not available during conventional waking consciousness. During the quiet hours of night, Gerald often found that he could perceive patterns of health and disease that were invisible during the busy activities of daylight. Patients' conditions would reveal themselves more clearly, showing him not just surface symptoms, but the deeper imbalances that were their true causes. Treatment plans would emerge spontaneously, combining traditional remedies with innovative approaches that seemed to arise from sources of wisdom beyond his ordinary thinking mind. The healer began to document these experiences systematically, creating detailed records of the insights and inspirations that emerged during his practice of divine sleep. What he discovered was that the watching hours provided access to a kind of intuitive knowledge that could complement and enhance the rational analysis that formed the foundation of conventional medical practice. This discovery led Gerald to begin experimenting with what he called healing dreams, deliberately cultivated visions that could provide guidance for the treatment of particularly challenging cases. Working during the watching hours, in a state of relaxed attention that was neither fully awake nor completely asleep, the healer learned to enter imaginative dialogues with the illnesses he was treating, gaining insights into their nature and requirements that were not available through conventional diagnostic methods. The process was both simple and profound. Gerald would begin by entering a state of meditative receptivity, clearing his mind of preconceptions and opening himself to whatever understanding might emerge. He would then focus his attention on a particular patient or condition, allowing images and impressions to arise spontaneously without trying to direct or control them. What emerged from these sessions was often surprising and always illuminating. Chronic conditions would reveal themselves as expressions of deeper imbalances that required attention to lifestyle, relationships, or spiritual practices rather than just herbal remedies. Acute illnesses would show him their natural course and the specific interventions that would support rather than interfere with the body's own healing processes. Most remarkably, Gerald began to receive detailed information about the properties and applications of plants that he had never studied or used before. During his healing dreams, he would often find himself in vast botanical gardens, where master healers from previous generations would share knowledge about remedies and techniques that had been lost to conventional practice. These dream teachers would show him how to prepare medicines that addressed not just physical symptoms, but also the emotional and spiritual dimensions of illness. They would explain the subtle energies that different plants carried, and how these could be combined to create healing formulations that worked with rather than against the natural processes of recovery and regeneration. When Gerald tested these dream-inspired remedies in his practice, he found that they were consistently more effective than conventional treatments, producing faster healing with fewer side effects and addressing underlying causes rather than just surface symptoms. Patients who received these treatments often reported not just physical improvement, but also enhanced emotional stability and spiritual clarity. The healer's innovations attracted attention from medical practitioners throughout the region, many of whom traveled to Thornwick to study his methods and learn about the relationship between sleep patterns and healing capacity. Gerald was generous in sharing his knowledge, but he was also careful to emphasize that the techniques he had developed required not just intellectual understanding, but also personal practice of divine sleep, and the cultivation of the receptive states of consciousness that made healing dreams possible. Working in collaboration with the other members of the guild, Gerald began to develop a comprehensive system of sleep-based healing that could be taught to other practitioners, and that could serve as a model for how traditional medicine could be enhanced through contemplative practice. The system was based on his recognition that healing was fundamentally a process of restoring natural rhythms and harmonies that had been disrupted by illness, stress, or inappropriate lifestyle choices. The watching hours provided ideal conditions for this restoration process. During these periods of relaxed wakefulness, the body's natural healing mechanisms operated more efficiently, while the mind's capacity for insight and inspiration was enhanced in ways that supported both self-healing and the treatment of others. Gerald's most significant contribution to the Guild's work was his development of what came to be known as sleep medicine, a therapeutic approach that used the practice of divine sleep as both a diagnostic tool and a treatment method. Patients who learned to honor their natural sleep rhythms often found that chronic conditions improved spontaneously, while healers who worked during the watching hours discovered that their therapeutic abilities were enhanced in ways that seemed to transcend the limitations of conventional medical knowledge. The old healer's role in the Guild of Midnight Watchers was that of the wise elder, the experienced practitioner whose years of observation and experimentation provided the foundation for understanding how ancient wisdom could be applied to contemporary challenges. His knowledge of traditional healing methods gave him the credibility needed to advocate for approaches that might otherwise have been dismissed as innovation or superstition, while his careful documentation of results provided the empirical evidence that skeptics required. Gerald understood that his work was contributing to a broader effort to preserve and transmit knowledge that could help human beings reconnect with natural processes that were essential for health and well-being. The healing practices he developed during the watching hours represented a bridge between ancient wisdom and contemporary needs, showing how traditional medicine could be enhanced rather than replaced by new understanding of consciousness and its relationship to physical health. As the Guild's influence spread throughout the region, Gerald's cottage became a center for the training of healers who wanted to integrate contemplative practices into their work. The gardens that surrounded his home served as living laboratories where students could learn to perceive the subtle energies and relationships that governed the healing properties of plants, while the healer himself provided guidance for those seeking to develop their own capacity for the kind of intuitive diagnosis and treatment that divine sleep made possible. The old man's teachings emphasized that healing was not something that one person did to another, but rather a collaborative process in which healer and patient worked together to restore the natural harmonies that supported health and well-being. The practice of divine sleep provided a foundation for this collaboration, creating conditions in which both healer and patient could access the deeper wisdom that was needed for true healing to occur. Young Thomas and the Dragons Beneath. Thomas Miller was 8 years old when the dragons first appeared beneath his bed, and unlike most children who might have been frightened by such nocturnal visitors, Thomas found them to be the most comforting companions he had ever known. The youngest of 5 children in the Miller family, Thomas had always been sensitive to the subtle currents that flowed through the household during the watching hours. But it was not until he began to practice divine sleep himself that he discovered the magical realm that existed in the space between waking and sleeping. The Miller family had been among the first in Thornwick to adopt the sleep practices that Brother Marcus introduced, and Thomas had grown up in a household where the watching hours were as natural and accepted as any other part of the daily routine. While his older siblings sometimes grumbled about being awakened in the middle of the night, Thomas had always looked forward to these periods of gentle wakefulness, when the house was filled with the soft sounds of quiet conversation and peaceful activity. Thomas's bedroom was located in the cottage's upper story, a small space under the eaves that he shared with his 2 brothers. The room was simply furnished with 3 straw mattresses, a wooden chest for clothes, and a small window that looked out over the village rooftops toward the hills where Gerald the healer maintained his gardens. During the day, it was an ordinary child's room, filled with the clutter and chaos that seemed to follow young boys wherever they went. But during the watching hours, Thomas's room was transformed into something magical. The shadows cast by the single candle that his mother left burning in the hallway seemed to dance and shift, creating shapes that suggested fantastic creatures and mysterious landscapes. The familiar sounds of the house, creaking timbers, settling stones, the distant murmur of adult conversation, became the soundtrack for adventures that existed somewhere between dream and reality. It was during one of these midnight transformations that Thomas first encountered the dragons that would become his most treasured secret. He had awakened naturally around midnight, as had become his habit since the family began practicing divine sleep, and was lying quietly in his bed, listening to the gentle sounds of his parents' conversation drifting up from the room below. As Thomas lay there in the comfortable drowsiness that characterized the watching hours, he became aware of a soft, rustling sound coming from beneath his bed. At first, he thought it might be mice, or perhaps his cat, Whiskers, who sometimes sought refuge under the furniture when the household dogs became too boisterous. But, as he listened more carefully, the sound seemed too regular and purposeful to be made by any ordinary animal. Curious, but not frightened. The atmosphere of the watching hours seemed to protect him from the fears that might have troubled him during ordinary nighttime. Thomas carefully lowered his head over the side of his mattress to peer into the darkness beneath his bed. What he saw there changed his understanding of what was possible in the world and began in friendship that would influence the rest of his life. Curled up in the space beneath his bed were 3 small dragons, each no larger than his father's house cat, their scales shimmering with colors that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. They were beautiful creatures, with delicate wings that looked like stained glass windows and eyes that held an intelligence and kindness that immediately put Thomas at ease. The largest of the dragons, whose scales were primarily deep blue with highlights of silver, looked up at Thomas with what appeared to be amusement rather than alarm at being discovered. When it spoke, and Thomas was not surprised to discover that it could speak, for such things seemed natural during the watching hours. Its voice was like the sound of wind chimes on a gentle breeze. "Good evening, Thomas," the dragon said. "We were wondering when you would notice us. We've been waiting here for quite some time." "Waiting for me?" Thomas whispered, careful not to wake his sleeping brothers. "Why were you waiting for me?" "Because you're ready to learn about the secret places," replied the second dragon, whose scales were green and gold like sunlight filtering through forest leaves. "Not everyone can see us, you know. Only children who have learned to sleep the old way, the way that opens doors between the worlds." Or the third dragon, smaller than the others and colored in shades of purple and rose, added in a voice like distant music. "We are the guardians of the dream roads, the pathways that connect all the places where sleeping minds can travel. Would you like to see them?" Thomas nodded eagerly, and without any sense of transition or movement, he found himself standing in a vast landscape that seemed to exist beneath the ordinary world. The sky above was filled with stars that moved and danced in patterns that told stories, while the ground beneath his feet was soft and warm, covered with grass that glowed with its own gentle light. "This is the Underland," explained the blue dragon, who had introduced himself as Stellaris. "It exists beneath every place where children sleep, connecting all the beds and bedrooms in the world through tunnels and pathways that adults have forgotten how to see." Thomas spent the remainder of that watching hour exploring the Underland with his new friends, discovering that it was populated by all manner of wonderful creatures who served as guardians and guides for sleeping children. There were dream horses who carried messages between sleeping minds, storybirds who sang lullabies that could be heard in bedrooms throughout the world, and gentle giants who repaired the damage that nightmares sometimes caused to the delicate architecture of the dream realm. When it came time for Thomas to return to second sleep, the dragons showed him how to find his way back to his own bed, through the network of tunnels that connected the Underland to the ordinary world. They promised to be waiting for him during future watching hours, and they kept their word, becoming his regular companions during the midnight adventures that soon became the highlight of his days. Over the following months, Thomas's relationship with the dragons deepened and expanded. They taught him about the geography of the dream realm, showing him how to navigate the pathways that connected sleeping minds, and how to recognize the landmarks that indicated different types of dreams. They explained the rules that governed travel in the Underland, the courtesies that should be observed when visiting other people's dreams, and the responsibilities that came with the ability to move freely between waking and sleeping consciousness. Most importantly, the dragons helped Thomas understand that his experiences in the Underland were not just fantasies, but genuine explorations of dimensions of reality that most people had forgotten how to access. The watching hours provided a natural bridge between ordinary consciousness and the deeper levels of awareness where imagination and reality merged into something that was more real than either alone. Thomas's adventures with the dragons began to influence his waking life in ways that amazed his family and the other members of the Guild of Midnight Watchers. The boy displayed an intuitive understanding of other people's emotional states that seemed to come from his ability to visit their dreams and observe their inner landscapes. He could often predict when someone was going to become ill, when conflicts were developing between neighbors, or when good fortune was approaching the village. But perhaps most remarkably, Thomas began to serve as a bridge between the adult members of the guild and the wisdom of the dream realm. During family conversations that took place during the watching hours, the boy would share insights and information that he claimed to have learned from the dragons, and these communications often proved to be remarkably accurate and helpful. Brother Marcus was particularly interested in Thomas's experiences, recognizing in the boy's descriptions of the Underland echoes of the mystical traditions that he had studied in the monastery libraries. The monk began to document Thomas's adventures, creating a record of childhood mysticism that provided valuable insights into the relationship between divine sleep and spiritual development. Edmund, too, was fascinated by Thomas's reports, seeing in them evidence for the existence of collective unconscious processes that connected individual minds in ways that conventional understanding could not explain. The scholar began to develop theories about the nature of consciousness that were informed by the boy's descriptions of the dream realm's geography and inhabitants. Isabel found that Thomas's stories provided inspiration for new textile patterns that seemed to capture something essential about the magical dimensions of the watching hours. Working in collaboration with the boy, she began to create tapestries that depicted scenes from the Underland, and these pieces proved to have remarkable effects on viewers, often triggering their own memories of childhood experiences with the dream realm. Even Gerald the healer recognized the value of Thomas's connection to the dragons. The old man had long suspected that children possessed natural healing abilities that were gradually lost as they grew older and became more disconnected from the magical dimensions of existence. Thomas's experiences suggested that the practice of divine sleep could help preserve and develop these abilities, creating possibilities for healing approaches that worked with rather than against the natural wisdom of childhood. As Thomas grew older and his adventures in the Underland became more sophisticated, he began to understand that his relationship with the dragons was preparing him for a larger role in the preservation and transmission of the guild's wisdom. The creatures explained that children who maintained their connection to the dream realm as they matured could serve as bridges between the magical consciousness of childhood and the practical wisdom of adulthood, helping to ensure that essential knowledge was not lost as communities evolved and changed. Thomas's role in the Guild of Midnight Watchers was that of the child mystic, the young visionary whose natural connection to the magical dimensions of consciousness provided access to wisdom that was not available through conventional adult understanding. His experiences demonstrated that the practice of divine sleep could preserve and enhance the natural spiritual gifts of childhood, while his ability to communicate with the inhabitants of the dream realm provided the guild with access to sources of guidance and inspiration that transcended individual human knowledge. The boy understood, with the clarity that sometimes comes to children who have been touched by genuine magic, that his adventures with the dragons were not just personal experiences, but part of a larger pattern of awakening that was spreading through the world. The watching hours were opening doorways that had been closed for generations, and those who learned to walk through these doorways were helping to restore connections between human consciousness and the deeper sources of wisdom that sustained all life. As word of Thomas's experiences spread beyond Thornwick, the boy became a symbol of the possibilities that divine sleep could unlock for those who approached it with the openness and wonder that characterized the best of childhood. His stories reminded adults of their own forgotten connections to the magical dimensions of existence, while his ongoing adventures with the dragons provided hope that these connections could be restored and strengthened through the practice of ancient sleep wisdom. Part 6. The Guild of Midnight Watchers. 6 months had passed since that transformative night in Brother Marcus's chamber, and the spring of 1348 brought with it changes that would have seemed impossible to imagine during the previous winter's planning sessions. The partnership between Master Geoffrey, Brother Marcus, Edmund, and Isabel had grown beyond their most optimistic projections, evolving into something that was part trading company, part educational institution, and part spiritual movement. The Guild of Midnight Watchers, as they had come to call their organization, now operated from a complex of buildings that had been constructed on land purchased between Thornwick and the monastery. The main hall was a marvel of medieval architecture, designed specifically to accommodate the unique rhythms of biphasic sleep and the watching hours. The building contained workshops where craftsmen could pursue their trades during both daylight and midnight hours, dormitories arranged to support the natural cycle of first sleep and second sleep, and a great library where the accumulated wisdom of the night guardians was being collected and preserved. But it was the success of their commercial ventures that had truly astonished everyone involved. The guild's products, textiles, metalwork, illuminated manuscripts, and other crafts produced by artisans who practiced divine sleep had gained a reputation throughout England for exceptional quality and innovative design. Merchants from London, York, and even continental cities were seeking out guild products, willing to pay premium prices for goods that consistently exceeded the standards achieved by conventional workshops. Master Geoffrey had established trading relationships with customers who specifically requested items produced by the Midnight Craftsmen, as they had become known in commercial circles. These customers weren't just paying for superior quality. They were investing in a story, a way of life that represented something deeper than mere commercial success. The guild's products carried with them the mystique of ancient wisdom applied to contemporary needs. The success had attracted attention from unexpected quarters. Other villages and regions had begun sending delegations to study the guild's methods, hoping to understand how they could achieve similar results in their own communities. Some came as skeptics, convinced that the guild's success must be based on some secret technique or hidden advantage that had nothing to do with sleep patterns. Others came as believers, already convinced of the value of traditional practices, but needing guidance on how to implement them effectively. Edmund had become the guild's primary chronicler and teacher, his role evolving from village scribe to something approaching a medieval professor of consciousness studies. His original journal of midnight experiences had grown into a comprehensive library of texts documenting every aspect of divine sleep and its applications. Students came from throughout England to study with him, learning not just the techniques of biphasic sleep, but the deeper principles that made the watching hours so effective. The teaching program that Edmund had developed was unlike anything that existed in medieval education. Instead of the rote memorization and rigid discipline that characterized most schools, Edmund's approach emphasized experiential learning and personal discovery. Students lived according to the rhythm of divine sleep, participated in midnight vigils under the guidance of experienced night guardians, and gradually developed their own understanding of how the watching hours could enhance their chosen crafts or professions. The watching hours cannot be taught like other subjects, Edmund would explain to new students. They must be experienced, lived, integrated into the very fabric of one's daily existence. We can provide guidance and support, but each person must discover for themselves how the midnight consciousness can serve their unique gifts and purposes. Isabel had become the Guild's master of symbolic arts, developing new techniques for weaving meaning into textiles that served both practical and spiritual purposes. Her tapestries had evolved beyond mere decoration to become teaching tools, meditation aids, and historical records. Each piece told a story about the relationship between consciousness and creativity, between rest and productivity, between individual development and community well-being. The loom that had belonged to her grandmother had been moved to a place of honor in the Guild's main hall, where Isabel worked during the midnight hours while students and visitors observed her techniques. But she had also trained other weavers in her methods, creating a school of textile arts that was beginning to influence fashion and design throughout the region. Every thread carries intention, Isabel would tell her students as they worked at their looms during the watching hours. Every pattern reflects the state of consciousness from which it emerges. When we weave during the midnight hours, we're not just creating cloth. We're making visible the invisible connections that bind all things together. Brother Marcus had taken on the role of the Guild's spiritual director and chief researcher, continuing his studies of divine sleep while also serving as liaison with the broader religious community. His correspondence with monasteries throughout Europe had created a network of institutions that were experimenting with traditional sleep patterns and sharing their results. The monastery of St. Aldrich had become a center for what was being called the New Monasticism, a movement that sought to integrate ancient wisdom with contemporary challenges. The monks' research had expanded beyond simple documentation to include what we might recognize today as scientific experimentation. He had developed systematic methods for measuring the effects of different sleep patterns on various aspects of human performance, creating data that supported the Guild's claims about the practical benefits of the watching hours. We are not asking people to accept our methods on faith alone, Brother Marcus would explain to skeptical visitors. We are providing evidence that can be tested and verified. The watching hours produce measurable improvements in creativity, problem-solving ability, emotional stability, and physical health. These are not mystical claims. They are observable facts. But it was Master Geoffrey's transformation that perhaps best illustrated the profound changes that the Guild represented. The sharp-edged London merchant had evolved into something entirely different. A business leader who understood that true success required honoring both human nature and market demands. His approach to commerce had become a model for what would later be called conscious capitalism, though he would have used different terms to describe his philosophy. Master Geoffrey had maintained his residence in London, but he spent increasing amounts of time at the Guild's headquarters, participating in the midnight vigils, and contributing his commercial expertise to the organization's continued growth. His London workshops had been reorganized according to guild principles, with workers following biphasic sleep schedules and using the watching hours for creative problem-solving and quality improvement. The results in London had been as dramatic as those achieved in Thornwick. Master Geoffrey's businesses had not only maintained their competitive edge, but had actually increased their market share while reducing the working hours required from their employees. The combination of improved efficiency during working hours and enhanced creativity during the watching hours had created a business model that seemed almost too good to be true. I used to believe that success required sacrifice, Master Geoffrey would tell visitors to his London workshops. I thought that prosperity demanded that we work against our natural rhythms, that we push ourselves beyond our limits in order to achieve our goals. What I've learned is exactly the opposite. True success comes from working with our deepest nature, from honoring the rhythms that sustain us rather than depleting us. The Guild's success had not gone unnoticed by those who felt threatened by its approach. Traditional craft guilds complained that the Midnight Watchers were gaining unfair advantages through what they called unnatural practices. Some religious authorities questioned whether the emphasis on dreams and midnight consciousness was compatible with orthodox Christian teaching. A few merchants and manufacturers had begun spreading rumors that the Guild's success was based on some form of sorcery or demonic influence. These criticisms had led to what became known as the Great Examination, a formal investigation of the Guild's practices by a commission of bishops, scholars, and Guild representatives appointed by the king himself. The examination took place over several weeks during the summer of 1348. With the commissioners living at the Guild's headquarters and observing every aspect of their operations. The examination had been a crucial test of the Guild's legitimacy and future prospects. If the commissioners had found evidence of heretical practices or fraudulent claims, the Guild could have been disbanded and its leaders prosecuted. But the investigation had instead provided an opportunity for the Midnight Watchers to demonstrate the genuine value of their practices to some of the most influential people in medieval England. Brother Marcus had served as the Guild's primary spokesman during the examination, presenting evidence from his years of research and inviting the commissioners to experience divine sleep for themselves. Several of the investigating bishops had been so impressed by their own experiences with biphasic sleep that they had returned to their dioceses as advocates for the Guild's methods. We have found no evidence of heretical teaching or fraudulent practice, the Commission's final report had stated. The Guild of Midnight Watchers appears to be engaged in the legitimate pursuit of traditional Christian practices that have been preserved and refined through careful study and application. Their methods produce demonstrable benefits for both individuals and communities, and their commercial success appears to be based on genuine improvements in the quality and innovation of their products. The royal approval had removed the last significant obstacle to the Guild's expansion, and by the autumn of 1348, they were receiving requests for assistance from communities throughout England and even from the continent. The Guild had established a formal process for helping villages and regions implement the practices of divine sleep, sending teams of experienced night guardians to provide training and support during the transition period. But success had also brought new challenges and responsibilities. The Guild's leaders found themselves managing not just a commercial enterprise, but a movement that was influencing the fundamental ways that medieval communities organized their lives. They were being asked to provide guidance on everything from agricultural scheduling to religious observance, from education to governance. Edmund had documented these challenges in his ever-expanding chronicles. noting how the guild's influence was spreading far beyond their original intentions. "We began with the simple goal of preserving the watching hours," he wrote. "We have discovered that we are helping to preserve a way of life that honors both individual development and community well-being, both spiritual growth and material prosperity." The guild had also attracted the attention of scholars and natural philosophers who were interested in understanding the mechanisms behind the success of divine sleep. Visitors came from the universities of Oxford and Paris, seeking to understand how the watching hours affected human consciousness and performance. Some of these scholars had begun incorporating the guild's findings into their own research, creating the beginnings of what would later be recognized as the scientific study of sleep and consciousness. Isabel had been particularly interested in working with these scholarly visitors, seeing in their systematic approaches to understanding human nature a complement to the intuitive wisdom that had been passed down through generations of night guardians. The ancient wisdom and the new learning are not enemies, she would tell students who worried about the influence of university-trained scholars. They are different ways of approaching the same truths about human nature and the conditions that support human flourishing. As winter approached and the guild prepared for its second year of operation, the four founders found themselves reflecting on how far they had traveled from that first midnight vigil in Brother Marcus's chamber. What had begun as a desperate attempt to preserve traditional practices had evolved into a thriving movement that was influencing communities throughout the known world. But they also understood that their success had made them targets for those who profited from the intensive work schedules that the guild's methods were beginning to replace. There were rumors of organized opposition forming among traditional craft guilds and commercial interests who saw the Midnight Watchers as a threat to their established ways of doing business. "We have proven that the ancient wisdom can thrive in the modern world," Master Geoffrey observed during one of their regular planning sessions. "Now we must prove that it can survive the resistance of those who prefer the old ways of exploitation and exhaustion." Brother Marcus nodded gravely. Augustine warned that there would be periods when the watching hours would be threatened by those who valued immediate gain over long-term wisdom. We may be approaching such a period. Edmund and Isabel exchanged glances, understanding that their peaceful world of midnight vigils and creative collaboration was about to face its greatest test. The Guild of Midnight Watchers had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams, but success had made them visible to forces that might seek to destroy what they had built. As the four partners prepared for what might be their most challenging winter yet, they drew strength from the knowledge that they were not just defending a business enterprise, but preserving a way of life that had sustained human communities for centuries. The watching hours had found new guardians, and those guardians were prepared to fight for the right of future generations to experience the gifts of divine sleep. The gentle rhythm of first sleep, midnight vigil, and second sleep continued as it always had, but now it carried with it the weight of history and the hope of the future. The Midnight Watchers had proven that ancient wisdom could thrive in a changing world, and they were determined to ensure that it would continue to thrive for generations to come. But as the winter winds began to blow and rumors of organized opposition grew stronger, the guild's leaders understood that their greatest challenges lay ahead. The watching hours had survived for centuries, but they had never before faced the kind of systematic opposition that was beginning to form against them. The ancient tradition was about to face its greatest test, and its survival would depend on the courage and wisdom of those who had sworn to protect it. The stage was set for a conflict that would determine not just the fate of the Guild of Midnight Watchers, but the future of human consciousness itself. The gentle practices that had sustained communities for generations were about to prove whether they possessed the strength to survive in a world that was increasingly hostile to anything that couldn't be measured, controlled, and exploited for immediate gain. A year of sleep in the village. The rhythm of divine sleep in Thornwick followed the ancient patterns that had governed human rest since the beginning of time. Patterns that were intimately connected to the cycles of seasons, the phases of the moon, and the subtle energies that flowed through the natural world. As the Guild of Midnight Watchers developed their understanding of these connections, they began to document how the practice of divine sleep changed and evolved throughout the year, creating a calendar of consciousness that honored both the practical needs of village life and the deeper requirements of spiritual development. Spring, the season of awakening dreams. Spring in Thornwick arrived with the sound of rain drumming against thatched roofs and the chorus of frogs that emerged from the marshes along the River Wye. It was a season of awakening, when the earth itself seemed to stir from winter's deep sleep and begin the slow process of returning to life. The villagers who practiced divine sleep found that their own rest patterns reflected this natural awakening, with the watching hours becoming times of particular creativity and inspiration. During the spring months, the first sleep period often lasted only 3 or 4 hours, as people found themselves naturally awakening earlier in the night. Their consciousness stirred by the same energies that were calling forth new growth from the warming earth. The watching hours during this season were characterized by a quality of alert expectancy, as though everyone was waiting for something wonderful to emerge from the darkness. Brother Marcus observed that the spring watching hours were particularly conducive to the kind of visionary experiences that had been reported by mystics throughout the history of the Church. People who had never shown any inclination toward spiritual matters would find themselves experiencing profound insights during these midnight vigils, often describing encounters with divine presence that transformed their understanding of themselves and their relationship to the sacred. Edmund documented remarkable increases in creative problem-solving during the spring watching hours, with villagers developing innovations and solutions that had eluded them during the more conventional thinking of daylight hours. Farmers would devise new techniques for improving crop yields. Craftsmen would discover better methods for their trades, and even children would demonstrate enhanced learning abilities that seemed to emerge from the heightened consciousness of the season. Isabel found that the textiles she created during spring watching hours possessed a particular vibrancy and life that set them apart from work produced during other seasons. The patterns that emerged during these sessions seemed to capture something essential about the energy of renewal and growth, creating pieces that had remarkable effects on viewers, often triggering their own experiences of creative awakening. The spring watching hours were also characterized by an increase in prophetic dreams and visions that seemed to provide guidance for the year ahead. Alice would receive detailed instructions for new bread recipes that would prove particularly nourishing during the coming seasons, while Gerald would be shown the locations of medicinal plants that would be needed for treating conditions that had not yet manifested, but would require attention later in the year. Young Thomas's adventures with the dragons took on a particular intensity during the spring months, with his nocturnal journeys extending into realms of the underland that were only accessible during this season of awakening. The dragons would show him gardens where dream flowers bloomed only in spring, their petals carrying seeds of inspiration that could be planted in sleeping minds throughout the village. Summer, the season of shortened sleep. Summer brought long days and short nights to Thornwick, with darkness lasting only a few hours, and the watching period sometimes reduced to a brief interlude between 2 short sleep sessions. But rather than diminishing the practice of divine sleep, these seasonal changes created opportunities for different types of contemplative experience that were uniquely suited to the abundant energy of the summer months. The heat of summer nights made sleep more challenging, with many villagers finding that they naturally awakened more frequently and for longer periods than during other seasons. Rather than fighting against these disruptions, the practitioners of divine sleep learned to work with them, using the extended watching hours for activities that were particularly suited to the warm, languid atmosphere of summer nights. During these long summer vigils, families would gather in their gardens or courtyards, taking advantage of the mild weather to engage in conversations and activities that strengthened their bonds and enriched their understanding of each other. Children would learn songs and stories that had been passed down through generations, while adults would share the accumulated wisdom of their trades and professions. The summer watching hours became times for community celebration and connection, with neighbors visiting each other's homes and gardens to share in the gentle festivities that emerged spontaneously during the warm nights. These gatherings were characterized by a quality of peaceful joy that was different from the more boisterous celebrations of daylight hours, creating opportunities for the kind of deep communication that strengthened the social fabric of the village. Craftsmen found that the summer watching hours were ideal for projects that required delicate work in good light, taking advantage of the long twilight hours when the sun's rays slanted through windows at angles that illuminated their workbenches with perfect clarity. Isabel would often work at her loom until well past midnight, creating textiles that captured the golden quality of summer light in their patterns and colors. The summer heat also created natural opportunities for the kind of meditative practices that were enhanced by physical comfort and relaxation. People would lie on cool stone floors or in shaded gardens, allowing their consciousness to drift into the receptive states that made possible the deeper levels of divine sleep experience. Alis discovered that bread dough behaved differently during the summer months, rising more quickly in the warm air, but also developing more complex flavors when given time to ferment slowly during the extended watching hours. She began to develop special summer recipes that took advantage of these seasonal variations, creating breads that captured something essential about the abundance and warmth of the season. Gerald observed that the healing properties of plants were particularly potent during the summer months, when the life force of the natural world was at its peak. He would often spend his watching hours in his gardens, gathering herbs and flowers by moonlight when their medicinal properties were most concentrated, creating remedies that seemed to carry within them the vital energy of summer itself. Autumn, the season of harvest rest. Autumn in Thornwick was a time of completion and preparation, when the hard work of the growing season culminated in the harvest that would sustain the village through the coming winter. It was also a season when the practice of divine sleep took on particular importance, as people's bodies and minds required deeper rest to recover from the intensive labor of gathering and preserving the year's crops. The autumn watching hours were characterized by a quality of peaceful satisfaction, as people reflected on the accomplishments of the year and prepared for the quieter months ahead. The first sleep period often extended longer during this season, as bodies that had been pushed to their limits during the harvest required additional time for restoration and healing. But the watching hours during autumn were also times of particular richness and depth, as people found that their consciousness was enhanced by the sense of completion that came with successful harvest. The accumulated experiences of the year seemed to crystallize during these midnight vigils, creating opportunities for integration and understanding that were not available during the busy activities of the growing season. Brother Marcus noted that the autumn watching hours were particularly conducive to the kind of contemplative practices that led to spiritual maturity and wisdom. People who had been practicing divine sleep throughout the year often experienced significant breakthroughs during this season, achieving new levels of understanding about themselves and their relationship to the divine. Edmund documented remarkable increases in philosophical and analytical thinking during the autumn watching hours, with villagers demonstrating enhanced abilities to synthesize complex information and draw meaningful conclusions from their experiences. The season seemed to promote the kind of reflective consciousness that was essential for learning and growth. Isabel found that the textiles she created during autumn watching hours possessed a particular depth and complexity that reflected the accumulated wisdom of the year. The patterns that emerged during these sessions often incorporated elements from work created during previous seasons, creating pieces that seemed to tell the story of the year's journey through their intricate designs. The autumn watching hours were also times for preserving and transmitting the knowledge that had been gained throughout the year. Families would use these quiet periods to share stories and lessons that needed to be passed on to younger generations, while craftsmen would take apprentices through the subtle techniques that could only be learned through patient observation and practice. Alice developed special autumn breads that incorporated the grains and fruits of the harvest, creating loaves that seemed to capture the essence of the season's abundance. These breads were not just nourishing, but also symbolic, representing the community's gratitude for the year's blessings and their confidence in their ability to sustain themselves through the challenges ahead. Gerald used the autumn watching hours to prepare the medicines and remedies that would be needed during the winter months, when illness and injury were more common and the healing properties of fresh plants were not available. His autumn preparations were guided by the insights he had gained during the year's practice of healing dreams, creating remedies that addressed not just immediate symptoms, but also the deeper imbalances that winter conditions often revealed. Winter, the season of deep sleep. Winter in Thornwick was a time of drawing inward, when the natural world entered its period of deepest rest and human communities gathered around their fires to wait for the return of spring. It was during this season that the practice of divine sleep reached its fullest expression, with the long nights providing extended opportunities for the kind of deep contemplative experience that was the ultimate goal of the Guild's work. The winter watching hours were characterized by a quality of profound stillness that was different from the more active consciousness of other seasons. People would often spend these periods in silent meditation, allowing their awareness to sink into the depths of consciousness where the most fundamental insights and transformations occurred. The first sleep period during winter often lasted 5 or 6 hours, as bodies required additional rest to maintain warmth and energy during the cold months. But the watching hours that followed were correspondingly rich and deep, providing access to states of consciousness that were rarely available during other seasons. Brother Marcus observed that the winter watching hours were particularly conducive to the kind of mystical experiences that represented the highest achievements of contemplative practice. People who had been developing their spiritual lives throughout the year often experienced profound encounters with divine presence during these deep winter vigils, achieving levels of understanding and connection that transformed their entire approach to life. Edmund documented remarkable increases in intuitive and visionary consciousness during the winter watching hours, with villagers reporting dreams and insights that seemed to come from sources beyond their individual minds. The season appeared to promote the kind of collective consciousness that connected individual awareness to larger patterns of meaning and purpose. Isabel found that the textiles she created during winter watching hours possessed a particular luminosity that seemed to glow with inner light. The patterns that emerged during these sessions often incorporated sacred symbols and geometric forms that reflected the deep spiritual insights that characterized the season, creating pieces that served as visual aids for meditation and contemplation. The winter watching hours were also times for the deepest forms of healing and restoration, both physical and spiritual. Families would gather around their fires, sharing the kind of intimate conversations that strengthened their bonds and resolved conflicts that had accumulated during the busy months of the year. Alis developed special winter breads that were designed to provide not just physical nourishment, but also spiritual comfort during the challenging months of cold and darkness. These breads incorporated herbs and spices that had warming and uplifting properties, creating foods that helped maintain both physical health and emotional well-being during the season when both were most vulnerable. Gerald used the winter watching hours for the deepest forms of healing work, addressing chronic conditions and spiritual imbalances that required the kind of sustained attention that was only possible during the extended quiet periods of the season. His winter healing sessions often produced remarkable results, with patients experiencing transformations that seemed to address not just immediate symptoms, but also the fundamental patterns that had created their conditions. Young Thomas's adventures with the dragons reached their most profound levels during the winter months, when the deep quiet of the season allowed him to travel to the most remote and sacred regions of the Underland. The dragons would show him the great libraries where the dreams of all sleeping minds were preserved, and the council chambers where the guardians of the dream realm planned their work for the coming year. The Eternal Cycle. As the Guild of Midnight Watchers documented the seasonal variations in divine sleep practice, they began to understand that they were participating in rhythms that connected their individual experiences to the larger patterns that governed all life. The practice of divine sleep was not just a technique for better rest, but a way of aligning human consciousness with the fundamental cycles that sustained the natural world. Each season brought its own gifts and challenges, its own opportunities for growth and transformation. The spring watching hours opened doorways to creativity and renewal, while summer vigils provided opportunities for community connection and celebration. Autumn brought the deep satisfaction of completion and harvest, while winter offered access to the most profound levels of contemplative experience. But perhaps most importantly, the yearly cycle of divine sleep practice created a framework for continuous development and growth that honored both individual needs and community requirements. People who followed the seasonal rhythms of the practice found that their consciousness evolved in harmony with the natural world, creating a sense of integration and wholeness that was rarely achieved through conventional approaches to spiritual development. The Guild's documentation of these seasonal patterns became one of their most valuable contributions to the preservation and transmission of ancient wisdom. By showing how divine sleep practice could be adapted to the changing requirements of the natural year, they created a system that was both flexible and sustainable, capable of supporting human development across all the varied conditions that life presented. As word of their discoveries spread throughout medieval Europe, the seasonal calendar of divine sleep became a model for communities seeking to rediscover their connection to natural rhythms and cycles. The Guild had shown that it was possible to honor both the practical requirements of agricultural life and the deeper needs of spiritual development, creating a way of living that was both productive and fulfilling. The eternal cycle of seasons continued to turn, and with each revolution, the practice of divine sleep grew deeper and more refined, offering new insights and opportunities for those who had learned to dance with the ancient rhythms that connected human consciousness to the heart of creation itself. Part 7. The Trial of Traditions. The winter of 1348 brought more than just snow and cold to the English countryside. It brought a challenge that would test everything the Guild of Midnight Watchers had built during their remarkable first year of operation. The opposition that Brother Marcus had predicted was materializing in the form of a coordinated campaign, led by Master Robert Ashford, the most powerful guild leader in London, who saw the Midnight Watchers as a direct threat to the established order of medieval commerce. Master Ashford was a man who had built his fortune on the intensive work schedules that the guild's methods were beginning to replace. His workshops operated on what he called maximum efficiency principles: 14-hour workdays, continuous nighttime sleep, and production schedules that prioritized quantity over quality. His success had made him wealthy and influential, but it had also made him dependent on a system that required workers to sacrifice their health and well-being for his profit. The guild's success had begun to undermine Master Ashford's business model in ways that he found intolerable. Craftsmen who had experienced the benefits of divine sleep were leaving his workshops to seek employment with guild-affiliated enterprises. Customers who had discovered the superior quality of products created during the watching hours were canceling orders with his traditional manufacturers. Most troubling of all, other business leaders were beginning to question whether his intensive methods were actually necessary for commercial success. Master Ashford's response had been swift and systematic. He had formed what he called the Alliance for Commercial Progress, a coalition of traditional guild leaders, conservative religious authorities, and government officials who shared his concern about the guild's influence. The Alliance's stated goal was to protect English commerce from dangerous innovations that threaten the stability and prosperity of our established trades. But the Alliance's real purpose was to destroy the Guild of Midnight Watchers before their methods could spread further throughout English society. Master Ashford understood that if the Guild's approach to work and rest became widely adopted, it would fundamentally transform the relationship between employers and workers, making it impossible to maintain the exploitative practices that had made him wealthy. The Alliance's campaign began with a series of pamphlets distributed throughout London and other commercial centers, warning of the dangers posed by what they called the sleep heretics. These pamphlets claimed that the Guild's practices were based on pagan traditions that were incompatible with Christian teaching, that their success was achieved through supernatural means that bordered on witchcraft, and that their methods would lead to the collapse of English commerce if they were allowed to spread unchecked. The so-called Midnight Watchers, one pamphlet declared, seek to overturn the natural order established by God and sanctified by centuries of Christian practice. Their claims of superior productivity are based on deception and dark arts, and their influence represents a threat to the very foundations of our society. The pamphlets were followed by a campaign of economic pressure designed to isolate the Guild from their customers and suppliers. Master Ashford used his influence with other Guild leaders to create what amounted to a commercial boycott of Guild-affiliated enterprises. Merchants who dealt with the Midnight Watchers found themselves excluded from traditional trading networks. Craftsmen who adopted Guild methods discovered that their products were being rejected by established customers, and suppliers who provided materials to Guild workshops were pressured to terminate their relationships. The economic warfare was accompanied by legal challenges designed to question the Guild's right to operate outside the traditional Guild system. Master Ashford's lawyers argued that the Midnight Watchers were violating established commercial law by creating what amounted to an unauthorized guild, and that their practices constituted unfair competition that threatened the livelihoods of legitimate craftsmen. But perhaps most dangerous of all was the Alliance's campaign to convince religious authorities that the guild's practices were heretical. Master Ashford had cultivated relationships with conservative bishops and abbots who were already suspicious of any innovation that seemed to challenge traditional religious teaching. These religious leaders were persuaded to issue formal complaints about the guild's emphasis on dreams and midnight consciousness, arguing that such practices opened the door to demonic influence and spiritual corruption. The culmination of the Alliance's campaign came in the form of a formal petition to the king, requesting that the Guild of Midnight Watchers be disbanded and its leaders prosecuted for heresy, fraud, and sedition. The petition was signed by dozens of guild leaders, religious authorities, and government officials, representing a formidable coalition of medieval England's most powerful interests. Master Geoffrey received word of the petition while he was in London, managing his own businesses and trying to maintain the commercial relationships that were essential to the guild's continued success. The news came as a shock, even though the guild's leaders had been aware that opposition was building against them. The formal nature of the challenge and the impressive list of signatories supporting it made it clear that they were facing a threat that could destroy everything they had built. Master Geoffrey immediately sent word to his partners at the guild's headquarters, calling for an emergency meeting to develop their response to what was clearly a coordinated attack on their organization. The message reached Thornwick on a cold February morning, carried by a rider who had traveled through snow and ice to deliver what everyone understood was a call to arms. The emergency meeting took place in the Guild's Great Hall, with all four founders present along with the senior Night Guardians, who had emerged as leaders within their growing community. The atmosphere was tense but determined, as people who had experienced the benefits of divine sleep prepared to defend their way of life against those who would destroy it for their own profit. Brother Marcus opened the meeting by reading aloud the formal charges contained in the Alliance's petition. The accusations were serious and comprehensive, ranging from heresy and fraud to sedition and conspiracy against the crown. If the charges were upheld, the guild could be disbanded, its assets seized, and its leaders imprisoned or even executed. They are not just attacking our business practices, Brother Marcus observed after finishing his reading. They are attacking our right to exist, our right to choose how we organize our lives and communities. This is not a commercial dispute. It is a battle for the soul of medieval society. Edmund had spent the previous week documenting the Guild's achievements and preparing evidence to counter the Alliance's accusations. His records showed that the Guild's success was based on genuine improvements in productivity and quality, not on any form of deception or supernatural influence. The testimonials from customers, the data on worker health and satisfaction, the evidence of innovation and creativity. All of this provided a compelling case for the legitimacy and value of the Guild's methods. We have the truth on our side, Edmund declared. Our practices produce measurable benefits that can be verified by anyone willing to examine the evidence objectively. The question is whether we can present that truth in a way that overcomes the prejudice and self-interest of our opponents. Isabel had been working with other guild members to document the spiritual and social benefits of their practices, creating a comprehensive record of how divine sleep had strengthened families, communities, and individual lives. Her tapestries had become visual testimonies to the transformative power of the watching hours, and she had trained other weavers to create similar works that could serve as evidence of the Guild's positive influence. Our opponents claim that we are undermining Christian values, Isabel said. But our practices strengthen faith, deepen spiritual understanding, and create communities based on mutual support and shared wisdom. We need to help people see that the watching hours are not a threat to Christianity. They are a return to the contemplative traditions that have always been at the heart of genuine spiritual life. Master Geoffrey brought his commercial expertise to bear on the challenge, analyzing the Alliance's strategy and developing a comprehensive response that would address both the formal charges and the underlying economic interests that motivated the attack. He understood that the Guild's survival would depend not just on defending their practices, but on demonstrating that those practices served the broader interests of English society. Master Ashford and his allies are not really concerned about heresy or fraud, Master Geoffrey observed. They are concerned about losing their ability to exploit workers and maintain artificial scarcity in the marketplace. Our success threatens their business model, and they are using religious and legal arguments to disguise what is essentially an economic attack. The Guild's response strategy emerged from hours of intense discussion and careful planning. They would defend themselves on multiple fronts, addressing the religious charges through theological scholarship, the legal accusations through documented evidence of their legitimacy, and the economic concerns through demonstration of their positive impact on English commerce. Brother Marcus would lead the theological defense, working with sympathetic religious scholars to demonstrate that the Guild's practices were consistent with Christian teaching and tradition. He had already begun corresponding with monasteries throughout Europe that practiced similar forms of contemplative sleep, gathering evidence that the watching hours had been part of Christian spirituality for centuries. Edmund would coordinate the legal defense, organizing the extensive documentation that proved the Guild's legitimacy and effectiveness. His chronicles of the Guild's development, combined with testimonials from customers and workers, would provide compelling evidence that their success was based on genuine innovation rather than deception or fraud. Isabel would lead the cultural defense, working to demonstrate that the Guild's practices strengthened rather than weakened the social fabric of medieval communities. Her network of weavers and other craftswomen had created a powerful constituency of supporters who could testify to the positive impact of divine sleep on family life and community relationships. Master Geoffrey would manage the economic defense, using his commercial connections and business expertise to demonstrate that the Guild's methods actually enhanced English commerce rather than threatening it. He would also work to counter the Alliance's economic pressure by developing new trading relationships and finding alternative sources of supply and distribution. But the Guild's leaders understood that their formal defense, however comprehensive, might not be sufficient to overcome the political and economic forces arrayed against them. They would need to find ways to build popular support for their cause, to help ordinary people understand what they stood to lose if the ancient practices of divine sleep were destroyed by those who valued profit over wisdom. This led to what became known as the Great Demonstration, a coordinated effort to show the people of England what the Guild had accomplished and what was at stake in the conflict with the Alliance. Guild members throughout the country would open their workshops and homes to visitors, allowing people to observe the practices of divine sleep and experience their benefits firsthand. The Great Demonstration began in the spring of 1349 and continued throughout the summer, as thousands of people visited Guild-affiliated communities to learn about the watching hours and their effects. The response was overwhelmingly positive, as visitors discovered that the Guild's claims about the benefits of divine sleep were not exaggerated, but, if anything, understated. Farmers found that the midnight vigils provided perfect opportunities for planning crop rotations and solving agricultural problems. Merchants discovered that the watching hours enhanced their ability to understand market trends and develop innovative business strategies. Craftsmen learned that the gentle rhythm of first sleep and second sleep actually increased their productivity while reducing the physical and mental strain of their work. Perhaps most importantly, families discovered that the practice of divine sleep strengthened their relationships and created opportunities for the kind of deep conversation and mutual support that was often impossible during the busy daylight hours. Children who grew up with the watching hours showed remarkable emotional stability and creative ability, while adults who adopted the practices reported significant improvements in their physical health and mental well-being. The Great Demonstration created a groundswell of popular support for the Guild that surprised even their most optimistic supporters. Petitions began arriving from communities throughout England, requesting assistance in adopting the practices of divine sleep and expressing support for the Guild's right to continue their work. These petitions, signed by thousands of ordinary people who had experienced the benefits of the watching hours, provided powerful evidence that the Guild served the interests of English society rather than threatening them. But the Alliance's response to the Great Demonstration was swift and decisive. Master Ashford and his supporters escalated their campaign, using their influence with government officials to pressure local authorities to restrict or ban the Guild's activities. They also intensified their economic warfare, threatening severe consequences for anyone who continued to support the Midnight Watchers. The conflict reached its climax in the autumn of 1349, when the king announced that he would personally hear the case against the Guild of Midnight Watchers. The royal hearing would be the final arbiter of the Guild's fate, determining whether the ancient practices of divine sleep would be allowed to continue or would be destroyed by those who saw them as obstacles to their own power and profit. As the Guild's leaders prepared for what might be the most important legal proceeding in the history of medieval sleep practices, they drew strength from the knowledge that they were defending more than just their own organization. They were defending the right of human beings to organize their lives according to principles that honored both individual well-being and community prosperity. The right to choose wisdom over mere efficiency, sustainability over short-term gain. The ancient tradition of the Midnight Watchers was about to face its greatest test, and its survival would depend on the courage and eloquence of 4 people who had never intended to become revolutionaries, but who had discovered that preserving ancient wisdom sometimes required challenging the most powerful forces in society. The watching hours had sustained human communities for centuries, but they had never before faced opponents with the resources and determination of Master Ashford's alliance. The gentle practices that had seemed so natural and beneficial in the quiet villages of medieval England were about to prove whether they possessed the strength to survive in the harsh arena of political and economic conflict. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of the Guild of Midnight Watchers, but the future of human consciousness itself. The ancient wisdom of divine sleep was about to face the ultimate test of its relevance and power in a world that was increasingly hostile to anything that couldn't be controlled, exploited, and reduced to mere economic calculation. Before sleep, the sacred preparations. In the households of Thornwick, where divine sleep was practiced, the hours leading up to first sleep had evolved into a series of gentle rituals that prepared both body and mind for the profound rest that was to come. These preparations were not elaborate ceremonies, but simple, practical activities that honored the transition from the active consciousness of day to the receptive awareness of night. Each family developed their own variations on these themes, but certain elements appeared consistently throughout the village, creating a shared rhythm that bound the community together in their common commitment to the ancient art of rest. The evening meal and its mysteries. The preparation for divine sleep began with the evening meal, which in Thornwick was typically consumed as the sun touched the horizon, and the first shadows began to lengthen across the village streets. This timing was not accidental, but reflected the understanding that the body required several hours to digest food properly before entering the deep rest of first sleep. Alis had developed special evening breads that were designed to support the practice of divine sleep, incorporating herbs and grains that promoted relaxation without causing drowsiness. These breads were lighter than the hearty loaves that sustained the village through the working day, but they carried within their subtle flavors the accumulated wisdom of generations of bakers who had understood the relationship between nourishment and rest. The evening meals themselves were characterized by a quality of peaceful conversation that was different from the more animated discussions of midday dining. Families would gather around their tables as the light faded, sharing not just food, but also the experiences and insights of the day. Children would tell stories about their adventures and discoveries, while adults would discuss the challenges and satisfactions of their work. But perhaps most importantly, the evening meal provided an opportunity for families to begin the process of releasing the concerns and tensions that had accumulated during the day. Conversations would gradually shift from practical matters to more reflective topics, creating a gentle transition from the active consciousness of daylight to the more contemplative awareness that divine sleep required. Brother Marcus had observed that families who shared peaceful evening meals consistently reported better experiences with divine sleep, while those who ate hurriedly or in tension often struggled with the practice. The evening meal was not just physical nourishment, but emotional and spiritual preparation for the profound rest that was to come. The herbal preparations. After the evening meal, many households in Thornwick would begin the preparation of herbal teas and infusions that supported the practice of divine sleep. Gerald had developed a comprehensive understanding of the plants that could enhance rest without interfering with the natural rhythms of consciousness, and he had shared this knowledge freely with anyone who was interested in deepening their practice. The most popular of these preparations was a gentle tea made from chamomile, lavender, and lemon balm, herbs that promoted relaxation while maintaining the kind of alert tranquility that was essential for the watching hours. This tea was typically consumed about an hour before the intended time of first sleep, allowing its subtle effects to permeate the system gradually. But Gerald had also developed more specialized preparations for different individuals and circumstances. People who struggled with anxiety might receive teas that included passion flower and skullcap, herbs that calmed the nervous system without causing drowsiness. Those who had difficulty with the transition between sleep periods might be given preparations that included mugwort and vervain, plants that were said to enhance the clarity of consciousness during the watching hours. The preparation of these herbal infusions had become a meditative practice in itself, with people taking time to select and measure the herbs mindfully, to heat the water to the proper temperature, and to steep the teas for exactly the right amount of time. The process required attention and patience, qualities that were essential for the successful practice of divine sleep. Children in families that practiced divine sleep often had their own special preparations, usually milder versions of the adult formulations that took into account their smaller size and different metabolic needs. Young Thomas had developed a particular fondness for a tea made from rose hips and mint that the dragons had recommended during one of his adventures in the Underland. The lighting of candles. As darkness fell over Thornwick, the households that practiced divine sleep would begin the ritual lighting of candles that would provide gentle illumination throughout the night. This practice served both practical and symbolic purposes, creating the kind of soft, warm light that supported the watching hours, while also marking the transition from the harsh brightness of day to the gentle mysteries of night. The candles used for divine sleep were typically made from beeswax, which burned cleanly and produced a light that was both bright enough for reading and gentle enough to maintain the peaceful atmosphere that the practice required. Many families would make their own candles, incorporating herbs and essential oils that enhanced their ability to promote relaxation and contemplative awareness. The placement of candles throughout the house was considered carefully, with lights positioned to provide adequate illumination for the activities that would take place during the watching hours, while avoiding the harsh shadows that could disturb the peaceful atmosphere. Typically, a single candle would be placed in each room where family members might gather during the night, with additional candles available for specific activities, like reading or handwork. The lighting of these candles had become a family ritual in many households, with different members taking responsibility for different rooms, and everyone participating in the gentle ceremony that marked the beginning of the night's journey into divine sleep. Children would often compete for the privilege of lighting the candles, understanding instinctively that they were participating in something sacred and important. Brother Marcus had noted that the soft light of candles seemed to promote the kind of consciousness that was most conducive to spiritual insight and contemplative experience. Unlike the harsh brightness of daylight or the complete darkness of conventional sleep, candlelight created an environment that was neither fully active nor completely passive, but perfectly suited to the alert tranquility of the watching hours. The telling of stories. In many households throughout Thornwick, the hour before first sleep had become a time for storytelling, when parents would share with their children the tales and legends that had been passed down through generations of families who understood the power of narrative to shape consciousness and transmit wisdom. These bedtime stories were different from the exciting adventures that might be told during daylight hours. Instead, they were gentle tales that promoted peace and reflection, stories that prepared the mind for the kind of receptive awareness that divine sleep required. Many of these stories had been specifically chosen or adapted to support the practice, incorporating themes and images that would resurface during the watching hours and provide guidance for the night's journey. Isabel had begun to collaborate with storytelling families, creating textiles that illustrated the most popular bedtime tales, and that could be displayed in children's rooms to provide visual reminders of the story's messages. These tapestries seemed to have a calming effect on young minds, helping them to enter first sleep more easily and to maintain connection with the story's wisdom throughout the night. The practice of bedtime storytelling also served to strengthen family bonds and to ensure that important cultural knowledge was transmitted from one generation to the next. Children who grew up hearing these stories during their preparation for divine sleep often carried their messages throughout their lives, using them as sources of guidance and inspiration during challenging times. Some families had developed the practice of allowing children to contribute their own stories to the bedtime repertoire, encouraging them to share the adventures and insights they had experienced during their own practice of divine sleep. Young Thomas had become particularly skilled at this, regaling his siblings with tales of his journeys through the Underland and his conversations with the dragons who lived beneath his bed. The preparation of sleeping spaces. The physical preparation of sleeping spaces was another important element in the evening rituals that supported divine sleep. Unlike conventional sleep, which often involved simply falling into bed when exhaustion demanded it, divine sleep required careful attention to the environment where rest would take place. Beds were prepared with special care, with fresh linens that had been washed in water scented with lavender or other calming herbs. Pillows were fluffed and positioned to provide optimal support for the head and neck, while blankets were arranged to ensure warmth without weight that might interfere with the natural movements of sleep. Many practitioners of divine sleep had developed preferences for specific types of bedding that supported their practice. Some preferred firm mattresses filled with straw or horsehair, while others found that softer surfaces made from down or wool were more conducive to the kind of rest they sought. The important thing was not the specific materials used, but the attention and care that went into their selection and preparation. The rooms where divine sleep was practiced were also prepared with special attention to factors that might affect the quality of rest. Windows were positioned to provide fresh air without drafts, while curtains or shutters were arranged to control the amount of light that would enter during the night. The temperature of sleeping rooms was carefully regulated, with fires banked to provide gentle warmth without the crackling sounds that might disturb the peaceful atmosphere. Some families had begun to incorporate elements from Isabel's symbolic weaving into their sleeping spaces, hanging tapestries that depicted peaceful scenes, or sacred symbols that would provide visual support for the contemplative aspects of divine sleep. These textiles seemed to create an atmosphere that was particularly conducive to the kind of profound rest that the practice made possible. The practice of gratitude. Many households in Thornwick had developed the custom of ending each day with expressions of gratitude for the blessings that had been received and the lessons that had been learned. This practice served both to release the tensions and concerns of the day and to create the kind of positive, receptive consciousness that was most conducive to divine sleep. Families would gather in their main rooms as the final preparations for sleep were completed, taking turns to share their appreciation for specific events, encounters, or insights that had enriched their day. Children were encouraged to participate in this practice, learning to recognize and articulate the gifts that each day brought, no matter how challenging the circumstances might have been. The practice of gratitude had proven to be particularly effective in helping people release the anxieties and frustrations that could interfere with peaceful rest. By focusing attention on positive experiences and meaningful connections, families found that they could enter first sleep with minds that were clear and hearts that were open to whatever wisdom the night might bring. Brother Marcus had observed that families who practiced evening gratitude consistently reported more profound experiences during their watching hours, with enhanced ability to access the kind of spiritual insights that were the ultimate goal of divine sleep. The practice seemed to create a foundation of positive consciousness that supported all the other aspects of the night's journey. The final blessing. As the time for first sleep approached, many families in Thornwick would conclude their evening preparations with a simple blessing that committed the night's rest to divine guidance and protection. These blessings were not elaborate religious ceremonies, but heartfelt expressions of trust in the wisdom that governed the natural rhythms of rest and wakefulness. Brother Marcus had developed a simple blessing that many families had adopted, though others preferred to create their own expressions of faith and commitment. The important element was not the specific words used, but the intention behind them. The recognition that divine sleep was not just a technique for better rest, but a spiritual practice that required humility, patience, and trust in forces larger than individual will. The blessing typically included expressions of gratitude for the day's experiences, requests for peaceful rest and meaningful dreams, and commitments to use whatever insights emerged during the watching hours for the benefit of family and community. It served as a bridge between the active consciousness of day and the receptive awareness of night, marking the transition from ordinary time to the sacred hours of divine sleep. As the final blessing was spoken and the last preparations completed, the households of Thornwick would settle into the profound quiet that preceded first sleep. The careful rituals of the evening had created conditions that were perfectly suited to the ancient practice they were rediscovering, while the shared commitment to these preparations had strengthened the bonds that united the community in their common journey toward deeper understanding of the mysteries of rest and consciousness. The gentle preparations for divine sleep had become more than just practical routines. They were expressions of a way of life that honored both the needs of the body and the requirements of the spirit, creating a foundation for the profound experiences that would unfold during the watching hours and the deep rest that would follow. Part 8. The Royal Judgment. The Great Hall of Westminster Palace had never witnessed a trial quite like the one that began on the feast day of St. Michael, September 29th, 1349. King Edward III himself presided over the proceedings, flanked by the most learned bishops, scholars, and legal experts in the realm. The case of the Guild of Midnight Watchers had attracted attention throughout Europe, as representatives from France, Germany, and even the papal court had come to observe what many considered a test case for the relationship between tradition and progress in medieval society. The hall was filled to capacity with observers representing every level of English society. Noble lords sat alongside common craftsmen. University scholars debated with village priests, and merchants from London shared benches with farmers from distant shires. Everyone understood that the outcome of this trial would affect far more than just the fate of 4 individuals and their organization. It would determine whether ancient wisdom could survive in a world increasingly dominated by those who valued efficiency over humanity. Master Robert Ashford and his alliance had spared no expense in preparing their case against the guild. They had assembled a team of lawyers, theologians, and expert witnesses who would argue that the Midnight Watchers represented a fundamental threat to the stability and prosperity of English society. Their strategy was comprehensive and sophisticated, designed to portray the guild as dangerous innovators who were using religious language to disguise practices that were actually heretical, fraudulent, and seditious. The Alliance's opening argument was presented by Master William Blackwood, one of London's most respected lawyers, whose reputation for logical argument and persuasive rhetoric had made him the natural choice to lead the prosecution. Master Blackwood was a tall, imposing figure whose black robes and stern demeanor created an atmosphere of judicial gravity as he rose to address the king and the assembled court. "Your Majesty," Master Blackwood began, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding attention in the highest courts of the realm. "We are here today to address a threat that strikes at the very foundations of Christian society. The defendants claim to practice ancient traditions, but in truth they promote innovations that undermine the natural order established by God and sanctified by centuries of faithful observance." Master Blackwood gestured toward the guild's representatives, his expression conveying the kind of righteous indignation that had made him famous in legal circles. "These so-called Midnight Watchers ask us to believe that they have discovered superior methods of work and rest, methods that supposedly produce miraculous improvements in productivity and well-being. But when we examine their claims closely, we find not divine wisdom, but dangerous delusion." The lawyer proceeded to present what the Alliance considered their strongest evidence against the guild. He called witnesses who testified that the Midnight Watchers engaged in practices that bordered on witchcraft, that their emphasis on dreams and visions opened the door to demonic influence, and that their success was achieved through supernatural means that no Christian community should tolerate. Master Thomas Grimsby, a former guild member who had been recruited by the Alliance, provided particularly damaging testimony. "I lived among them for 3 months," he declared, his voice trembling with what appeared to be genuine fear. "I witnessed their midnight rituals, their strange communion with forces that no godly person should invoke. They claimed to receive divine guidance through their dreams, but the visions they describe are unlike anything found in Holy Scripture." The Alliance's witnesses painted a picture of the Guild as a dangerous cult that used religious language to disguise practices that were fundamentally opposed to Christian teaching. They argued that the Midnight Watchers' emphasis on individual revelation through dreams undermined the authority of the Church, that their claims of superior wisdom challenged the established order of society, and that their commercial success was evidence of some form of supernatural assistance that could only come from evil sources. But it was Master Ashford himself who delivered the Alliance's most powerful argument, speaking not as a businessman protecting his interests, but as a concerned citizen defending the welfare of English society. He was a skilled orator whose years of guild leadership had taught him how to present complex arguments in ways that ordinary people could understand and support. "Your Majesty," Master Ashford said, his voice carrying the conviction of someone who genuinely believed in the righteousness of his cause, "we are not here to oppose innovation or progress. We are here to protect our people from practices that promise easy solutions to the challenges of life but deliver only confusion and spiritual danger." Master Ashford argued that the Guild's methods were fundamentally unsustainable, that their apparent success was based on temporary enthusiasm that would inevitably fade as the true costs of their practices became apparent. He presented economic analyses suggesting that the Guild's approach to work and rest would ultimately lead to decreased productivity, social instability, and the collapse of the established systems that had sustained English prosperity for generations. "The defendants ask us to abandon proven methods in favor of experiments that have never been tested over extended periods," Master Ashford continued. "They promise that their innovations will solve all our problems, but they cannot explain why these supposedly superior practices were abandoned by previous generations if they were truly beneficial." The Alliance's case was comprehensive, well-prepared, and presented with the kind of professional competence that had made Master Blackwood one of the most successful lawyers in England. Their arguments addressed every aspect of the charges against the Guild, from the theological concerns about heretical practices to the economic worries about unfair competition and social disruption. But as the prosecution concluded their presentation and the time came for the Guild's defense, the atmosphere in the Great Hall began to shift. The 4 founders of the Guild of Midnight Watchers rose to present their case with the quiet dignity of people who had spent years living according to principles they were now called upon to defend with their lives. Brother Marcus served as the Guild's primary spokesman, his years of monastic training having prepared him for exactly this kind of public testimony. The monk's appearance was striking. His simple brown robes contrasted sharply with the elaborate costumes of the court officials, but his bearing conveyed the kind of authority that came from deep learning and genuine spiritual conviction. "Your Majesty," Brother Marcus began, his voice carrying the measured cadence of someone accustomed to speaking in sacred spaces. "We stand before you today not as innovators or revolutionaries, but as guardians of traditions that are older than the stones of this palace, traditions that have sustained Christian communities since the earliest days of our faith." The monk's opening statement immediately challenged the Alliance's characterization of the Guild as dangerous innovators. Instead of defending new practices, Brother Marcus presented evidence that the Midnight Watchers were preserving ancient wisdom that had been gradually lost as medieval society became increasingly focused on productivity and efficiency at the expense of human well-being. Brother Marcus called his first witness, Father Benedict from the monastery of Cluny in France, whose testimony provided crucial historical context for the guild's practices. Father Benedict was an elderly monk whose reputation for scholarship was known throughout Europe, and his presence in the Westminster court lent immediate credibility to the guild's defense. The practices described by these good people, Father Benedict testified, are not innovations but restorations. The division of sleep into two periods, separated by hours of prayer and contemplation, was standard practice in Christian monasteries for centuries. Saint Benedict himself prescribed such a schedule in his rule, and the greatest saints and scholars of our tradition have followed similar patterns of rest and wakefulness. Father Benedict's testimony was supported by manuscripts and documents that proved the historical legitimacy of biphasic sleep within Christian tradition. The evidence was overwhelming. Far from being heretical innovations, the Guild's practices represented a return to methods that had been used by the most revered figures in Christian history. Edmund followed with testimony about the practical benefits of the Guild's methods, presenting the detailed records he had maintained over years of careful observation. His documentation was comprehensive and compelling, showing consistent improvements in productivity, quality, health, and community well-being among those who practiced divine sleep. "Your Majesty," Edmund said, his voice gaining strength as he presented evidence that he had spent years collecting and analyzing. "We are not asking anyone to accept our claims on faith alone. We have documented every aspect of our practices and their effects, and we invite anyone to examine our evidence and test our methods for themselves." Edmund's testimony was particularly effective because it addressed the Alliance's claims about the Guild's supposed reliance on supernatural assistance. The records showed that the Guild's success was based on entirely natural improvements in human performance that resulted from working with rather than against the body's natural rhythms. Isabel's testimony focused on the social and cultural benefits of the Guild's practices, describing how the watching hours had strengthened families and communities throughout the regions where they had been adopted. Her words carried the authority of someone who had witnessed these transformations firsthand and had helped to facilitate them through her work as a teacher and guide. "The midnight hours," Isabel explained, "provide time for the kind of deep conversation and mutual support that busy daylight schedules make impossible. Families who practice divine sleep report stronger relationships. Children who grow up with the watching hours show remarkable emotional stability, and communities that adopt these practices experience significant reductions in conflict and social problems." But it was Master Geoffrey's testimony that provided the most dramatic moment of the trial. The London merchant's transformation from skeptical businessman to passionate advocate for the Guild's methods had been so complete that even his former associates in the Alliance were surprised by the eloquence and conviction of his defense. "Your Majesty," Master Geoffrey said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had achieved success in the most competitive commercial environment in England. "I came to Thornwick 18 months ago, convinced that I could teach these people more efficient methods of work and rest. Instead, they taught me something far more valuable: that true prosperity comes not from exploiting human nature, but from honoring it." Master Geoffrey's testimony was particularly powerful because he could speak from personal experience about both approaches to work and rest. He described his own struggles with anxiety and sleeplessness during his years of following intensive work schedules. and contrasted these with the peace and effectiveness he had discovered through the practice of divine sleep. The Alliance claims that our methods are unsustainable, Master Geoffrey continued. But I have now operated businesses according to guild principles for more than a year, and the results speak for themselves. My workers are healthier and happier. My products are of higher quality, and my profits have actually increased despite reducing working hours. The guild's defense was supported by a parade of witnesses who testified to the practical benefits of the Midnight Watcher's methods. Craftsmen spoke of innovations that had emerged during their watching hours. Farmers described improvements in their agricultural practices. Merchants testified to the superior quality of guild-produced goods, and families shared stories of how divine sleep had strengthened their relationships and improved their lives. Perhaps most compelling were the testimonies of former skeptics who had initially opposed the guild's methods but had been converted by their own experiences. These witnesses included guild leaders from other cities, religious authorities who had initially been suspicious of the Midnight Watchers, and government officials who had come to investigate the guild but had instead become advocates for their practices. Brother Thomas from York testified that his monastery had adopted the guild's methods after months of careful study, and had experienced remarkable improvements in the spiritual life and scholarly productivity of his community. Master William Cooper, a guild leader from Bristol, described how his craftsmen had embraced divine sleep and had subsequently produced work of unprecedented quality and innovation. But the most dramatic testimony came from Lady Margaret Beaufort, a noblewoman whose household had adopted the guild's practices after her physician had recommended them for her chronic insomnia. Lady Margaret was a figure of considerable influence at court, and her public support for the Midnight Watchers carried significant political weight. Your Majesty, Lady Margaret testified, I had suffered from sleeplessness for years, trying every remedy that physicians could suggest. Nothing provided lasting relief until I learned the practices of divine sleep from these good people. Now I sleep peacefully and wake refreshed, and my household has never been more harmonious or productive. As the testimonies continued, it became clear that the guild had touched the lives of people throughout English society, from the humblest craftsmen to the most powerful nobles. The evidence of their positive impact was overwhelming, contradicting every claim made by the Alliance about the dangers and ineffectiveness of their methods. The trial's climax came when King Edward himself questioned the guild's founders directly, seeking to understand the principles that guided their work and the vision that motivated their efforts. The king was known for his practical intelligence and his ability to cut through complex arguments to reach the heart of important issues. Brother Marcus, the king said, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power tempered by genuine curiosity. Your accusers claim that your practices undermine the established order of society. How do you respond to this charge? Brother Marcus's answer was simple but profound. Your Majesty, we seek not to undermine society but to strengthen it. We believe that communities are strongest when they honor both the needs of individuals and the requirements of collective prosperity. The watching hours provide time for the reflection and creativity that benefit everyone, while the natural rhythm of divine sleep ensures that people can work effectively without sacrificing their health or well-being. The king turned to Master Geoffrey with a question that went to the heart of the economic arguments. Master Geoffrey, you were once a successful merchant using traditional methods. Why did you abandon proven practices for untested innovations? Master Geoffrey's response was immediate and heartfelt. Your Majesty, I discovered that what I thought were proven practices were actually destroying the very people whose labor made my success possible. The Guild's methods are not untested. They have been tested by centuries of use and have proven their worth in the most demanding circumstances. I changed my practices not because I was dissatisfied with my profits, but because I was dissatisfied with the human cost of achieving them. The king's final question was directed to all 4 founders together. If your methods are as beneficial as you claim, why have they not been more widely adopted? Why do you face such strong opposition from established authorities? It was Edmund who answered, his voice carrying the quiet conviction of someone who had spent years documenting the resistance to change that characterized human institutions. Your Majesty, beneficial practices are often opposed by those who profit from harmful ones. The Alliance's opposition to our methods is not based on concern for society's welfare, but on fear that their own power and wealth will be diminished if people discover better ways of living and working. As the formal testimonies concluded, and the time came for final arguments, the atmosphere in the great hall was electric with anticipation. Everyone understood that the king's decision would affect far more than just the fate of the Guild of Midnight Watchers. It would determine whether ancient wisdom could survive in a world increasingly dominated by those who valued short-term gain over long-term sustainability. Master Blackwood's closing argument for the Alliance was passionate and well-crafted, emphasizing the risks of abandoning proven methods for untested innovations. He argued that the Guild's apparent success was temporary and unsustainable, that their practices would ultimately lead to social chaos and economic collapse if they were allowed to spread throughout English society. But Brother Marcus's closing argument for the Guild was equally passionate and far more compelling. The monk spoke not just as a defendant seeking to avoid punishment, but as a guardian of wisdom seeking to preserve something precious for future generations. Your Majesty, Brother Marcus concluded, we ask not for special privileges or protection from competition. We ask only for the right to continue practices that have proven their worth through centuries of use and months of careful observation. We ask for the right to honor the ancient wisdom that teaches us to work with human nature rather than against it, to build prosperity that sustains rather than depletes the people who create it. As Brother Marcus finished speaking and took his seat, the great hall fell silent. King Edward sat in contemplation for several minutes, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts as he considered the evidence and arguments that had been presented. The fate of the Guild of Midnight Watchers, and perhaps the future of human consciousness itself, hung in the balance as the most powerful man in England prepared to render his judgment. The ancient tradition of the watching hours had survived for centuries, but it had never before faced a test like this one. In the next few moments, the king would decide whether the gentle practices that had sustained human communities for generations would be allowed to continue, or whether they would be destroyed by those who saw them as obstacles to their own power and profit. The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of breathing and the occasional rustle of clothing as hundreds of people waited to learn the fate of practices that had touched their lives in ways both profound and practical. The Midnight Watchers had made their case with eloquence and evidence, but the final decision rested with a single man whose word would determine whether ancient wisdom could survive in a changing world. In the deepest hours of night, when the veil between waking and sleeping consciousness grew thin, the members of the Guild of Midnight Watchers began to experience dreams that transcended the ordinary boundaries of individual awareness. These were not the chaotic fragments of imagery that typically characterized sleep, but coherent visions that seemed to emerge from sources of wisdom beyond personal experience. As the practice of divine sleep deepened throughout Thornwick, these profound dreams became a shared language through which the community explored the mysteries of consciousness and discovered new dimensions of human potential. Edmund's dream of the eternal garden. On a night in late autumn, when the first frost had touched the village rooftops and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, Edmund experienced a dream that would forever change his understanding of time, memory, and the nature of human consciousness. He had fallen into first sleep easily, his mind quieted by the day's scholarly work, and his body relaxed by the herbal tea that Gerald had prepared for him. But when he entered the watching hours around midnight, he found himself not in his familiar room at the Miller cottage, but standing at the entrance to a garden unlike any he had ever seen. The garden stretched beyond the horizon in all directions, filled with plants and flowers from every season and every climate, all blooming simultaneously in defiance of natural law. Spring daffodils nodded beside summer roses, while autumn chrysanthemums shared space with winter holly, their berries gleaming like jewels in the soft light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. As Edmund walked deeper into this impossible garden, he began to recognize some of the plants as species he had studied in his scholarly work. Herbs mentioned in ancient texts, flowers described in the writings of classical authors, trees that had been sacred to peoples whose civilizations had vanished centuries ago. But alongside these familiar specimens were others that seemed to exist nowhere in the waking world. Plants whose very existence suggested possibilities that conventional botany could not explain. The paths through the garden were paved with stones that seemed to shift and change as Edmund walked upon them, sometimes appearing as rough fieldstone, sometimes as polished marble, sometimes as materials that had no names in any earthly language. The paths themselves seemed to respond to his intentions, leading him toward whatever aspect of the garden most needed his attention at any given moment. As he wandered through this miraculous landscape, Edmund began to encounter other figures. Some he recognized as people from his past, others who seemed to be strangers, and still others who appeared to be beings of a different order entirely. All of them moved through the garden with the same sense of wonder and recognition that he felt, as though they too had discovered something that had been lost and was now found again. An elderly woman who might have been his grandmother, though she had died when he was too young to remember her clearly, approached him near a fountain where water flowed upward in spirals that defied gravity. She smiled at him with eyes that held all the warmth and wisdom he had ever longed for, and when she spoke, her voice carried the authority of someone who had spent lifetimes learning the secrets of existence. "This is the garden that exists in every moment," she said, gesturing to the impossible abundance that surrounded them. "It is the place where all times meet, where every season exists simultaneously, where nothing is ever truly lost. You have found your way here because you have learned to sleep the old way, the way that opens doors between the worlds." "But how can this be?" Edmund asked, his scholarly mind struggling to understand what his heart already accepted. "How can all seasons exist at once? How can plants from different climates grow side by side?" The woman laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "You are asking the wrong questions, dear one. The question is not how this can be, but why you ever thought it could not be. Time is not the straight line that your waking mind believes it to be. It is a garden where past and future bloom together in the eternal present, where every moment contains all moments, where every ending is also a beginning." As she spoke, Edmund began to understand that the garden was not just a place but a state of consciousness, a way of perceiving reality that was normally hidden beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. The practice of divine sleep had opened his mind to dimensions of existence that were always present but rarely accessible, revealing a world where the limitations of linear time and physical space no longer applied. He spent what felt like hours exploring the garden with his grandmother, learning to read the symbolic language of the plants and flowers, understanding how different species represented different aspects of human experience and spiritual development. The roses spoke of love in all its forms, while the oak trees embodied strength and endurance. The herbs carried healing wisdom, while the fruit trees offered nourishment for both body and soul. But perhaps most remarkably, Edmund discovered that he could plant seeds in this dream garden. Seeds that represented intentions and aspirations that would manifest in his waking life. His grandmother showed him how to select the proper seeds for his deepest desires, how to plant them in soil that was enriched with the compost of past experiences, and how to tend them with the water of attention and the sunlight of faith. When Edmund finally returned to ordinary consciousness as dawn approached, he found that the memory of the eternal garden remained vivid and accessible, not fading like ordinary dreams, but becoming more real and meaningful with each passing day. The experience had given him a new understanding of his role as chronicler of the Guild's work. He was not just documenting historical events, but participating in the creation of a new reality, where ancient wisdom could flourish in contemporary soil. The insights he had gained in the dream garden began to influence all aspects of his work, from his systematic observations of divine sleep practices to his theoretical understanding of consciousness and its relationship to time and space. The garden had shown him that the Guild's work was part of a larger pattern of awakening that transcended individual lives and historical periods, connecting their efforts to a timeless tradition of human spiritual development. Isabel's dream of the loom of time. 3 nights after Edmund's vision of the eternal garden, Isabel experienced a dream that revealed to her the cosmic significance of her work as a weaver, and the role that textiles played in the preservation and transmission of wisdom across generations. She had been working late into the evening on a particularly complex tapestry that was intended to commemorate the first anniversary of the Guild's formation. And when she finally retired to bed, her mind was still filled with images of threads and patterns, colors and textures. But when she entered the deep sleep that preceded the watching hours, Isabel found herself standing before a loom of impossible size and complexity, a weaving apparatus that seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of vision, and that was operated by figures whose hands moved with the precision and grace of master craftspeople. The loom itself appeared to be constructed from materials that had no earthly counterparts. Threads that gleamed like starlight, pedals that chimed like bells when touched, and a frame that seemed to be carved from crystallized music. As Isabel watched in fascination, she began to understand that the figures at the loom were weaving the very fabric of reality itself, creating the patterns and structures that gave form and meaning to existence. Every thread that passed through their hands carried within it the story of a life, the memory of an event, the essence of an emotion or insight that had touched the world and left its mark upon the great tapestry of being. The weavers noticed her presence and welcomed her with smiles that conveyed recognition and acceptance, as though they had been expecting her arrival. One of them, a woman whose age seemed to shift and change like the patterns she was creating, gestured for Isabel to approach the loom and observe the work more closely. Every weaver who has ever lived contributes to this great work, the woman explained, her voice harmonizing with the rhythmic sounds of the loom. Every thread that is spun, every pattern that is created, every textile that is completed adds to the tapestry that tells the story of human consciousness and its evolution toward greater understanding and compassion. As Isabel looked more closely at the work being done on the cosmic loom, she began to recognize patterns and motifs that she had incorporated into her own textiles, designs that she had thought were original creations of her individual imagination. But here she could see that these patterns were part of a larger design that connected her work to the efforts of weavers throughout history, creating a continuity of wisdom and beauty that transcended individual lives and cultural boundaries. "But how do I know what patterns to weave?" Isabel asked, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she was witnessing. "How can I be sure that my work contributes to this greater tapestry rather than detracting from it?" The cosmic weaver smiled and guided Isabel's hands to touch one of the threads that was passing through the loom. As soon as her fingers made contact with the luminous fiber, she felt a surge of understanding that seemed to flow directly from the thread into her consciousness. "The patterns choose themselves," the weaver explained. "When you work during the watching hours, when your mind is open to the deeper currents of inspiration, you become a channel for the designs that need to be expressed in your time and place. Your individual creativity is not separate from the cosmic pattern, but is one of the ways that the greater design manifests itself in the world." Isabel spent the remainder of her dream learning to read the symbolic language of the cosmic tapestry, understanding how different colors and patterns represented various aspects of human experience and spiritual development. She saw how her own work with divine sleep textiles was part of a larger effort to preserve and transmit wisdom that was essential for human evolution, and she began to understand the responsibility that came with her gifts as a weaver. The cosmic weavers showed her techniques that were beyond anything she had learned in her earthly training. Methods for incorporating multiple dimensions of meaning into single patterns. Ways of creating textiles that could serve as portals between different levels of consciousness. They taught her how to weave with threads of light and shadow, how to create patterns that would change and evolve as viewers' understanding deepened, and how to embed healing energies into the very structure of her work. When Isabel awakened from this profound dream, she found that her understanding of her craft had been transformed. She no longer saw herself as simply creating beautiful objects, but as participating in a sacred work that connected her to weavers throughout history, and that contributed to the evolution of human consciousness itself. The techniques she had learned in the dream began to manifest in her waking work, as she found herself able to create textiles that possessed qualities she had never achieved before. Her post-dream tapestries seemed to glow with inner light, their patterns shifting subtly as viewers' perspectives changed, and their effects on observers were consistently profound and transformative. Brother Marcus's Dream of the Celestial Choir. On the night of the winter solstice, when darkness reached its deepest point and the promise of returning light hung in the balance, Brother Marcus experienced a vision that revealed to him the cosmic significance of the Guild's work and its connection to the great spiritual traditions that had sustained human civilization throughout history. He had spent the evening in prayer and meditation, preparing for the longest night of the year with the kind of spiritual discipline that had been ingrained in him during his years of monastic training. But when he entered the profound sleep that came in the deep hours of the solstice night, Marcus found himself not in his familiar cell, but standing in a vast cathedral that seemed to be constructed entirely of sound and light. The walls were built from harmonized voices. The pillars were formed from streams of luminous melody, and the vaulted ceiling was woven from choruses that seemed to encompass every sacred song that had ever been sung. As Marcus stood in wonder at the center of this impossible architecture, he began to recognize some of the voices that were creating the structure around him. There were the chants of his own monastic tradition, the psalms that had been sung in Christian communities for centuries. But alongside them were the sacred songs of other traditions, the mantras of Eastern mystics, the prayers of Islamic Sufis, the ceremonial chants of indigenous peoples from around the world. All of these diverse expressions of spiritual longing were harmonizing together in a cosmic symphony that revealed the underlying unity of all authentic religious experience. The differences in language, culture, and theological understanding that seemed so important in the ordinary world were revealed to be variations on a single theme. Different instruments in an orchestra that was performing a composition of infinite beauty and complexity. As Marcus listened to this celestial choir, he began to understand that the practice of divine sleep was not just a Christian contemplative technique, but a universal human capacity that had been recognized and cultivated by spiritual traditions throughout history. The watching hours that he had learned about in monastic libraries were connected to the meditation practices of Buddhist monks, the vision quests of Native American shamans, and the ecstatic experiences of mystics from every culture and time period. A figure approached him through the Cathedral of Sound, a being whose appearance seemed to shift and change, sometimes appearing as a Christian saint, sometimes as a Buddhist bodhisattva, sometimes as a wise teacher from traditions he could not name. When this figure spoke, its voice harmonized perfectly with the cosmic choir that surrounded them. "You have been chosen to serve as a bridge," the being said, its words carrying the authority of absolute truth. "The practice you are teaching in your small village is part of a great awakening that is beginning to spread throughout the world. Humanity is remembering its capacity for the kind of consciousness that connects individual awareness to the cosmic patterns that govern all existence." "But why now?" Marcus asked, his monastic training making him cautious about claims of special revelation. "Why is this awakening happening at this particular time in history?" The celestial teacher smiled, and Marcus felt waves of compassion and understanding flowing from the being's presence. "Because the world is approaching a time of great transformation, when the old ways of thinking and living will no longer be sufficient for the challenges that humanity will face. The practice of divine sleep is one of the keys that will help people navigate these changes, maintaining their connection to the sacred while adapting to new circumstances and possibilities." The teacher showed Marcus visions of the future, glimpses of how the practices being developed in Thornwick would spread throughout Europe and beyond, adapting to different cultures and circumstances, but always maintaining their essential connection to the ancient wisdom that had sustained human spiritual development throughout history. He saw communities of practitioners in distant lands, all connected by their shared commitment to the rhythms of rest and wakefulness that opened doorways to higher consciousness. "Your role," the celestial teacher continued, "is not to convert the world to a single way of thinking, but to preserve and transmit the universal principles that underlie all authentic spiritual practice. The divine sleep techniques you are teaching are valuable not because they are Christian or monastic, but because they reconnect human beings with the natural rhythms that have always been the foundation of spiritual development." Marcus spent the remainder of his vision learning about the cosmic significance of the Guild's work, understanding how their small community experiment was connected to a vast network of awakening consciousness that spanned the globe and transcended religious boundaries. He saw how the practices they were developing would eventually influence not just individual lives, but entire civilizations, helping humanity evolve toward greater wisdom, compassion, and understanding. The celestial choir that surrounded him seemed to be singing the story of this great awakening, their harmonized voices weaving together the diverse threads of human spiritual experience into a tapestry of hope and transformation. Marcus understood that he was witnessing not just a vision of the future, but a glimpse of the eternal present where all authentic spiritual work was connected and unified. When he awakened from this profound dream, Marcus found that his understanding of his ministry had been completely transformed. He no longer saw himself as simply teaching Christian contemplative techniques, but as serving as a guardian of universal wisdom that belonged to all humanity. The practices he shared with the villagers of Thornwick were not sectarian innovations, but rediscoveries of capacities that were inherent in human nature itself. The shared vision of the Council of Dreamers. As the winter deepened and the practice of divine sleep reached new levels of profundity throughout Thornwick, the core members of the guild began to experience a series of interconnected dreams that seemed to be orchestrated by some higher intelligence. These visions came to Edmund, Isabel, Brother Marcus, Alice, Gerald, and even young Thomas on successive nights, each dream building upon the insights of the previous ones and creating a collective understanding that was greater than the sum of its individual parts. In these shared visions, the guild members found themselves gathered in a great council chamber that existed somewhere between the dream realm and ordinary reality. The chamber was circular, with seats arranged around a central fire that burned without consuming fuel and gave off light that illuminated without casting shadows. Each member sat in a chair that seemed to be crafted specifically for them, reflecting their individual gifts and contributions to the guild's work. At the center of the circle, above the eternal flame, hung a great crystal that seemed to contain within its faceted structure all the wisdom that the guild had accumulated through their practice of divine sleep. As they watched, images and insights flowed through the crystal, showing them the deeper significance of their work and its connection to the evolution of human consciousness. The first vision to appear in the crystal was that of Thornwick itself, but seen from a perspective that revealed its true nature as a seed of transformation that would eventually grow into a great tree of awakening. They could see how their small community experiment was connected to similar efforts in other parts of the world, all of them working together to preserve and transmit the ancient wisdom that humanity would need for its continued evolution. The second vision showed them the challenges that lay ahead, times when their practices would be misunderstood or persecuted, periods when the knowledge they were preserving would seem to be lost or forgotten. But they could also see how the seeds they were planting would survive these difficult times, preserved in hidden communities and secret traditions until the world was ready to receive them again. The third vision revealed the ultimate purpose of their work, the creation of a new form of human consciousness that combined the practical wisdom of traditional life with the spiritual insights that emerged from contemplative practice. They saw how the techniques they were developing would eventually help humanity transcend the limitations that had caused so much suffering throughout history, creating possibilities for peace, harmony, and sustainable development that seemed almost miraculous from their current perspective. As the guild members sat together in this council of dreams, they began to understand that they were not just individuals who had happened to discover similar interests, but souls who had chosen to incarnate together at this particular time and place to serve a specific purpose in the evolution of human consciousness. Their friendship and collaboration were not accidents but expressions of a deeper plan that connected their work to the cosmic patterns that governed all existence. The shared vision concluded with each member receiving specific guidance about their role in the years to come. Edmund was shown how his documentation of their practices would become the foundation for a new science of consciousness that would eventually transform human understanding of the mind and its potentials. Isabel saw how her textiles would carry the guild's wisdom to distant lands, serving as both artistic treasures and practical tools for the transmission of contemplative knowledge. Brother Marcus was given visions of the religious communities that would eventually adopt and adapt their practices, showing how divine sleep would become integrated into Christian monasticism and eventually influence other spiritual traditions as well. Alice saw how her dream-inspired recipes would nourish not just bodies, but souls, creating foods that would support the kind of consciousness that humanity would need for its continued evolution. Gerald was shown the healing traditions that would emerge from his work with sleep medicine, practices that would address not just physical symptoms, but the spiritual imbalances that were the root causes of most illness. And young Thomas saw how his connection to the dream realm would eventually help him serve as a bridge between the magical consciousness of childhood and the practical wisdom of adulthood, preserving capacities that were essential for human wholeness. When the guild members awakened from these shared visions, they found that their commitment to their work had been deepened, and their understanding of its significance had been expanded beyond anything they had previously imagined. They understood now that they were not just improving their own lives or even helping their immediate community, but participating in a transformation that would eventually touch all of humanity. The integration of dream wisdom. The profound dreams experienced by the guild members were not isolated events, but integral parts of their practice of divine sleep. Visions that emerged naturally from the deep states of consciousness that their techniques made possible. As they learned to work with these dreams, documenting their content and exploring their implications, they developed methods for integrating dream wisdom into their daily lives and their service to the community. The dreams provided guidance for practical decisions, inspiration for creative projects, and insights into the deeper patterns that governed both individual development and collective evolution. They served as a source of renewal and motivation during difficult times, reminding the guild members of the cosmic significance of their work and their connection to sources of wisdom that transcended individual understanding. But perhaps most importantly, the dreams demonstrated that the practice of divine sleep was not just a technique for better rest, but a pathway to dimensions of consciousness that were normally hidden beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. The visions that emerged during the watching hours were not fantasies or wish fulfillment, but genuine explorations of reality's deeper levels. Journeys into the realms where individual consciousness connected with the universal patterns that governed all existence. As word of these profound dreams spread throughout Thornwick and beyond, they became part of the guild's teaching, examples of the possibilities that opened when human beings learned to work with, rather than against, the natural rhythms of consciousness. The dreams showed that the practice of divine sleep could transform not just individual lives, but entire communities, creating possibilities for wisdom, creativity, and spiritual development that seemed almost miraculous from the perspective of conventional understanding. The dream chapters of the Guild's story became legendary throughout medieval Europe, inspiring countless individuals to explore their own capacity for the kind of consciousness that connected human awareness to the cosmic patterns that sustained all life. The visions served as proof that the ancient wisdom being preserved in Thornwick was not just historical curiosity, but living knowledge that could transform contemporary life in profound and meaningful ways. The Last Sleep. Edmund's Final Journey. 43 years had passed since Edmund Brightwater first arrived in Thornwick as a desperate young insomniac seeking relief from the chronic sleeplessness that had plagued his life. Now, at 71, he had become the village's most revered elder, the keeper of memories, and the chronicler of a gentle revolution that had touched thousands of lives throughout medieval Europe. The Guild of Midnight Watchers had grown from a small group of experimental practitioners into a network of communities that stretched from the Scottish Highlands to the Mediterranean shores, all connected by their shared commitment to the ancient arts of divine sleep. Edmund's cottage, which had once served as his private study, had evolved into something resembling a library and archive, its walls lined with carefully organized records of the Guild's discoveries and developments. Manuscripts, bound in leather and vellum, contained detailed observations of sleep patterns, documentation of healing practices, and accounts of the profound dreams and visions that had guided the Guild's work. Tapestries, woven by Isabel and her students, adorned the walls, their symbolic patterns serving as visual reminders of the wisdom that had been accumulated over decades of patient practice and careful observation. But it was not just the physical records that made Edmund's cottage a treasure house of knowledge. The old scholar himself had become a living repository of the Guild's history, his memory containing stories and insights that had never been written down, but that were essential for understanding the deeper significance of their work. Visitors would travel from distant lands to spend time with Edmund, seeking not just information about divine sleep techniques, but also the kind of wisdom that could only be transmitted through personal relationship with someone who had devoted his life to the exploration of consciousness and its mysteries. As autumn deepened in what would prove to be Edmund's final year, he began to experience a subtle but unmistakable change in his relationship to sleep and wakefulness. The clear boundaries that had once separated his periods of rest from his times of activity began to blur, creating a state of consciousness that seemed to exist in a realm between sleeping and waking. He would often find himself uncertain whether he was dreaming or remembering, whether the conversations he was having were taking place in the present moment or in some timeless dimension where past and future merged into an eternal now. Rather than being disturbed by these changes, Edmund found them fascinating and somehow appropriate. He had spent his life studying the mysteries of consciousness, and now he was being given the opportunity to explore territories that were normally accessible only at the moment of death. The boundaries between individual awareness and universal consciousness were becoming increasingly permeable, allowing him to experience states of being that provided profound insights into the nature of existence itself. During what proved to be his final watching hours, Edmund found himself revisiting the eternal garden that had appeared in his dreams decades earlier. But now he could see it with a clarity and understanding that had been impossible during his younger years. The garden was revealed to be not just a symbol or metaphor, but an actual dimension of reality, where all times and places existed simultaneously, where every moment of his life was preserved and accessible, where the wisdom he had accumulated through years of practice and service was integrated into a coherent understanding of his soul's journey. As he walked through the garden's impossible landscapes, Edmund encountered figures from every period of his life. His parents and siblings from his childhood in Oxford, his teachers and colleagues from his merchant family's business, the friends and fellow practitioners who had shared his journey with the Guild of Midnight Watchers. All of them were present not as memories, but as living presences, their essence preserved in the eternal garden where nothing was ever truly lost. Brother Marcus was there, appearing as he had during their first meeting, but somehow containing within his presence all the wisdom and experience he had gained during his years of ministry. Isabel moved through the garden like a weaver among her threads, her presence creating patterns of beauty and meaning that connected all the other figures in harmonious relationship. Alice offered bread that tasted of every meal they had shared, while Gerald provided healing that addressed not just physical ailments, but the deepest wounds of the soul. Even young Thomas was present, though he appeared sometimes as the child Edmund had first known, and sometimes as the wise teacher he had become, his connection to the dragons and the dream realm having evolved into a profound understanding of the magical dimensions of existence that sustained all life. But perhaps most remarkably, Edmund encountered versions of himself from every stage of his journey. The anxious young insomniac who had first arrived in Thornwick, the enthusiastic scholar who had documented the Guild's early discoveries, the mature practitioner who had helped establish communities throughout Europe, and the wise elder who had become a guardian of ancient wisdom. All of these selves were present simultaneously, their individual experiences contributing to a comprehensive understanding of the soul's evolution through time and circumstance. As Edmund moved deeper into the eternal garden, he began to understand that his entire life had been preparation for this moment of transition, when individual consciousness would merge with the universal awareness that was the source and destination of all existence. The sleeplessness that had driven him to Thornwick had not been a problem to be solved but a calling to be answered, a sign that his soul was ready to explore dimensions of consciousness that were normally hidden from ordinary awareness. The practice of divine sleep that had transformed his life was revealed to be not just a technique for better rest, but a training program for the kind of consciousness that would be needed for the soul's journey beyond physical existence. The watching hours had been rehearsals for this final awakening, opportunities to practice the kind of alert tranquility that would be required for navigating the realms that lay beyond the boundaries of individual life. On the morning of the winter solstice, Edmund's housekeeper found him in his study, sitting peacefully in his favorite chair with a gentle smile on his face and his hands resting on an open manuscript that contained his final observations about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the eternal patterns that governed all existence. He had died during the watching hours, in the state of alert tranquility that had characterized his practice of divine sleep for more than 4 decades. But those who had known Edmund well understood that he had not simply died, but had graduated to a different level of existence, one where the consciousness he had developed through years of practice could continue to serve the evolution of human awareness. His presence could still be felt in the cottage where he had worked, in the manuscripts he had created, and in the lives of all those who had been touched by his dedication to the ancient arts of rest and contemplation. The funeral that was held for Edmund became a celebration of a life that had been devoted to service and discovery, a recognition of the profound impact that one individual could have when their personal transformation was aligned with the needs of their community and their time. Representatives from guild communities throughout Europe gathered in Thornwick to honor the man who had documented their shared journey, and to commit themselves to continuing the work he had begun. But perhaps the most fitting tribute to Edmund's life and work was the fact that his death marked not an ending, but a transformation. The Guild of Midnight Watchers continued to grow and evolve, carrying forward the wisdom he had helped to preserve and transmit. New communities adopted the practices of divine sleep. New practitioners discovered the profound benefits of working with rather than against the natural rhythms of consciousness, and new insights emerged from the ongoing exploration of the mysteries that Edmund had devoted his life to understanding. In the years that followed Edmund's transition, many guild members reported encountering his presence during their own watching hours, experiencing his guidance and wisdom in dreams and visions that seemed to come from beyond the boundaries of ordinary consciousness. These encounters suggested that the consciousness he had developed through decades of practice had indeed transcended the limitations of individual existence, becoming part of the larger field of awareness that connected all practitioners of divine sleep across time and space. Edmund's final manuscript, discovered on his desk after his death, contained observations about the nature of consciousness that were decades ahead of their time. Insights that would not be fully understood until future generations developed the scientific and philosophical frameworks needed to appreciate their significance. The manuscript served as a bridge between the ancient wisdom that the Guild had preserved and the future understanding that would eventually emerge from humanity's continued evolution. The cottage where Edmund had lived and worked became a pilgrimage destination for those seeking to understand the deeper significance of the Guild's practices. Visitors would spend time in the study where he had written his chronicles, sleeping in the bed where he had practiced divine sleep for so many years, and walking in the garden where he had often spent his watching hours in contemplation and reflection. But the true monument to Edmund's life was not any physical location, but the living tradition that he had helped to create and sustain. The Guild of Midnight Watchers continued to grow and evolve, adapting to new circumstances and challenges while maintaining its essential commitment to the ancient wisdom that had transformed so many lives. The practices of divine sleep spread throughout Europe and beyond, carrying with them the insights and innovations that Edmund had documented during his decades of careful observation and patient practice. As the seasons turned and new generations of practitioners discovered the benefits of divine sleep, Edmund's story became part of the Guild's teaching, an example of how individual transformation could serve collective evolution, and how the ancient arts of rest and contemplation could provide solutions to the challenges of contemporary life. His journey from chronic insomniac to wise elder demonstrated the profound possibilities that opened when human beings learned to work with, rather than against, the natural rhythms that governed consciousness and its development. The last sleep that Edmund experienced was not an ending, but a graduation, a transition from one level of service to another. His consciousness, refined through decades of practice and dedication, had become part of the larger field of awareness that sustained the Guild's work and that would continue to guide and inspire future generations of Midnight Watchers. In learning to sleep divinely, Edmund had discovered how to live eternally, his individual awareness merging with the universal consciousness that was the source and destination of all existence. The gentle revolution that had begun in a small English village continued to spread throughout the world, carrying with it the wisdom that Edmund had helped to preserve and the hope that he had helped to kindle. The Guild of Midnight Watchers remained committed to their mission of rediscovering and transmitting the ancient arts of rest and contemplation, knowing that their work was part of a larger pattern of awakening that would eventually transform human consciousness and create possibilities for peace, wisdom, and sustainable development that seemed almost miraculous from the perspective of their time. Edmund's final journey had shown them that death was not the opposite of life, but its fulfillment. Not the end of consciousness, but its expansion into realms of being that were normally hidden from ordinary awareness. The practices of divine sleep that had transformed his life had prepared him for this ultimate transition, demonstrating that the ancient wisdom they were preserving was not just historically interesting, but eternally relevant to the deepest questions of human existence. In the years that followed Edmund's peaceful transition, The Guild of Midnight Watchers evolved from a local experiment into a movement that influenced the development of human consciousness throughout medieval Europe and beyond. The practices that had been rediscovered in the small village of Thornwick spread along trade routes and pilgrimage paths, adapted to different cultures and circumstances, but always maintaining their essential connection to the ancient wisdom that had sustained human spiritual development for millennia. The manuscripts that Edmund had so carefully compiled became the foundation for a new understanding of consciousness and its relationship to rest, work, and spiritual development. Scholars in distant universities studied his observations about sleep patterns and their effects on human health and creativity. Physicians incorporated his insights about the relationship between rest and healing into their medical practices. Spiritual teachers used his documentation of contemplative experiences to guide their students toward deeper levels of awareness and understanding. But perhaps, most importantly, ordinary people throughout Europe began to rediscover their own capacity for the kind of consciousness that the Guild had pioneered. Families in villages and towns started experimenting with divine sleep practices, finding that these ancient techniques could address the growing problems of anxiety, insomnia, and social fragmentation that were becoming increasingly common as medieval society evolved toward greater complexity and urbanization. The network of guild communities that had emerged during Edmund's lifetime continued to grow and develop, each one adapting the core practices to their particular circumstances while maintaining connection to the larger tradition through shared principles and regular communication. Monasteries incorporated divine sleep techniques into their contemplative practices, finding that these methods enhanced rather than replaced their traditional approaches to prayer and meditation. Craft guilds discovered that artisans who practiced divine sleep produced work of exceptional quality, leading to the development of new training programs that combined technical instruction with contemplative practice. Merchant communities found that the enhanced creativity and problem-solving abilities that emerged from divine sleep gave them significant advantages in the increasingly competitive world of medieval commerce. Medical communities began to recognize the healing potential of sleep practices that worked with rather than against natural rhythms, developing therapeutic approaches that addressed not just physical symptoms, but the underlying imbalances that were often their true causes. Educational institutions discovered that students who learned divine sleep techniques demonstrated improved memory, enhanced creativity, and greater emotional stability. As the influence of the Guild's work spread throughout society, it began to contribute to broader changes in how people understood the relationship between individual development and collective well-being. The practices of divine sleep demonstrated that personal transformation and social progress were not separate goals, but complementary aspects of a larger process of human evolution. The watching hours that had once been the private practice of a small group of villagers became a shared experience that connected practitioners across vast distances and cultural differences. People who had never met in person found themselves encountering each other in dreams and visions that seemed to emerge from a collective unconscious that transcended individual boundaries. These shared experiences created a sense of global community that was unprecedented in medieval times, a recognition that human consciousness was not limited by the physical boundaries that separated nations and cultures, but was part of a larger field of awareness that connected all life. The Guild's practices had opened doorways to dimensions of existence where individual identity expanded to encompass universal concerns and local actions contributed to cosmic patterns of development. The textiles that Isabel and her students created became treasured artifacts that carried the Guild's wisdom to distant lands, their symbolic patterns serving as visual reminders of the insights that could be gained through the practice of divine sleep. These tapestries were displayed in churches and monasteries, in the homes of wealthy merchants and the cottages of simple farmers, creating a network of visual teaching that transcended linguistic and cultural barriers. The healing practices that Gerald had developed became the foundation for medical traditions that recognized the fundamental connection between consciousness and physical health. Physicians trained in guild methods could often achieve remarkable results with patients who had been given up as incurable by conventional medicine, demonstrating the power of approaches that addressed the spiritual dimensions of illness as well as its physical manifestations. The bread recipes that Alice had received in her dreams became part of a culinary tradition that understood food as medicine for both body and soul. Bakers throughout Europe learned to create breads and other foods that not only nourished the physical body, but also supported the kind of consciousness that was conducive to spiritual development and emotional well-being. The stories that young Thomas had brought back from his adventures in the Underland became part of a new mythology that helped children and adults alike understand the magical dimensions of existence that were normally hidden beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. These tales provided maps for navigating the realms of consciousness that opened during the practice of divine sleep, offering guidance for those who were ready to explore the deeper mysteries of human potential. Brother Marcus's integration of divine sleep practices with Christian contemplative tradition helped to preserve and transmit ancient wisdom within the framework of medieval religious life. His work demonstrated that the techniques being developed by the Guild were not innovations or departures from orthodox spirituality, but rediscoveries of capacities that had always been inherent in authentic religious practice. As centuries passed, and the medieval world gave way to new forms of social organization and technological development, the wisdom preserved by the Guild of Midnight Watchers continued to influence human consciousness in ways that were often subtle but always significant. The practices of divine sleep were preserved in hidden traditions and secret societies, in monastic communities and mystical schools, in folk customs and family traditions that maintained their connection to ancient wisdom even as the world around them changed. The Industrial Revolution and the advent of artificial lighting created new challenges for those who sought to maintain natural rhythms of rest and wakefulness. But the principles that the Guild had discovered remained relevant and applicable. Communities of practitioners found ways to adapt divine sleep techniques to urban environments and industrial schedules, demonstrating that ancient wisdom could provide solutions to contemporary problems. The scientific revolution that emerged in later centuries began to validate many of the observations that Edmund and his colleagues had made about the relationship between sleep patterns and human health, creativity, and spiritual development. Researchers discovered that the divided sleep patterns that the Guild had practiced were indeed natural to human beings, that the watching hours provided access to states of consciousness that were particularly conducive to insight and innovation, and that the integration of contemplative practices with daily life could produce measurable improvements in both individual well-being and social harmony. As the modern world grappled with epidemics of insomnia, anxiety, and social fragmentation that seemed to be the inevitable consequences of technological progress and economic development, the wisdom preserved by the Guild of Midnight Watchers began to attract renewed attention. Sleep researchers, consciousness investigators, and spiritual teachers started to rediscover the practices that had been developed in medieval Thornwick, finding in them solutions to problems that conventional approaches had been unable to address. The eternal garden that Edmund had visited in his dreams was revealed to be not just a personal vision, but a shared reality that connected all practitioners of divine sleep across time and space. Modern practitioners reported encounters with the original guild members, experiences of guidance and instruction that seemed to come from sources beyond individual consciousness, and access to wisdom that transcended the limitations of historical knowledge. The loom of time that Isabel had seen in her visions continued to weave patterns that connected past and future in an eternal present, where all authentic spiritual work was unified and harmonized. Contemporary artists and craftspeople found themselves creating works that seemed to emerge from the same source of inspiration that had guided the medieval weavers, demonstrating that creativity was not just individual expression, but participation in a cosmic process of beauty and meaning-making. The celestial choir that Brother Marcus had heard continued to sing the songs of awakening that connected all authentic spiritual traditions in a harmony that transcended religious boundaries and cultural differences. Modern practitioners of divine sleep often reported experiences of unity and connection that revealed the underlying oneness of all existence, demonstrating that the practices developed by the Guild were not just historical curiosities, but living pathways to universal truth. The healing traditions that Gerald had pioneered continued to evolve and develop, contributing to the emergence of holistic medical approaches that recognized the fundamental connection between consciousness and physical health. Modern healers who incorporated divine sleep practices into their work often achieved results that seemed miraculous from the perspective of conventional medicine, demonstrating the power of approaches that addressed the spiritual dimensions of illness as well as its physical manifestations. The dream realm that young Thomas had explored continued to serve as a source of guidance and inspiration for those who learned to navigate its pathways with skill and wisdom. Modern practitioners reported encounters with the dragons and other guardians of the Underland, experiences that provided access to sources of knowledge and healing that were not available through ordinary consciousness. As the 21st century dawned, and humanity faced challenges that seemed to threaten the very survival of civilization, the wisdom preserved by the Guild of Midnight Watchers offered hope and practical solutions for creating a more sustainable and harmonious world. The practices of divine sleep provided pathways for reconnecting with natural rhythms and cycles, for accessing sources of creativity and wisdom that could address contemporary problems, and for developing the kind of consciousness that would be needed for humanity's continued evolution. The gentle revolution that had begun in a small English village 7 centuries earlier continued to spread throughout the world, adapted to new circumstances and challenges, but always maintaining its essential commitment to the ancient wisdom that connected human consciousness to the cosmic patterns that sustained all life. The Guild of Midnight Watchers had shown that it was possible to honor both tradition and innovation, to preserve ancient knowledge while adapting it to contemporary needs, and to create communities that were both spiritually fulfilling and practically effective. The eternal watching that had begun with a few villagers experimenting with forgotten sleep patterns had evolved into a global awakening that touched every aspect of human life. The practices that had once seemed like simple techniques for better rest were revealed to be pathways to the kind of consciousness that humanity would need for its continued survival and development. In the deep hours of night, when the modern world lay suspended between yesterday and tomorrow, practitioners of divine sleep continued to gather in the watching hours, maintaining their connection to the ancient wisdom that had been preserved and transmitted by the Guild of Midnight Watchers. Their quiet vigils served as beacons of hope in a world that had forgotten how to rest, their gentle practices offering solutions to problems that seemed intractable from the perspective of conventional thinking. The story of the Guild of Midnight Watchers had become more than just historical narrative. It had become a living tradition that continued to evolve and develop, offering guidance and inspiration to all those who sought to rediscover their connection to the natural rhythms that sustained healthy life. The Boring History for Sleep channel, who had begun this tale in his own midnight vigil, had become part of the eternal watching, his consciousness joining the vast network of awareness that connected all practitioners of divine sleep across time and space. The gentle revolution continued, carried forward by those who understood that the most profound transformations often began with the simplest practices, that the ancient arts of rest and contemplation could provide solutions to the most complex contemporary problems, and that the watching hours offered access to sources of wisdom that were always available to those who knew how to listen in the deep silence of the night. In the end, the Guild of Midnight Watchers had shown that sleep was not the opposite of wakefulness, but its completion, that rest was not the absence of activity, but its perfection, and that the ancient rhythms of divine sleep offered pathways to the kind of consciousness that could heal both individual lives and the world itself. The eternal watching continued, and would continue, as long as human beings sought to understand the deeper mysteries of existence and to live in harmony with the cosmic patterns that sustained all life. The last word belonged not to any individual chronicler, but to the collective wisdom that had emerged from centuries of patient practice and careful observation. The Guild of Midnight Watchers had discovered that the most revolutionary act was often the simplest one, learning to rest in the ancient way, to honor the natural rhythms of consciousness, and to trust in the wisdom that emerged when human beings aligned themselves with the deeper patterns that governed existence itself. In the watching hours that connected night to day, sleep to wakefulness, individual consciousness to universal awareness, the gentle revolution continued, offering hope and healing to all those who were ready to remember what it meant to sleep divinely, and to wake eternally to the infinite possibilities that lay hidden in the depths of human consciousness. The end.